to Nirvana is a miraculous journey. No matter how many problems you have or how many people are gathered around you or whatever you do, you will always be mindful in your home. When you say that you are in your home, it means you are progressing on your path to nirvana. Once you develop a very good mindfulness, you will not wander about in this sansar, in this cycle of rebirth and death. Mindfulness will be your home. Even if you die tomorrow, you will maintain your mindfulness until your end. At the end, it is only your mindfulness that will remain with you. Mindfulness is our home. You receive thoughts when you stray away with your thoughts and think of your past and your future. Your thoughts give rise to even more thoughts. When you realize that your mind is getting carried away with your thoughts, you should quickly bring your mind back to your home. Yoniso Manasikara means the moment a thought arises, you should become mindful about it. You should immediately see that thought with wisdom, which means that there is nothing in the thought and that it is a lie. Seeing that in your thought will quickly take your mind back to your home. When your mind is at home, you can feel the peace and the light-heartedness. Again, as soon as another thought arises, you should immediately look at it using the wisdom of the Yathabhuta Jnana. This wisdom is that you look at the thought and see that the outside does not exist, that it is only a thought. Then you also see that even the thought does not exist. The thought too is a lie. Then after seeing the thought with awareness and wisdom, you must bring back your mind back to your home and stay home. You should always be mindful, be at home. When you are always mindful, it can be described as a samadhi. Then once and everybody.
May Triple Gem bless you all. We worship our heavenly self. And thank you very much, Shani, for reading the book. We will start the discussion. we have been talking around this topic a lot, but I think it's a simple. It's very good, very important to kind of understand this in a simple way rather than making it very confusing. If a person's mind is simple, then it's better to take it as simple. But if the mind is complicated, maybe you have to take it in that aspect, but not necessarily that it should be complicated. So we can talk about any topic if someone has a topic. You can bring up a question if you like to. This whole path is something that you should feel. When we say even, this whole thing, something, the production of the system or the sensory organs, that's very simple sometimes. That's the only thing that will be told to someone, and someone might be able to actually understand that with that simple sentence. But it's difficult for us because we have so much data in our system, and we put it here and there and try and compare and see which one is correct. The one I knew before is the correct, or the one I know now is the correct, or what I am going to know in future is the correct thing. Actually, none of these things are correct, but they are all thoughts. Whatever you feel is also actually not correct because that's the speed of the sensory organ. And that's all. And in that way, it becomes simpler. And in that way, the Dhamma won't stress you, because Dhamma actually shouldn't be stressing you, because Dhamma is no self-Dhamma. Dhamma is explaining how the thoughts are not actually real and how they are manifestations, and how the feel is just a manifestation of sensory function. It can be the 5 sensory function or even the mind. Mind has very different outcomes, emotions, happiness, sadness, So we need to understand that this whole system has different outcomes according to their system variability. So it doesn't necessarily matter which system or which sensory organ. It's just understanding, it's just a manifestation. So if you're feeling something, it's actually the manifestation which has become a thing to you. Anyone can ask a question if you want to, and or anyone can join in. Is there a specific thing that we can talk over? Surangika, can you add something? Whatever you heard something today, or You can add anything. So Dharma is also here. Whoever who can now unmute the mic can talk.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ડોක්ටර්. තෙරුවන් සරණයි ධම්ම friends. ආනන්දට නමස්කාර වේවා. Doctor, yesterday in the groundbreaking revelations, don't know whether you were able to listen to that, doctor, that somebody asked a beautiful question regarding the sadness, suffering, and Aryan Mahanse explained, okay, that sadness or suffering, actually sadness, will it is at that level, even in a very advanced level also, what happens is it is not the sadness that diminishes or disappears, but it is
Yeah.
the self. Yeah, doctor. So can we discuss that? You
Yeah, I
will be
think
able. Yeah,
that was pretty obvious that
yeah.
the center is which will go away. The self perception is the one which will diminish. Self vibration would be the one which is going to diminish. That's what the whole scenario about, whether you have the poison or whether you don't have the poison, and those how these concepts or arguments can, actually they are not even true arguments here, because we are not talking about outside. We are talking mainly about this inside vibration, the self vibration, and we are talking about the inside burning. We are talking about the self. So the self perception or self view, how all this happen, and that's all that is. And actually, Lord Buddha answered this question nicely. Someone asked that question. Not someone, actually. I think it's the same mind question, because it's a Maya, but it was asked that, Lord Buddha, are you feeling
Uh,
sad now? But then Lord Buddha answered, what for? When no, I think that he asked first, are you happy now? And he answered, but you have what for? Like, by having what? And then I think next question was, are you sad then? And then again the answer was, why? Because only thing that was lost is the idea that everything is existing and the self is here. So it's a beautiful example, actually, that gives us idea about this, how this system works. So if that's the whole thing. What actually finally dissolves is the vibration here, not anywhere, any other vibration. So you will see things as normal, you will hear things as normal, you will feel things as normal, but there won't be any burning. So what has dissolved is only this self vibration or the self burning. So yeah, I think it's very beautiful, and the main specifically this mindset is difficult, because we can even relate to we when we started discussing, when Joel joined us, Joel asked, actually, I, so we can say, I'm not happy. So how does that happen, So whether the happiness has an owner, whether the sadness has an owner. Is it I am sad, or is this it's a mind sensor. So that is very difficult, even though we tell it. We can tell it by another thought. You can keep telling, yeah, the sadness is not yours. Sadness is the mind sensor. Sadness is not yours. Sadness is the mind sensor. You can keep telling. So the keep telling part is okay, but actually, this is going to be varied if you actually understand this Dhamma properly. Then you don't have to actually keep thinking about that, because originally, whatever you feel, you don't actually put into the idea of self. You know, there's some burning happening, but it's not you burning. So that when center dissolves, you still have these sensory sensor functions of the mind sensor, the happiness, sadness, but there's a specific feel that it's not actually it's not felt here. So yeah, that's the basic thing. I could say, can you add something, Suranka?
Dr. Pokida. Yeah, I think that was there were some clear distinctions drawn, wasn't it, Sudharma, last night when Aran Vanse explained that. I think he put it into like 3 categories: the mundane person, how they see and how they experience something, and then the person on the path, and then finally the Arahat. I think taking the example of, I think it was a coconut tree or
Yes.
something. Yeah, so
With
the
Vitakka
mundane
Vichara.
person, sorry?
Yes, Ms. Rangika, Vitakka Vichara, Savitakka and Avitakka. Please
Yes,
explain.
that's right. So the mundane person, when they encounter a coconut tree, would immediately either there'll be an aversion to the coconut tree, or there'll be some kind of value or value attached, and therefore an attachment to the coconut tree. For example, if the coconut tree is really bearing a lot of fruit, and then there's a lot of benefit from the tree, then there would be, oh, this coconut tree is good, it gives us shade, it gives us all these things. We make, catch and stuff as well, from the branches, so on and so forth, or it has been there for a long time, and so on and so forth. But for example, supposing the coconut tree is somewhere, at the edge of the fence, and the coconuts are falling onto the road, and people are, each time a coconut falls and there is a near miss of somebody, they blackguard the people in the house and yell and use filthy language and scold, and then but the owners don't want to cut the coconut tree down. So then it's a mixture of feelings, isn't it? They want the coconut tree for the benefits of it and the coconuts and so on, but at the same time, they have this stress and anxiety about the coconuts falling onto somebody else, and the worry that one day, it can lead to a bigger issue. So there can be aversion, clinging, all these kind of things, all because of what? In either way, there is a value and attachment to that stimuli for the coconut tree, because for them it is real, isn't it? For them it's there in the external world, and because it's there is an I that has been created on this side. And so as a result, the entire duality and the experience, the sensations, the emotions, everything arises, including the burning, the heaviness, and so on. So that was the vitakka. the active thinking and ruminating about it with an external object becoming a reality. But then the person on the path or the follower of the truth would still experience or encounter the coconut tree, but understanding the true Dhamma would know that there is no such thing as a coconut tree. It's all a perception through the sensory perceptions, a manifestation due to the vibration, as Dr. Popit has said. And therefore, but still, at that point, there is an active reflection, isn't it? What you said, the Savitaka is the active reflection point. Even if you put it into the first stage and the second stage of points of stages of contemplation, the follower can think there's no such thing. What is coming across is just a shape, and this is only arising in the eye, and that there is no such thing as a coconut tree. It is the mind that says that it is a coconut tree. And then even if in the second stage, they can still be in the process of still understanding that this is a thought, and what is in the thought just perceptions only, because that itself can be quite challenging. So there are quite a few. It's a protracted process even in that second stage of the ones on the path, because it can be different at different stages where the understanding is. But finally, with the case of the Arahat, with the fully awakened ones, the perceptions are still perceptions. The coconut tree will still be a coconut tree in terms of encountering it. I mean, it doesn't turn into a shape, just an abstract shape or anything like that. For the Arahat, it's also still a coconut tree, because everything is seen in the same way as before. The perceptions arise in the same way as before. But there is no burning, because the self-view is gone, because the stimuli doesn't become real. But I think that the complex point that Aran Vansi was trying to say in terms of sadness was that there can be traits in each system. We call these systems different systems, right? From the various experiences that have been perceived from childhood days, even from the zygote level, isn't it? That first vibration, that first underlying power, and then to that there will be added from the genes of the parents various traits, and then to that there can be further things added by the background in which that person grew up in, then their own social experiences, education, and so on. But particularly, I think R.N. Vasi was referring to the genes and the traits that can even come, that have been there since childhood, some things that, characteristics that have come from our parents. Like if a mother is a little, snappy and irritating, or a person who is quick-witted or something like that, those traits can come to this particular vibration, this particular self. So those, even at the point of arahathood, would not necessarily dissipate. So in the case of the sadness that has been long entrenched in that individual from childhood days, can still be there as a trait in that person. Like, for example, a very compassionate person, a kind person who feels always very sympathetic towards children, sympathetic towards dogs, and all will still have that very sympathetic, empathetic manner. So those were the traits that he was referring to when he said that even at the point of Arhat, when everything is fully realized and the self-vibration is completely gone, those traits can still remain, but without that burning, because the underlying rationale for making that a thing, making that sadness a thing, has now been completely dissipated. So the sadness can come as an emotion, isn't it, Dr. Kokila, as an emotion of and a feature of the mind consciousness, the mind sensor, because just like the other sensors have its innate features, the eye has the light and the ear has the sound, and so on, the mind consciousness or the mind sensor, the features of it is emotions like sadness, happiness, various types of those kind of emotions can still arise. So I think tagged on to those is that sadness element as well, which would still then arise without that ability, without the burning and the heaviness, which is that part is actually it's a bit complicated, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? Because Varanasi was saying about that the previous day, about the recognition that it is there as a burn, as a thing that pops up at that moment, but it's still there is an underlying layer of calmness where it doesn't penetrate to that point, but it is still recognized as a burning that arises by just automatic reaction of the system, isn't it? Maybe Dr. Kokla can elaborate on that a bit more. Then what's am I? Can you hear me, Sudama?
Yes, Miss Surangika, but Dr. Kokila
Oh
is
yeah, she's
also
got. Dr. Kokla, your mic is on mute.
Oh
yeah,
sorry.
BBC. Sorry.
Sorry, actually. So yeah, it was so beautiful. I think it is getting very clear to everyone how mind sensor work, how other sensory organs work. Yeah, if we can take it in simple way, it is much easier to understand. And mind sensor has so many emotional aspects and hormonal aspects also are joined to that. Responses which are habits, and Aranwansi was talking about how the genetic aspects. So we know in anyone, genetic aspects, environmental aspects, the cultural aspects, everything molds this dream. This dream is kind of that, because Tarzan knew only what Tarzan knew. We can't really compare what Tarzan knew to someone else, so it's just the product of that everything that the sparks or the stimuli. So stimuli are actually molded by my everything. Surrounding means himself, it's the him. So it is very beautiful to understand, and this is kind of Dhamma that he was trying to say to people who have listened to Dhamma for a long time, who are still struggling, thinking that this sense of functions are me, kind of when there is bit of emotions that it is me. That is the thing that is very, very nice, because we are used to think that I felt sad, or I felt this, that, I felt happy, or happy. I felt elated, or I felt depressed in that sense. So it's everything is linked with I. Everything happens to I. So when the I is not there, actually the features are there, but without any power. That is the most important thing. Was there anything specific? Because I missed that last bit actually, or my concentration. I couldn't
So with that, Dr. Kokila, it is obvious that it is the angle of a person that changes finally, no? Now, first it's the self angle, or
angle,
finally
but
it's the non-self.
but the person has to feel it too.
Yes.
Because this self-perception is a feel.
Yes.
There's a duality, you feel it. You feel that it's happening here. And this no self-perception, or it's not a new perception, but absence of self-perception is also new normal. It's a feel too. So it's very important to take it from the feel side, not the thinking side. Yeah. When we think about it, it comes as another factor. Even the no self angle will come as a factor, like a data, like something we study, like medical jargon we study like that. So it will come as a factor, but the factor is not the important thing. The change of this feel to the non-burning. Burning is something you feel, and non-burning also. It's not a new vibration, it's just absence of burning. Isn't it? Yeah, that's an important thing.
Connected to that, Dr. Kokila, I was listening to a related talk today. In that, I think there were two mothers who had given some of their experiences. So there, and once I was explaining that even if one gets that burning through like pure habit, and that doesn't become a thing, the burning itself doesn't become a thing, but in that instance or later on, if that person then realizes that, oh, that burning, it was amazing that burning didn't become a thing, and tries to get some satisfaction out of it, then that is where the self-perception is.
Yeah, it
It
becomes
is
so
so
tricky.
complicated, isn't it?
Yeah, but the thing is, feel is not complicated. It's the thoughts which complicates you. It's the thoughts
true.
that, I think thoughts can traumatize you. Thoughts can make you confused. Thoughts can make you elated. Thoughts can do a lot of things. But the actual, the always what is Aranwansa says is you can't feel, you you can't really explain how you feel salt, but we can say examples. Like chips are very salty, but we can't really explain what the salt feel is, because we do, even when two people are talking, one would say red color and other one also would say red color, but if the other one is a colorblind person, that red one is, he is just telling red to some other color. It doesn't necessarily matter. Whatever the perception, if the perception is felt as true, you feel that you are existent. So when you keep understanding this, so this is kind of the last bit actually, the 3 and 4. So the 3 is kind of everything is the sensory organ vibrations. So whatever the vibration, this is the turning point though. So that's what he's trying to do, actually tip it off, like get people to feel this more, so that because it's very easy for someone who has listened to Dhamma for a long time to keep thinking about that, oh, I got some burning, oh, that's me, oh, I got some burning, that's me. But it is easy for us to correct them. But if someone comes directly and say, I'm so happy I don't feel me anymore, then that becomes a tricky part now, because a lot of the time they will listen to only RMRC, and then they have to be told very sternly by RMRC who is then boasting now, who is so entertaining this idea. So the thing is, entertainment of the thought is not there, or entertainment of the burning is also not there. That is very tricky. So you can really understand simple stuff, I'm not entertaining the taste, but then when you think about something like
entertaining the burning.
entertaining the burning, actually it happens,
Yeah.
People entertain the burning, and their life become centered around the burning.
Around the burning, exactly.
Yeah, that's a habit. Again, that's a habit. So we see this trend a lot, and then they kind of live in that pattern, and their life becomes that.
Dr. Kokila, Aryan Mahansi always mentions people entertain suffering.
Yeah, 100%. That's because of the
Yeah.
ignorance button. It's a habit. Because so imagine a person is put in a cage for some reason, put in a cage, and there's no light at all. That person might start even entertaining that darkness. That's how this self-vibration is going to survive. Because the self-vibration is for survival, like it is surviving, the next one. So it will be dark, complete darkness now. But even the darkness, it becomes okay now, because its system knows that it will be dark forever. But even that, the darkness, it becomes the center now, because that's how it is. That's how tricky it is also, what our Anwanse is telling sometimes, someone who is actually going in the path also can get trapped here and there. It is very true, because you feel so light, and you start liking the light feeling. So it's trapping again. So if that's the importance of noble friend, how we get trapped to everything, like wherever there's entertainment, or because that's how subtle it is. It's entertainment of burning, entertainment of suffering, entertainment of anything in that sense is the self vibration. When we keep understand that it's the other way around, there was no self vibration. It was only what it is. There is only sensory organ vibrations. This changes. It completely changes, because imagine someone is in the cage, and when someone understands it's only the function of the eye that you see the darkness, what's the big deal? This is for the light. Then it becomes, you're not trying to see. You're not looking forward to even the vision, because it is black or blue or red or white. There's even a feel, entertaining of seeing, because that's how subtle it becomes. So the self vibration hides everywhere. Kind of, it's easily hiding, easily lost, I would say. So that the wisdom and the super awareness will not be able to catch. That's how it is. It is fine though, because with the help of the noble friend, you will definitely understand that whatever the entertainment, it is a self vibration. In the other way around, when you are trying to turn it over completely, it is the point actually you will actually feel the non-vibration. This is the trickiest part, no, feeling the non-vibration. To feel the non-vibration, this has to turn, complete turnover. It's only the sensor function. So it can be the mind sensor, it can be the whatever the system. What do you have other than the system? Nothing. Is there anything else? That was the belief. That was the view that there's me hidden somewhere. That was really nicely explained by Lord Buddha, Try and, even Naren once tells it very nicely, try and find out who you are. If I take Surangika as an example, is Surangika the name Surangika, or is Surangika's body, or is Surangika's that mind system, or is Surangika in the eye? Is Surangika in the eye socket, or the function of the seeing? Or is Surangika inside the actual organ of the ear, or actually the function of seeing? Or is anywhere is Surangika is? At the end, there's no Surangika. That's the thing. But to keep understanding that the mental formations are really tricky, and the sense of function of the mind is also very tricky. And also, there are responses that is not even attached to the sensor function. We have discussed this. The little baby also has, crying to level of the, if there is a vibratory level in the ear, and if there's a loud sound, and you make it near the baby, baby will, baby will be startled and will start to cry. Not because there's a self there, but that that system can't handle it. So there are responses of the system. So even the mind sensor has that. So understanding that there was never a self here, never a self. Not that we are trying to, get rid of self which was there before. No, there was never a self. To keep understand that we have to actually feel this, feel the sensory function of any sensory organ and understand that it is the only sensory function, only, not just, there's nothing else. Yeah, it's beautiful. Anything else to add? Joel also can join, yeah.
I
Yes,
think we have
Ranka.
some new Dhamma friends on the Zoom. Maybe they can contribute or ask questions.
Yeah, I think Shriyana is, I think from, can't remember where she joins from, I think, Middle Eastern country, isn't it? I can't remember now. Oh, yeah. I don't know whether she's here to talk or just listen. I have seen she come into every Zoom meeting most of the time if she can. Yeah, if Shani would like to talk, she can talk. And is there any question, Joe?
They're kind of easy to discuss, but certain times it's difficult to feel it.
Yeah.
That's the issue that we all have. When we discuss it, it's very easy and it's very smooth, soothing, and it gets into your mind and you feel like, oh my God, wow. But after the discussion is over, feeling it is a bit, this self-perception comes here and there.
Yeah, that's normal. That's normal. That's very normal. Doesn't happen overnight. It can happen. It may not happen. It doesn't matter. The more you feel, the more you will understand the sensory function. The more you will understand that if you can actually hand over all these vibrations to the sensory functions, done. Really done. That's the beauty. But it can take time. It doesn't matter. Because if we try to do something by force, it becomes that, when we try to do something, how much effort we put there, how much burning we have. But actually speaking, we can do that without that burning. But we didn't know that. We never knew that. That's the thing. I mean, you still feel tired. I physically feel tired now. Actually, today was like a long day. So, but well, it's not a big deal. But the body is tired. So that's like that, like there can be problems, but it's okay, kind of thing. Yeah, but the no self angle is very important because even to normal people, if we say it's okay to be sad, they also keep staring at you and they feel it. Even just those few words. If we say to her like, they have never heard Dhamma, nothing. You just say, it's okay to be sad. They kind of feel it, and they kind of look at you with disbelief sometimes. But then the real message is behind this eternal happiness, or kind of which will be there forever, is coming from the no self angle, because temporarily you can feel happy, temporarily you can be sad, whatever it's keep changing. But understanding that there is no doer here, or there is no person who feels it or entertains it, is the beauty. So it releases everything. So there will be sensation, there will be happiness or sadness, there will be tiredness, there will be, of course, problems. Life is never problemless. Every day there is a problem. So, yeah, problems are there. So what? Are you trying to do something about them? Yeah, if you can, do something. It's fine. But this self-anger is the killer, the actual problematic thing. Even understanding this is beautiful, child, so don't worry. Even understanding, because you could feel it initially, definitely you felt it before. So kind of you felt it, when you initially listened to that. So it is going to be there in the back of your system. This thing is going to be there. So it's easy to feel it. Hand over all the suffering to the sensory organs. Actually, it is. When we say this becomes artificial. But actually, if it happens, that's the experience. It's beautiful. So that's what Aranwanse is trying to actually get everyone to feel. So, yeah, anything else? And yeah, yes, sir.
And as Aryan Mahansa says, tuning into these discussions means that there is more or there's less vibration and more non-vibration, isn't it? Because you're tuning into a place where vibration is not there's nothing here that propagates vibration, isn't it?
Yeah, even listening, just by listening, even listening is difficult now. I have heard so many people coming and going because they can't understand, or either they are not bothered, or they are not interested. If someone says, if randomly we say something like that to a person, they might get offended also. Especially these countries, you can get really offended if you say you are not there. It's such a intimate discussion that these things. But Sri Lankan, I think, society has that tinge of, feel, I think, more feel kind of thing. And and there is, you know, the openness. So if someone has the openness to explore, I think that is the beauty, because someone may not explore. And if someone here, there's no self, do you know, there's no self, they'll be like, oh really? Okay, bye. You know, that's something like that. But that's what happened to Lord Buddha. Met someone after becoming the truth. He met someone, and that I can't remember the name now. Upaka, I think.
Yes, I think it was Upaka. Yeah.
Yeah, and Upaka listened to all that, and he said okay, and he went. He didn't ask what, and he didn't have that kind of sense,
Curiosity or anything like that, isn't it?
anything. But
Yeah.
he later came, I think, after some time. So actually, Lord Buddha had to go and try and find the teachers. So Lord Buddha went on to find the teachers, thinking that at least his 5 teachers might understand. Because this is a bit difficult to start the conversation. But because at that time, there were a lot of people trying to find the eternal happiness, I think, or some how do you say that? Medina, some kind of relief. And so it's
relief and release, no? Because even if they can't explain it, there is that there is that feel of discontent, isn't it? I think Alan Vance touched on it yesterday, isn't it, Sudharma? When he was talking about Sevandhi's experience, that initial discontent comes because there is a discontent with the vibration, and without and unconsciously there is a longing for non-vibration.
Some unexplainable sadness, isn't it? Something, it is actually a feel, cannot explain, but it is some sort of sadness. That's what they said. And so we all had the need for some liberation, no? As you said, I mean, despite the religion or cultural background, all look for not, I mean, they may not have spoken about it, but there was underneath, there was certain need for liberation.
And even, the whole world, there are people doing concentration meditation. They are also looking for that. They are also actually looking for that, and they are getting it temporarily because they don't feel them. But it is temporary. That is the issue. That is the issue, because the self-view is still there. As long as you have the self-view or the self-vibration or the self-perception, there's always chance that whatever the trance you go into can vanish at any time. Even after 80 kalpa, you can't even explain how much 80 kalpa is. That's like long duration that we can't even explain. So then it says that even if you go to like a realm where you can't feel even you, and there's no sensory input as well, whatever, still after that long time also, still there's a chance that the self vibration can pop up. It's like a pop-up. So this That's what Lord Buddha is saying. Temporary things will not work. Temporarily you can feel happy and then again you are unhappy. But this understanding, that's wisdom, understanding that there is no self and how this vibration occurred and how only sensory organs have created this mirage of self-vibration, mirage of self-perception, mirage of self-wave. That is the most important mirage that we have to understand, not the other stuff, but we have to understand the other stuff because it's always the stimulus which is masquerading, or I don't know whether it is correct, the stimulus which is actually kind of giving you that self-perception. So we have to understand every perception because of that, but it doesn't matter. It's just trying to understand that there is no self-perception. But whatever the vibration was, only the function of the sensory organ. That's how you are going to actually turn. So it can take time, it doesn't matter, because the more you try to do something, it will disappear. If you're trying to look for happiness, happiness is very hidden. But actually this super happiness will only come when the self-vibration is getting weaker and weaker. Yeah, anything else? Are we running into the other zone?
We have 3 minutes, Doctor. And
yeah.
actually, I was wondering now, having discussed Dhamma this much, having listened to sermons for so many years, ultimately we found true Dhamma. But still, as Joel said, it's discussing, listening, everything. I mean, at that point, we understand it fully, like we feel it also then and there. But after a while, we again fall back into that mundane. I don't say fully kind of ignorant people, but still this field is so much challenging, Doctor. Now, when you all talk also, now we know this is a system, but still that knowing that I am listening is there, some knowing that I am listening. It's, I don't know how to explain. So
That's another thought,
it's,
though. That's another thought. So that's what Raghuvansa is attacking every time. It's just another thought. So this just another thought is the problem. That if that thought also doesn't have power, it doesn't matter. But if it does have a power, that is self-vibration hidden there. So that's how it works. So don't worry. But it's kind of if you're walking and if you're listening, if you're touching, if you're thinking, it doesn't matter. Whatever you feel, if you know that it is a sensory function of the sensory organs, whether it is the hearing, vision, feeling of the taste, smell, and the body. Body is difficult because body feels like real. We get this question every kind of often. Yeah, body is a bit difficult and the mind is more difficult than the body. Body is difficult, but mind is more difficult because mind is so real to us. So you keep thinking, when am I going to do something? When am I going to feel something? And you're trying to watch for a new feel. That's the problem. This is different. This is actually an absence of the feel that you have now. So that's not a new feel. That's the thing. So keep looking is not the thing. Just Just feel whatever you're feeling now, that is the function of the sensory organ. That's all. That's the third and fourth. That's the third and fourth. Well, I think we might have to hand over the Zoom discussion to 4 o'clock Zoom. So we worship Paranwanse for his noble guidance and noble friendship. Thank you all, Dhamma friends, for joining us today. And may Triple Gem bless you all.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි.
තෙරුවන් සරණයි
තෙරුවන්
ඩොක්ටර්.
සරණයි.
තෙරුවන්
Dhamma
සරණයි
friends.
ධම්ම ෆ්‍රෙන්ඩ්ස්. හදන්න පිට.
Even though you need to put some effort while being on the path to become an anagami, you need not do anything while being on the path to become an arahant. You only need to quietly observe your thoughts while on the path to become an arahant. Once you attain the stages of Sotapanna and Anagami, you will realize that the outside world is only an illusion and that it is lie. You will also realize that the thought is also a lie. You would let go of both the outside world and the belief in thought. You will always see the shunyatavya, the nothingness, in all what you receive through your six senses. The above explanations are of a very advanced nature. Now, let us talk about your progress on your path and your practice as of today. The message we always give you is to keep your mindfulness focused on your base, which is your home. Remember, mindfulness is our home. You have to learn to be in your home. Mindfulness is your base, your home. You always have to come back to your home. Whenever your mind goes away behind other thoughts, you always have to take your mind back to your home. You have to take it back to your point of concentration, which could be either your breath or your posture. You should always see the truth in the thought that arises in your mind and then let it go and go back to your home. When you do this, your practice in mindfulness becomes stronger. When you improve in your mindfulness, it leads to a samadhi. When you have a samadhi, an awareness of your mind, it is like always being at home. Once you have developed a samadhi, or this awareness of your mind, you will always feel very calm and very light-hearted. You will always be mindful, or you will always be in your home. Sun, everybody.
We worship Arana, say for his noble friendship. Welcome everyone to the English Zoom discussion. We have this every day, this same time, and it's with so much pleasure that we try to explain Dhamma. Not actually, we can't use the word pleasure, but with so much keenness that we try to discuss Dhamma, because it's really good. The discussion is good to understand the important things around Dhamma, and also discussion makes us to discuss about our doubts about Dhamma too. And the path, even though there are stages talked about, is actually you don't have to actually try to concentrate on the on these things. Main thing is for you to understand Dhamma and feel Dhamma, that's all. So we can talk about any questions today if we have questions, or otherwise Surangika is also here. I think Dr. Sakuntala is busy today, so maybe Sudharma is busy today as well. So we can have a discussion though. We were discussing some basic things yesterday, and either we can continue on that, or anyone can ask a question, or Surangika can also join. Is there anything to discuss today, Surangika? Or if Joel has a question, Joel can ask. Yes. Your mic is on, but I can't hear you. I don't know whether it's my internet issue.
Can you hear me?
Now I can.
Yes. The thing I want to ask is, like, sometimes we get confused with certain things, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we talk about and discuss about those things. So when you're confused, how to come out of that confusion?
It depends on the topic though, because it can be, or what do you mean by confusion? Can you give like an example, some example?
Yeah, like, for example, yesterday's example is something that I would like to ask. We all were confused. We were not able to understand it properly. So in that situation, how are we to, like, make it clear to ourselves?
Were you talking about the discussion we had about Dhamma yesterday?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, it is. I think it is a bit tricky because we have been listening to Dhamma for a long time. So I think their questions are also coming from different angles. So that's why I told you from the beginning just to take it easy and try and take whatever you can. Basic thing here is, Joel, to understand how do we feel this suffering. That is the basic understanding what we are trying to get. So sometimes too much questions can actually make it so difficult to understand, but we try to keep it simple and specifically we try to. Sometimes we can get dragged on because of the question, the way they ask it, the so many reasons. You're true. It is very simple, like when Narayan joins, it's simple ways he will tell. So it's very important to understand it in a simple way as possible as we could. And the main thing to understand here is how this burning or how this alive feel or how this suffering has arisen. So when we try to understand that, there's so many factors which is important. One is, yes, there is no self, but we feel something. So if you are feeling something, how does that happen? That is because of the stimulus. Stimulus means, in Sinhala it is aramana. I don't know when we can say thought, because each and every fraction of a second, it's just one stimulus which is happening. But because it is happening so fast, we feel like we are driving and listening to music, so, and so driving is a complex one too. We keep looking at the front, our bodily movements are there, and as soon as we see red lights, we stop, or policeman makes a sign for us to stop, we stop. Or if we feel like we are getting late, we might accelerate. So we feel like we are doing everything at the same time, but that is because our human mind is actually very fast. If you read about it, even scientists, they agree about that. The speed of the mind is really fast. So because of that, actually, we can't even differentiate between one stimuli to the other. But what happens here is the life feel is also like that, because life feel comes when the stimulus is felt as a thing. So from the beginning, we have felt this and we have suffering. So then that is the point. That is the first point, I would say. So there's no self, but we feel there as a self always. There's a duality there. We feel like we are existing, and that fluctuates also. So when you're angry, you feel it more. When you are sad, you might feel it more. When you're irritated, you might feel it more. So there are various frequencies of that, various levels of that existence or the life feel. So that happens due to the level of the power that vibration has. So that's the basic understanding. And then with that understanding, that we understand that the stimulus is bringing this life field. So then we try to understand why do we get that? Then we understand this, that the stimulus itself is a mirage. So that part has to be contemplated a lot and see, is the chair real? Is any stimulus in that sense? It's a production of the mind sensor. So how does the mind sensor occur? Mind sensor occurs because of the other 5 sensory organs. Humans have 5 sensory organs. You know the names: ear, eye, skin. Skin has a vast area, so it has a lot of aspects into that, and the nose and the tongue. So those are the 5 sensory organs. So then when we understand that the actual things outside are projections of the mind, it's easy to understand with examples that everything we took for granted in outside are projections of a mind. And when we understand that the projections of the mind, are they true? So the projections of the mind is like a current. We now know that because it's a current originated from overlapping of all the 5 sensory organ vibrations. So it's acting as a new vibration. Even in physics, you can understand this phenomena. So this mind vibration, and the mind vibration is a chair. But yesterday, what the confusion was about wordings used, because it's all about the wording. So don't worry about that, because you don't have to worry about that. When a person has a problem, that is because their data system is full of things. So the data, it's actually trying to understand how the value has come to this data. There are so many data in Pali, and mainly Pali. They use so many words. Some words actually have different connotations. So different meanings. So that's where the confusion was. So don't worry about that. There's something to understand in that. Mainly, there is a in each level there is a perception kind of thing where you have an idea. So even light, it has a level of perception. But the 5 sensory organs mainly cause the consciousness. Consciousness is a word used all over the world. Consciousness. Sometimes you say you're unconscious. So the consciousness is actually the life field. So the consciousness arises from rapid vibration of sensory organs. That's the basic understanding. So the rapid vibration of sensory organs led to mind consciousness. Sorry, not the mind consciousness. The eye consciousness, ear consciousness, tongue consciousness, the skin consciousness, or the nose consciousness. I'm just saying that in that way so that it is easy to understand. But because when they are all vibrating or vibrating at the same time, it acts as another new vibration, and that is the mind. But there's no specific organ out there to name. It's like iCloud, I told you yesterday. So when we understand that this phenomenon, that's all actually you have to understand. I actually used my whole, tried to use my whole night Zoom discussion, try and discuss about this use of different words. Try not to depend on with the words and to get the feeling, but that is the important thing. The words are not important, but the feel is important. And I think you have the sense of it, because main thing is to understand, yes, there is a projection. We see, so I can see the windows are open, I can see the door, I can see the fan, I can see the room, yes, the walls. So that's the projection of the mind. So if you understand that, that's enough. All the other words are actually not really necessary. But then the next step is trying and understand, okay, they are like perceptions, but are they true? No, it acts like a vibration. So that's where you actually kind of feel that the whole dream is not true. Whatever the dream, the thinking dream we have. Now, I saw a beautiful saying recently. It's nothing to do with Buddhism, but that saying was, are you aware about your internal talking? So the internal talk is like fast thinking. So this fast thinking is any of this thinking. That's a vibration. That's why the mind is acting like a vibration. So if you understand that how mind is formed and how this whole perceptions are formed, well, they are forming, that's fine. But the burning is coming down because you understand, okay, yeah, this is it. But you living in that without any suffering. But then there's another level where the feel level, you can feel due to the speed of this sensory organs. I told you, even the mind has that speed, and why we see light is because of the speed of the eye cells. There's very specific cells in the eyes, the vibration of those cells. There's specific cells in the ear, not only the drum, because behind the drum there is specific cells that are responsive to the vibration. So it's the vibration of the ear. So the vibration of the skin, there's so many different types of receptors, and there's the vibration of the tongue, and there's vibration of the nose. It's all different kind of things, and this is linked with the hormone system too. So it's all kind of a machine which works itself. It's like a system with a solar power. It gives power, it generates power by itself. If you actually read about the power system of the body, you can understand that. It's forming its own ATP. So So the main understanding, how you understand this system is, yes, it's working. It's working nicely. Yes, you can see, you can do everything, you can think, you can taste. So what's the difference when you start knowing this truth is the burning, the urge to maintain this system, urge to gain stuff, urge to but the most beautiful part of this Dhamma is the person, whatever that system is actually not sad just by understanding this Dhamma. It becomes so lighter by day, the system becomes lighter. So it becomes like, it's not the usual happiness. It just, as I said before, I think Joel had an understanding about that, like someone had 100 kilograms and someone had put it down. So even with Dhamma, if you hear a lot of words, just put it down, don't worry. So don't get confused. If you have the basic understanding, that is enough. So all these, some different discussions come from areas where the people have so much data, so they just can't get rid of that. If the value is there, you just have to understand that and drop it, maybe, I don't know. But whatsoever, none of these thoughts are true. None of this internal radio is true. I mean, but it will continue with less power. It will in an arahant only, it has no power in every thought. But whoever in the path, there is a mixture. Some thoughts, they don't have any power at all. Some thoughts, there may be some power. It doesn't matter. Only the important thing is whether you understand this or not. If you fully understand that you can't really do anything here, you just let the system absorb this and just live as normal as possible. And you will start to feel that. The end point is you may start to actually get craving for the lightness or the freeness that you get. But that has to be tackled. I mean, that not has to be tackled, that should be identified with the help of the noble friend. That is kind of late in the journey, but we don't talk much about the latter parts, because that's actually kind of too much, because we kind of talk about I usually talk about the beginning, because I kind of like to give everyone the basics so that everyone can feel it themselves. That's what we can do. That's the maximum we can do. Are you okay, Joel, with that? Do you have any questions?
No, no, thank you.
Yeah, it's just sometimes confusing, so don't worry. Just drop it. So, Suramika, do you have anything to talk, or you can add something?
Dr. Kokila and my friends. I think you're right in terms of the way the conversation went yesterday, and that just reflects, it's like really no fault of anybody. It just reflects the experience each person on the Zoom have had and the number of years really, or the understanding, the stage of understanding of each person, isn't it? And because of that and their own questioning earlier, the responses that have been given to them in multiple Zooms, then their own experiences in undertaking walking meditation at monasteries or they are in the home, all these things then kind of combine into where they are at a given point in time, which is from where the question arises. I mean, it's probably the same where we are concerned as well. So each one reflects in the question where they are at or what is their point of understanding. So, yeah, I mean, well, there have been many an instance where, there have been deeper conversations, deeper discussions in these, particularly the Sinhala Zoom sessions over the last so many years where from personal experience, I've thought, okay, that sounds like really deep, but I think it just went completely over my head. So it's just, or you might think that you actually understood it. And I think, oh, yeah, okay, interesting point. Never thought of it that way, and oh, wow, and all that kind of thing. And then 1 or 2 years later, you happen to, pick up that same talk from an old YouTube clipping and you listen to it. And then the realization of those same points come in a totally different way or in a very deep way that had not been even touched in that first instance. So these are things that you will gradually learn to appreciate as you keep on gaining first the knowledge, but then along with the knowledge, the deeper realization and understanding of how this whole thing is understood in relation to the mind and the construct and the senses. So I think you tuned into the correct thing a couple of days ago when you said it all boils down to the senses. And it does. If you understand the senses, our advancer says this repeatedly. If one understands the senses and the functioning of the senses, like I don't know whether we can say 100%, but at least 95%, I don't know, to a great extent, the mystery is solved, because the whole issue here around suffering and this whole self-view is that there is an attribution of these experiences to a self which has not been there. And that has been the fundamental problem that has kept this so-called vibration going on from one cycle of birth to the other. Ultimately, I don't want to confuse you, but ultimately our advanced, I don't know whether he said it in the English so as well, that it is just one vibration, right? So we think that we have lived in past births and so on, but ultimately all these things come down to one single thought. You have heard Aryan Mahansa mentioning that this is all in one thought. There is an experience only in this moment. There is only one thought at any given point. Even if one thinks about the past, we can sit here and think about, say, your childhood days, but then at what point is that thought coming up? In the now, isn't it? And then if you want to think about what you're going to do next month, or say you have to put some application somewhere, again, that's relating to the future, but then when does that thought arise? In the now, in this moment. So according to this, the pure truth, the only vibration occurs in this moment. So it's this thought. But then we drill down, as Dr. Popula says, we pierce through that thought itself and look at that mind object, and then realize what is that thought made up of from these sensory perceptions, which she said the eye consciousness, the ear consciousness, the taste, the touch, the smell. All those are different vibrations, yes, but then they all combine to one vibration, i.e., the thought. And that is why we've talked several times about the apple. The thought of the apple gives you the flash of the touch sensation, the smell, so on and so forth. If you think about your mother, all the the memories that you have had of your mother, how she speaks to you, how she took you to school, what lovely meals she has prepared for you. All these things are entrenched, embedded in that one flash of thought. Everything is there. It's like that 33,000 watt hitting you in one shot. It's all stamped there. So ultimately, and how does that come about? Through those sensitive perceptions, that each of those experiences through vibrations have been taken in like data. I think yesterday we talked about raw data and the program, and that all this is just a program. If we just understand it that way, we keep going back to where did all this come from? From perceptions. And was there anything in these perceptions? Nothing. So what we equated the perceptions to the input, the stimuli that has been put since our childhood, through learning, through our background, through your education. All these aspects have been an accumulated set of perceptions which now occur, telepathize, synchronize in this very moment when some trigger occurs, either through something that you see, either through something that you hear on the TV, so through those different senses, or if you're just sitting on a couch and you're not really doing anything, it can pop up in the mind itself. So that is the sixth sense, that arbitrarily, without any other stimuli from other senses, it can pop up in the mind as a past perception arising in this moment. But even in that case, if we consider the perception, it is still made up of those perceptions that have arisen at some point through those sense faculties, and those sense faculties only. There is no experience, there is no perception that can ever arise in a thought that didn't come about through any one of those other sense faculties at any other point. So I hope that was not too complicated. I didn't mean to make it complicated, but was just trying to add a bit more to what Dr. Kokila said. Therwan Sana.
Yeah, Therwan Sana. Actually, so it's if you actually feel this, that's the important thing. So even outside is just a perceptions part, you can feel it, and as soon as you start to feel that, you feel much lighter. And then if you actually understand even the second part, the perceptions are also not really true. That's kind of the whole dream, or the whole this story, whole film will go on, but it doesn't necessarily mean anything, and you will be acting on it, you will be talking, you will be doing stuff, you will be thinking, but it just with much less suffering. And the feel level also, your feel level is the important aspect, because if you're feeling that the chair is actually there. That is the feel that you have, that you are alive. So if we keep understanding this, and how are we going to actually the ignorance to the science? Because ignorance, if we put, like we say, avidya, if you're turning into vidya, so that's the main thing, that this speed of these sensory organs is what the feel, the reason for the fail. So yeah, it's if you start feeling this Dhamma rather than having a, so I have to add, I didn't have much, I don't have knowledge about Pali at all. Like I have some understanding, but not a lot. And we don't have much about, but if I get carried away, I told that day also, if I get carried away would be the scientific part of it. So the a lot of people, it would be different aspects. So if you are prone to think in a, one particular way, and if this is different to that way that you have been thinking, this will pose it as a threat, or kind of pose it as something interesting, or pose it as something boring. It doesn't matter. Actually, it doesn't matter. So what matters is if you can feel this, whether you can feel this, and if you can feel it, how lighter you would feel, how better it would be, and the less the suffering, it would be much better. And again, one point we were trying to add yesterday was, once your vibration is actually dwindling or reducing, or cessation of that vibration, the stimulus, or the whatever the thought, whatever the person who was in front of you will feel them completely, and there's no harm to the world. So you can't, this Dhamma can't produce a selfish kind of person. If that is happening, actually it is because the Dhamma is taken in a wrong aspect. So that's what we are, usually why we are repeating some things which makes this talks boring, is to try and lessen that those mistakes that can happen in the past, because the first step in our program is try and understand that the outside is a perception in the mind. As soon as you put that out, someone can take it from the other side and start arguing. Okay, if that is the case, you can do anything. What about someone slaps you? Is that just a thing, but you felt it? Yes, because you have to take it as a whole. The whole 4 steps are actually in one particular experience, one particular stimulus. That is what we have to understand. So that's why the risk is, if you take one part out of it and try to understand Dhamma, that doesn't help you. It has to be taken as a whole. Try and understand that how Lord Buddha said there is no me, my, or mine. How did he say that? How is it true? If you do this research, you don't have to be a Buddhist to do that, because even it doesn't matter. If you're a researcher, if you are a person who is trying to do a research about the humanity, or even can get into this understanding. There's someone who has joined. They can question. They can also unmute and join the discussion if they want to. If they have joined to ask a question, you're welcome. So yes, it's very important and not to just take one part of it. So that's why when Aranansi also starts to talk, he starts from scratch to the end, because if you take just a little bit of that, the whole thing can actually bite you more than maybe I would say, actually, if you are knowing this, better know it fully rather than knowing a little bit of it. A little bit can bite you worse. So yeah, I think Joel has the kind of the understanding now, because he was wondering why there was a whole big issue yesterday. Why we were talking about that intensely. I think that was the question also. I could feel it in his tone also. So but the thing is, that's where if you have a burning somewhere that is where your mindfulness is. Like, if you feel a burning, okay, there's a discussion that you don't like. That's the mindfulness. That's the picking up of your what is the stimulus that is being true at the moment. What is the stimulus which is being taken for granted now? That's how you feel alive. Because to have a little bit of irritation, to have a little bit of kind of rejection, it's all good to understand this. Really interesting to really tune into your own vibration. It's very interesting, and to see how it fluctuates, how it play havoc, how it goes around and around and around to the same stimulus. You initially join the Zoom discussion also about that. Why one single thought would bother me. So that's the same thing. It's just the pattern of human mind. So it's beautiful to understand, and once you tune into the self vibration, you can see how it is slowly dying, slowly, in the sense not dying, slowly reducing. These words, actually, words don't support this term at all, because all the words in this world gives a feel of existence. Like it has a weight. It has a kind of gross idea, Yeah, if you can understand that. So it's really interesting, and yeah, it's nothing to make life more miserable or more confusing. This is actually to help you to reduce the suffering and to come to the no suffering stage. Yeah, anything else?
I would think, Doctor, but I think the new person is there, so I would like to give a chance to him.
I'm not sure whether he is going to talk. There's someone called Tashan. if you are here to talk, you can actually join. You can unmute the mic and you can join us. But I don't know whether he's just listening. It's fine if you just want to listen. But if you want to talk, you can unmute the mic and you can talk. Yeah. So the Dhamma itself is a science, and that's kind of something which made me so inquisitive to know this, because my data system was very heavy. I usually like to go through a lot of things, but yeah, it helps. It's fine. Yes, sir.
Just another question. I mean, I was just thinking about these vibrations and these sensors. Is this connected to the neurotransmitters?
Yeah, 100%. So the hormonal system and the neurotransmitters, they are all linked. So that's the machine, though. That's the machine. So that's the thing that we have to understand. So you know, that day Aramanse was talking about, you know, if you tickle someone, you can laugh. You know, and sometimes if you I don't know, there are so many examples. Mother hearing the baby crying, they secrete different kind of hormones. It's already arranged in that way. The whole body is like a beautiful system, if you really understand that. Not to get attached to that, but to understand this whole system. Even if you try and understand, even the tree, it has this system, you know, but we never talk that tree has a suffering part. We don't talk like that, because the tree, you know, we have learned also. If I don't know, you must have done the science things. So we have learned how the flower becomes so beautiful, and how flower can have the beautiful, you know, the scent, so that will attract the bees. So the bees come and lay there. That will help the, you know, I can't even remember the word for that, but help the reproduction. So, and you know, like, even if you take a coconut tree or any tree, how all this system is so beautifully done, that for the spread of the how the coconut husk is built in such a way that the coconut can float even in water and go somewhere and give rise to another plant. So this, even though we don't talk about life there, we never talk about life in the trees, but you know, this is a similar system. Only thing is, due to the vibration, the speed of the vibrations of the sensory organs, we feel alive. That's the conscious and the being conscious part is. We don't talk about the GV. GV is, I think, alive feel. We don't talk about that to a chair. We don't. And we don't say, if the chair starts to walk, definitely people will be like, oh, I saw a ghost. You know, that's how they will tell. So, but the actual, you know, this consciousness or being alive is just a part of this human system. And the human system, not every system actually, any system which has a sensory organ which has a speed with the vibration, there's always the ability of these any self vibration to co-vibrate there, or this synchronize there, or telepathize there. So that's how the cycle of birth is. So each and every the human system, if you understand, the human system has its own system for the reproduction, they are social. Humans are social animals, so they have like a pattern of living. So they are babies. They take a longer time to grow up. So the mother should have the motherly feelings for a bit longer, not like a bird who will throw away the little bird out from the the bird cage, because the by own their feel, bird mother knows that this bird son, or not bird son, bird the little bird can now, this is time for them to fly, and they just tip them off from the cage. So, but humans take a bit more longer time. Human babies needs a bit long time to get accustomed to the sensory system, to get accustomed to the area. So that's how it is. That's why those hormones are secreted until the lactation period, and then when they are bigger, there's a different kind of hormones, and then the hormones, when children become like kind of 16, 18, there's hormonal system getting activated. Yeah, same thing. It's just for the system. So the system is for the Pavatma. What is Pavatma, Surangipa? The system is for
just existence, isn't it? Just
existence, maintenance of existence. It's just how it is. So it is actually really interesting to understand, how any sensory organ function. Even if you talk about the taste, if you talk about the smell, if you talk about the touch, how quickly, you touch. Just imagine you touch. Just imagine you are standing somewhere near the railway station. You touch the railing. It's very cold initially. After some time, you can't even remember that you are touching it, because your whole mind is hovering around somewhere else. So just imagine how this mind works, or how system works. But this keeps changing. The momentum, the focus keeps changing. So the touch system, sometimes you are not aware that you are standing until you come to the understanding that my legs are aching or something. Then you realize you have been standing for hours or something like that. So if you're asking about the dopamine and this neurotransmitter side, yes, but that's a system. That's a system. So if there is a vibration, there is always this system working. Until respiration is ongoing, the system will work. Doesn't necessarily mean that it's a self. That is what we are trying to understand. whether you are having neurotransmitters or not, whether you are having the hormones or not, the function of them would be there, but once you understand the system, the self vibration will die down, and entertainment of these sensory organs will die down. So some part of it might be not even needed, because we need the dopamine function all the time. I mean, that's how the scientists say, but this is a different kind of talk, that people are getting addicted to the dopamine side of it. But what actually happens is it is a pattern. It is a pattern. So any sensory organ, whether it's the tongue or the touch or the looking or hearing, any sensory organ, if the person is there is always someone who is entertaining. If the self vibration is there, the entertainment of the sensory organs are there. It can be reduced from, if someone has ear Dhamma, that might start to reduce. Yes, Suranika, can you add something?
I can't think of anything at the moment, Dr. Govila. I think,
That's okay.
just different
That's okay.
stimuli. Yeah.
Actually, yeah. So it doesn't necessarily mean that, even if, because we have a story in Buddha's time, someone actually felt this initially. A 7-year-old child who was called Vishaka. She went on to, she was given away in marriage, like good olden days. She was given away marriage to someone who never heard any Dhamma. And she continued to have, I don't know, can't even remember the number of the children, but there's, can't remember. There were a lot of children she had. And there's no talk that she went into the next stage either. So she just felt that. But that's all. She never actually continued to progress on the path. But she was the main disciple in the Buddha's time at that time. But she understood that at 7 years of age, but still went on to have the normal life style. So, but there is a difference, because she didn't progress. But there are others who progress. There are examples like Gatikar, who actually became an Agami, who is what it means is actually that the difference is, even if someone feels this momentarily, all the defilements are still there, because it has to go to zero. So everything is there, but the only difference is that person knows that there is no self. For sure, that person have felt that there is no self, but all the defilements are there. So it starts slowly start to go away. But what I'm trying to say is the hormonal system, all the system works. That's what another point Nancy is making very beautifully. Even I think last night he was talking about this, how these sensory functions continue to work. You feel, you can taste. So if you're tasting, 100% the neurotransmitters are working, because its cell vibration is connected to neurotransmitter. It doesn't necessarily mean anything. So the main important factor here is understanding that there is no self. That's the main thing, and feeling it. and then your burning will start slowly to dissipate, slowly to dwindle, slowly to go away. And it is just going to slowly go away to the level that there will be no vibration in every stimuli. So that's it. Do you have anything regarding particularly about one specific thing, or is that sufficient, Joel?
Yeah, Doctor, thanks for that wonderful explanation that you gave. Yeah, I felt my neurotransmitters, the vibrations going down. Thank you so much. I'm serious.
Yeah,
I
okay, all
just,
good. Yeah, yeah, that's good. That's good. So, the actual what happens is the this understanding this system, understanding the science behind it, and just it just calms us down. Even just understanding it just calms us down. And if you start to feel it, that it slowly calms us down further. But you still will be very open to you can see beautifully, you can see the beautiful things. It doesn't matter, it's not a big issue. And yesterday our announcer was reiterating a lot of things which are very kind of for people who listen for a long time, how he was telling that the mind sensor has specific functions like feeling happy, feeling sad. Actually, they can be there without that burning. It is very, very sensitive topic. So we shouldn't be talking about that because it can confuse you. But it's really nice to know that, because this mind sensor is such a thing. The neurotransmitters work, hormones work. This mind sensor also works. And even without the mind sensor, big mind sensor, even child had this issue. I told her, child will not like the cold, child will not like the extra heat, child sometimes will not, if you get used to breast milk, the child might refuse the formula milk. He doesn't know anything about that. He doesn't even know that it's milk or whatever, nothing. But he has the taste, he has the smell. Once he gets used to one type of taste and smell, then he becomes addicted to that, and then he refuses the other. Just simple. So see, this alive field has always the potential for that. Potential. But when we understand this whole system, oh wow, then you just function. You function. And the key thing here is you are not functioning sad. You're actually functioning really feeling internal good, not external good. You're feeling internal good, because then you don't have to search for goodness outside, actually. Because you feel internally good. When someone is internally good, you are not looking for you eat because you have to eat, because you get the hunger pains, you might eat. Doesn't matter, it's okay, because hunger pains are also just a part of the function of the body. So if you feel a headache, you take a Panadol. What's the big deal? You do that. That's not the point. And if you have to tell something sternly, you tell that sternly. That's not a big issue. The main thing is if you know how kind of vibration you have, if you feel that is the important aspect, actually. If you feel your vibration, if you know it is going down, that's all. And then from time to time, when a problem comes only, you can actually understand that you are not there. The problem is there, you are not there. So beautiful if you can actually feel this. But a big problem has to come to actually feel this, because when you don't have a problem, you can't really comment on how relieved you are. But actually, if something happens only, you will feel you face the problem, you deal with the problem, you do everything that you have to do, and still, if you feel that actually you are not there, not thinking is not going to do anything. If you think that I'm not there, then you feel like that anyway, because all the thinking process is like, if we, like if you think that someone is bad, you feel like that. That's how it is. It's just the mindset how it works. If you feel that the rabbit is so innocent animal, you feel like that forever. But if someone feels that someone some people have pythons or reptiles for pets, and well, they love them. But sometimes another person might not think about that. They will think about a dog or a rabbit or a squirrel or something very cute. But they see the cuteness or the idea, the thought, the patterns are so varying, so different. So the thought pattern doesn't matter. Actual burning is what matters. But burning, if the burning is not there, yeah, whatever the you have to wear clothes, you have to do stuff. If you have a family to help you, you help the family. You do whatever you have to do, and you also help to spread this truth a bit, because it's so like whatever the amount you can do, because you can't do. We can do only what we can do. We can't do more than that. So the level of the understanding only comes out. So, but to that level, we try our best, because we know that how Dhamma has helped so many people. Even if it's not fully understood, still it helps. Even if the full, complete part is not felt, still it helps, because the truth itself is so beautiful. The understanding of the system is very beautiful. Understanding that system works without a self. It's just a system with stimuli. How this system went on and went on and went on is really interesting and funny, and to look at it in a non-self angle is not the usual pattern we have done in our life. We always looked at something being subject here, the object is there, I am looking at it, or I am hearing it, I am tasting it, I'm talking, I'm thinking, I'm acting, I'm cooking. So from that point of view, to understand that it's just the thought process and body process. Yeah. So when the suffering is not there, you can love your family without your judging part. You everybody will feel so calm around you. But you you feel internally you feel calm, and everyone else will feel that, and they are relaxed as well. Unless they have a big problem, they become relaxed as well. So the whole vibration of the home can get better unless one is so out of it. But if someone is so out of it, it's very difficult. We get it, but what to do? Things get better anyway. Yeah, sun is still shining, wind is blowing, birds are singing, and when there is no self, all the sensory organs will be functioning. And yeah, anything? Do you want to add anything, Suranita, or are you still in that?
No, I think all that was good in terms of helping Joel understand that further. Dr. Kokila, and I think when Narayan Mahansa joins, you're right, when he says he starts with the basics, he always goes to the start and also starts with the basics. And one of the key messages that keeps resonating is, he says, this is only a system, isn't it?
Mm.
There is no one here. And it is such a simple yet profound message, isn't it? He says, there's no one here. There's just no one here. It is just a system. But such a simple statement, but so difficult for the mundane person without the true Dhamma to understand, isn't it? Because we have heaped and heaped these perceptions and taken those to be real, to build a persona over this lifetime. And that is why I think we discussed this, understand the senses. It is, and you gradually realize how very important it is. Each of us, I think, in the so many years that we have listened to the Dhamma, we must have heard it like hundreds of times. And so each one, not just Aryan Mahansa, other people like Dr. Kokila who facilitate the Sinhala Zooms, understand the senses. And so the listeners know, yeah, we know. It is the senses. We have to understand how the light is there, how the sound is there. Yeah, true. But as the realization, the understanding gets deeper and deeper, what does all that do? It is hitting the point that there is no self, which is the ultimate thing that Aryan Mahansa wants to drive home. The point that Dr. Kokila also said is ultimately, what are we trying to say here? What is the ultimate point? To say that, show that there wasn't a self. So how does one, you can't use the word prove, but how does one realize that there is no self? By understanding what is the thing that makes us feel alive, makes this alive feeling feel so real, makes this existent thing feel so real. How does one feel these things are existing? And Dr. Kokila, I think yesterday or day before, and Mansi also gave these examples about habits, isn't it? And said, even Joel, you'll understand this. And he said, when you want to go to the supermarket, there is a favorite Cargills that you go to. It's the Cargills down the road, or it's the Cargills closer to your home. Because you know where the setup in the Cargills, you know where the milk powder is, you know where the vegetables are. And if you go to another Cargills, it's like the setup is different, isn't it? The layout is different. So you are spending more time looking for looking for boards and markers where things are at because you're not familiar with the setup. Then the same thing, when you go to your dining table, you sit in your chair. It's almost like an unspoken word, isn't it? In the family, each one goes to their respective chairs. Now, at the moment, my parents are here for the last couple of months. My father doesn't accidentally come and sit where I sit, and my mother doesn't sit where I sit. So each one automatically they are going to their respective chairs. I mean, all 6 chairs around the table are the same, but that's what they do. And then when they want to go to bed, they don't. They go to their bedroom. So how does that happen? This is what Aryan Mahansi was questioning. Each of these is a perception that has been formed, and then that perception, due to reinforcement of the stimuli, has become a habit and similarly magnified. Every perception is a magnification, isn't it, of the same perception, to the point of becoming almost stamped as an identity, stamped as being real, which is from where the existence kind of thing is coming. And then then I think Santi gave another example in the Zoom, saying to another person, saying if somebody comes and knocks on the door, the mother inside the house will turn around and I might tell the husband, "Oh, how come that person came right up to the door and rang the bell? The gate was locked, no? Or maybe you didn't lock the gate." So how did that happen? That means automatically that the fact that the gate was there and the gate should be locked, and all these things are taken for granted. So those are also perceptions, isn't it? Everything is like that. And because of those notions and stimuli and the belief that those are real, ultimately, what is it? We haven't even seen the gate. The gate is far away, but yet sitting in the lounge, we are thinking that, oh, how come that person came? Because the gate was not locked. So it's the same thing I think we explained about the mountain. And we stand here and look at the mountain and we think that the mountain is like a rocky formation. Now, how did one get the notion that it was rocky or it's solid? By just being here, we didn't go and touch the mountain. So ultimately, it all boils down to really perceptions. But is there anything in that perception? No. So it is really beautiful, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? The more the understanding of these senses.
And the one thing to add is the most the self-perception is the
greatest one.
The greatest one, because
self-perception.
And that is the one which has been reinforced in, like, if we had billions of thoughts in this lifetime, imagine that this self-perception is getting reinforced that billion times.
Yes, through
because
each and every stimuli.
Each and every stimuli has this duality. So it is getting reinforced all the time. That's why it is difficult to break it. That's why Arananse says you have to feel it. You have to understand Dhamma and you might feel it. That's where he says it's very important. I think we are running into the other Zoom. Is it, Joel, do you have anything to add?
Sorry. Yes, 1 minute over.
We have come to 2.
Yeah. We'll start discussion tomorrow and we'll continue discussion. It's we worship our Advanced. We thank him for his utmost noble friendship, and also thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for the discussion and making it so beautiful and interesting, and so that the other listeners can catch something one day. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Kokila. Thirwan Saranai, Thirwan Saranai, Shipadan Mahansa, Thirwan Saranai. Topics that we were talking yesterday, we were discussing about an experience of a lady who talked in one of the other Zoom discussions. So we talked on that topic about how the sensor functions will create something as a thought, and then according to that thought, when the thought is not seen as a mental construct, and when the thought is taken as really existing, and that is what is called the ignorance, where we go along the wrong track. So that is how the world is created. Now we know that every living being has this problem where it's a sensor function which creates something depending on the type of the sensors formed, and depending on the number of sensors and the nature of the sensors, different worlds are created to different living beings. So the animals will have completely different creation, whereas the human beings will have another set of creations, and it can vary from human being to human being also. There could be some little differences. So all this time before we heard this Dhamma, we were projecting everything to the outside world. We thought that the light rays are coming from outside and the sound waves are coming from outside, and the other sensations also. We thought everything is from outside, and then with the help of the sensors we feel them, we experience them, and then for those stimuli which were experienced were taken as really existing, and then there was defilements which followed, where there was clinging or aversion, likes, dislikes, hatreds, or desires, all sorts of things followed. Now we know that the camera has to be turned inwards, because now we have realized with these Buddothpado teachings that everything is a creation of at the sensor level. This is actually what Lord Buddha mentioned 2600 years ago, and most of those facts, actually, though they were mentioned in Pali stanzas very clearly, the interpretation was a problem. Interpretation was not correct, or
Some of them actually were mixed with the teachings from the other religions, particularly from the Hinduism. So the pure Buddhism actually went underground, I would say. It was hiding, and only some parts were mentioned in most of the sermons that we hear nowadays. But there was a lot of confusions. Sometimes it was mentioned about something about the sensor function, and then again it was mentioned something as coming from the outside world. So it wasn't clear at all. Now, little by little, by listening to these with our noble friend R.N. Mahanse's sermons, now we know that the camera has to be turned inwards. Now it's very clear that these are creations of the mind, or they are all thoughts. And depending on the capacity of this sensor function, the hearing could be limited to a certain range for human beings, and it could be for a larger or a wider range for a dog. So the dog will hear those sounds, whereas we will not hear some of the sounds. Then the question comes, which one is correct? And then, of course, the insects, their eyes are completely different from the other bigger animals' eyes. The structure is so different. They get so many images from one eye. So it's not, I mean, not possible even to imagine what will be the picture that is created by those eyes. Then there are certain other animals who have special sensors which will pick up some vibrations, very slight vibrations, even and insects like cockroaches. And then the colors, with the human being's eyes, we can see 7 colors, whereas some animals will see only 1 color. For some animals, it will be just black and white, the shades of black and white. So then you can imagine and also some senses like taste and smell are not there for some living beings. So you can see that the world is completely different from each other, and some worlds are very sort of restricted because they have only maybe one sensor. But the common thing to all of these is that feeling of being alive. So when that feel is there, trying to survive in some way is the next thing. That means the self-perception, the perception, feeling of existence and feeling of being alive. So those two actually go hand in hand, and the feeling of being alive and trying to uh, be alive and trying to sort of save that life or that physical body is something that is common to all the living beings, including every insect. So these facts actually, now we know, we have that knowledge, and then it's up to the system or the person to go deep into these facts and then try to understand actually what is being explained in these sermons. So they are so valuable, and guidance we receive from our noble friend is immense, and it's up to us actually. Now we have heard the true Dhamma, we know that the adequate guidance is there, it's up to us to do the research and experiment and then try to understand the truth behind all these teachings. So all our Dhamma friends have joined. Theruvan Saranai, Dr. Kokila and other Dhamma friends. I just gave a basic outline because Shani doesn't seem to be able to join today. So we didn't read the book. I just gave an outline on what we were talking yesterday. Theruvan Saranai.
Okay, Theruvan Saranai, I worship Aranwanse. We worship Aranwanse and we try to understand this Dhamma from different perspectives. Yeah, anyone can ask a question. If Joel has a question, he can ask too. I think today morning, the topic we were talking about yesterday about a mother asking whether to buy the thought to buy the frock, then it all, I think today morning Aranwanse touched it, not through that topic but in a different way, how it's only decided by whether the person is actually understanding the truth and the feeling the truth. That is the main rationale actually, because thoughts can happen, the taste can happen, the smell can happen, seeing can happen, hearing can happen, and touch can happen. But entertainment of these sensory organs and the entertainment of the mind or the thoughts, these all due to the ignorance, actually thinking that they are real. At the same time, it's the other way around also. How we feel alive, actually how we feel alive is because of the perception that we get from the stimuli. So the main way to one way to understand this is how this happens. So with the ignorance, we have taken that there is a self. We have directly taken it. I mean, there's no, even before listening to Dhamma, we don't have even a problem of taking it hard. Yes, I am here. Then we have, so that is a self view, and that underneath that there is a self perception. So we feel that too, like I'm here, you are there. I am here, chair is there. Or I'm here, I'm listening to sound of or birds or whatever. So the self perception is also there, and the self vibration where you feel kind of alive. So how does this happen if there is no self? So then we understand it is the stimuli. This is very important not to miss this. If you feel the stimuli as a thing, you have this burning. That's what it is. So if there is no self, how do we feel this? That is because the stimuli is felt as a thing. But by trying to understand this, when the duality is broken, actually you feel the other side much more than before, because we are all judgmental, we are all having very opinionated notions about everything. But once this side is relaxed and no burning, you just become the other thing. So it's very, very easy. But in the long run, this can take a long time, but mainly understanding the truth is the most important thing, and actually let the feel to happen. So now, usually before we listen to Dhamma, the whole dream is centered. So I am in the center, and the whole dream is around you. So you hear things. You are the one who would be having the perception, and but as we listen to Dhamma, the center is getting. Actually, the center is the one which dissipates. Center is the one which dissolves. Center, without the center, the whole world is beautiful. I don't know whether you can feel this. The actual the dream is still there. The feeling that it is happening here is not there. That is how I think how we can put it into words. So I'll hand over to someone so you all can start discussing. Anyone able to
Therwan
join?
Saranai, Doctor.
Therwan Saranai.
Therwan Saranai, Aryan. Yes, Doctor, it's very beautiful, the explanation that you gave right now, that how the cynosure was the self and how gradually it dissolves into, the everything. It becomes the everything. And your advice, let the feel arise, because it has been emphasized what one can do is only to listen to Dhamma and to actively contemplate at the very beginning, and then naturally there will be certain instances where we see Dhamma through our day-to-day incidents. And then again there was advice, even Naryan Mahanse mentions it, you can't do anything about it. Now I remember, couple of months ago, even when Dr. Kokila was constantly telling us about the field, there was a time that I was like looking for the field. Why it isn't there? What is this field? So actually, we couldn't. Although you were explaining that it would arise, you have to, and it will come. At times, we were a little impatient also. So, even in the sermons, Lord Buddha has given a clear path. The wisdom of truth, then the wisdom of practice, natural arising of wisdom, that Kruta, I think it's automatically the self perception will diminish. So that stage, after listening to Dhamma, rest of it will happen naturally. So that advice you gave right now, let the feel come, because it is always mentioned the mind covers covers up the field, and mind covers up the yesterday also. In one of the chapters that I read, it was clearly mentioned that nothingness of the stimulus is masked by the mind. So this has been said in numerous ways. So Dr. Kokila today give the simplest, I mean, in a nutshell, you gave it beautifully what would happen us over the years. Something I mean, Dr. Sakun practices of Buddhism, how we practiced, we knew certain Dhamma points. I mean, they introduce certain things as insight meditation, but which is not truly insight meditation. So certain words were there, certain meditation techniques were there, but until we listened to Buddothpado's sermons, nothing, actually we couldn't see the big picture. We didn't have proper path to follow. Honestly, everybody will agree, we did not have a proper path to follow. We always had doubts wherever we go. We had the real need to find true Dhamma. We always knew, actually, whoever wanted to realize Dhamma had the had felt that this life, whatever the wealth, I mean, all the achievements they have made, the suffering is there. And they mostly, in my case personally, I was so scared of death from the childhood. Because my grandmother used to tell me about the death and the things that would happen after death, the hell and all. So from, I mean, at the age of 5, I was really scared of, life after death. So I wanted to, and then she told there is something called nirvana. So if you attain that, you would end the suffering. So that message was there, and somehow, I mean, all of us at some point, fortunately, got this kind of vision or the goal that we should end the suffering in this life. So it itself is so rare. So, and Dr. Kokila, I need to ask this from you. When we talk about a life field, existence wheel, and the self-perception, are all of them more or less the same? A life feel, existence feel, and the
No, the
self-perception.
existence feel. No,
The
Arano said
feel,
that day, one day when he joined, he nicely explained it. Existence feel will be there until your respiration stops. Existent feel is the
right.
touch and all that. That will be there, but the life feel is not there. Life feel is different. The self-perception is different. Self-perception is in the form world. I mean, it has, but I mean, you can't really separate them. But
Yeah.
the feel is in the
Self
feel level, non-form.
and Dr. Self view will go away with the realization gradually, but self perception will continue to be there, isn't it?
There's no hard and fast rule about that. Self-perception will dissolve anyway. And it will end only in an arahant. Self-perception. But it all tallies, so the self-vibration is also zero, self-perception is zero.
That's right, like an equation on this one.
Yeah, I mean, it's very difficult if we try to like give something like that, because self vibration is something you have to feel, but the self perception is kind of all the perceptions basically are in the form world. It has a kind of, at least like when you say it's having a bad smell. It is a perception, but actual smell is a fear which you can't even talk about. But once we put a perception, we can talk about it all the time.
So, Doctor, original sensor level experience, we cannot call it a perception.
No. Okay, now you're making it more complex now for me also. So there are two perceptions in that. One is the basic five perception is used in the that also, because the light, you can have a perception, but light, you can have a mind perception too. So you have to be careful. So the mind sensor has a mind perception, that is a mental formation. Without the mind perception or the mind part, just the sensory organ per se can have a light perception or touch perception. Touch perception specifically, kaya vinyana, you don't really need the mental perception. So perception word can be used everywhere. So again,
it is, Doctor, used
I don't know how you got even that question. How did you get that question, by the way?
No, just now when you said if it is bad smell, it's the perception, I think I got it wrong at that point on.
Yeah, what I'm trying to say is
it was not what you were trying to say.
Yeah, the light itself. Okay, how can I say? Okay, we'll try to say this. I don't know whether I would be good in telling this. So just imagine, without the mind consciousness, if you are feeling the light, with the fast vibration, it comes to the consciousness. When it comes to the consciousness, the life field is there. When it comes to the perception level in that, the field of existence is there. So it's very difficult to tell these things. It's rather to feel, but because the main thing that what ignorance plays here is not knowing that it is the fast vibration of the sensory organ. That's the ignorance there. Once you pass that ignorance, if you're aware about the full science, that if you get into that fast vibration, and if you feel that, if you knew before, like it is the fast vibration of the sensory organ, definitely the value is going to go to zero and you can feel the non-vibration. But this is something you have to know. That's where the Dhamma comes. So you know if it is just light. But this in practical life is this can't be ascertained. This is from wisdom that you are ascertaining. But then when comes actual experience, it comes automatically because it's all Satyajnana. Satyajnana or the truth. So when you know the truth, the first round is you can't separate first and second rounds. If you see it's the crow you're seeing, if you see it is the bus you are seeing, if you're seeing it's the chair you are seeing, but if that mind has no power, only you might feel it. But it's very through like wisdom. So what you have to know is the first. So there's vijnana or the perception. What is the word for that? Consciousness. Yeah. So the perception there and consciousness there, we rarely talk about it, but the same words are used. But the mental formations, that also is a perception. So chair is a perception. It's a mental perception though. So when we usually talk, we talk about the mental perceptions.
Right.
So Sudharma is a mental perception.
Yeah, Doctor. Because
Dr. Sakuntala is a mental perception. But if I can hear Sudharma's voice, that is again a mental perception. But if that is, if the mental perception is fully dissolved, you might be able to appreciate the vibration. That is the tense. That is the tense. But then you understand, because of Dhamma only you can reverse this. Because you know that it is the vibration of the ear, not nothing other than that.
Doctor, we use all these words interchangeably, perception, thought, stimulus, because
when usually we talk about perceptions, it's usually mental perceptions.
Mental perceptions.
But if we are talking about the other perception, we have to specifically say it is a sensory organ perception.
Clear, got it.
Because that is the direct perception. But in touch, you can actually directly feel it.
So in the perception
doesn't necessarily need the mental formation. That's why actually it is easy to feel, easy to do it with the walking meditation. That is why walking meditation is the kind of the first foremost of all the meditative practices.
The base. Even in these 4 points of contemplation, it is the base, right? Yeah. We are not seated in certain posture.
Because anyway, humans, this body consciousness can be used at any point, whether you are sleeping, whether you are lying down, whether you are, in the sense, sorry, not sleeping, when you are lying down, when you are sitting down, when you are walking, when you are doing any action, is because you have a body, you will have bodily sensations. So you can use the meditation at any posture. Do you understand?
Yeah, Doctor.
Because Kaya Vijnana is there, bodily sensations are there, body consciousness is there.
Right.
So it's easy to do any meditation for humans, but it's different for any other being where the body is not a feature. There can be beings where body is not a feature. If it's like a unicellular organism, still the life is there. How? Because the life field is there. It's very easy when you try to put into these other Jeeving, what is the word for Jeeving? Like
Creatures, living organisms.
living organisms, yeah, because they are living. Why are we calling they are living? Because they are living. Why? Because they have the life field, and why they have? When they have the life field in any means, there's life, and there is always
Doctor, can I
chance of
clarify something
change.
regarding the body sensation since you came to this now? Now, doctor, we say like temperature, then hardness, softness, they are felt by the body straight away. But if a child gets burned due to maybe some hot water is poured into his or her hand, and then the mother says, "Now see, you felt coldness, but it's actually the heat." So that feeling will be the a kind of high temperature or the heat for the child. And when the child is touching some cold thing, ice maybe, mother says it's the heat. Now see it's the heat you felt. So that label will be assigned to that sensation. So in that way, can we say the child directly felt coldness, hotness? Aren't they the labels in some way?
Oh, Sudharma. So the perception. Now again, going back to perception.
Sorry if I am
Okay.
confusing
No,
you.
I'm not confused. I'm trying to understand how to say this because now I have to say something. So, perception. Now going back to perception. Now try and see whether you can understand the perception again because this is hovering around that perception question again. So, mental perception can be anything. It can be, in Chinese words, it can be you are telling mother to the foster mother, and child will never know what's the big problem. But the mother is not the biological mother. You are telling mother to the foster mother because baby didn't know. Until 18, he didn't know. And at 18 years of age, he is given the letter saying, this is not your biological mother, this is the foster mother. So what? So feel has nothing to do with the perception. That's the main important thing you have to understand here. So the feel and the perception, specifically the mental perception, has no correlation. So you can tell a child, okay, so you are trying to cheat the child now, saying that this is hot when the cold water is put. Yeah, he will go to the school and he will pour hot water with another child and say, did you feel the cold? And they will slap him because you burn me and you're asking whether it's cold. Isn't this happening to people all the time? When a foreigner comes, you tell a bad word and that foreigner goes
No,
somewhere else and
excuse
tell the
me,
bad word
doctor.
again.
Teruvan
Yeah,
Saranai, doctor, it's not the point. I mean, if all of us got that perception
same
for that
thing.
cold thing,
Same thing.
hmm,
Doesn't matter.
hmm.
Perception
So if
has no place in this film. It's a perception only. So that's the problem we are trying to understand anyway. So good thing to Sudharma is not the good thing to me. Good thing to us is not the good thing for Joel, and good thing to us will not be the good thing for Sakuntala. So what? So what is good? So what is bad? Okay, what is bad for someone in living like originated from European country? What is bad for him may be good for me. So what? So the mental perceptions are according to their dream. Whatever the dream, if it's matching everyone's dream, yeah, let it be. But if it's not, yeah, it's not. But the perceptions are perceptions. So imagine I'm going back to the Amazon forest. Someone is living in the Amazon forest. So imagine the tribe has about 50 people. So they believe something. They believe the sun is the god. So what? So their god is sun. That's fine. But whatever the dream is not true. Their dream is different to our dream. Our dream is different to the person living in America. The dreams can be different, or it can be similar. But the dream is not true. Basic message is that. So what you actually believed in doesn't matter, whether it's hot or cold. Doesn't matter. Feel is what it matters. Even if you call cold for the hot or whatever, if you change the whole world and maybe start living in if you start living in moon, you're floating all the time. Just read about the podcast that they did, the 3 people. So they are floating all the time. So the space, they are floating all the time. So what is the experience? So is that true or this true? Is the gravity true or the non-gravity true?
Actually, doctor, this came up when we were doing the practical program. So, what the instructions given was like when you walk, the body, the feet or the body would feel some hardness. So you might think that it is the hardness of the cement floor. So, and you would feel some coldness. The thought will come that it is the coldness of the wind. So actually, that lady was asking, no, that hardness itself, body feels something, gets a feeling or a sensation that then I think
Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Wahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Wahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world, to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai.
Dhamma friends. Today I'm going to explain about the Nissarana Magavan. Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse has uploaded this Nissarana Magavan Dhamma sermon before 6 years ago. Before 6 years ago, the path to liberation, the way out, a drop of water for the fire of worldly cyclic existence, uploaded 6 years ago. So this is the continuation of the path to liberation 1. Now we are discussed this matter a lot. Now we have discussed this matter a lot. This point should be very clear to you. You redeeming from the form means you can go to the level of non-returner. That means according to the true Buddhist philosophy, as we have discussed earlier, there is no outer world. World is created inside the human mind, and therefore uh, we have to understand the forms, the perceptions coming as names and forms through the six senses system. Through the six senses system is the world created inside the mind. So understanding the outer level is not there. There's nothing outside. This point should be very clear to you. Redeeming from the form means you can go to the level of non-returner because you know there is no outside. There are no two extremes. Everything outside the human mind is coming as perceptions, then as names and forms, and combining and making thoughts. And the thoughts are creating the world based on the mind. Therefore, if a seeker is able to come out, redeem from this form means the seeker can go to the level of non-returner. According to Dhamma, Lord Buddha says, Lord Buddha's words, Sakkaya Ditti, where the Sakkaya Ditti is breaking, point where the self-view is broken. The point where the self-view is creating, you will have to straighten the view. That means you will have to gain the correct view. Until the illusion is there, you are in a doubt and uncertainty because the outer world is a illusion. You think there is something outside, actually not. There are only shadows. So until the illusion is there in your mind, you are in a doubt and uncertainty. You have to overcome it. Until you know the truth, then you will have to realize the truth. Then we, in the mindfulness of body meditation section, you all know Anapanasati Bhavanaava, breathing meditation, keep the mind with the breathing. In that Kayanupassana, the mindfulness of body section, in Kaya, the breathing meditation, Parimukhaṃ Satim Upaṭṭapetva. That means Lord Buddha's words, Parimukhaṃ Satim Upaṭṭapetva. Aryan Mahansa is explaining as having established mindfulness in front of oneself. Having firmly established mindfulness. We will talk about this later on. Aryan Mahansa is explaining. Also, Dhatu Manasikarya, the element meditation. There are four great elements looking meditation. Same as that form element, I element, I consciousness element. If somebody realize elements outside your great elements, that is Patavi, Apo, Tejo, Vayu, hardness, fluidity, fire and air, our eye, and the sensor organ are also created in four great elements. Then what happens is elements clashed with elements. So how come the result, effect of element clashed with elements will become a soulful thing? This can be very clear. The smallest particle, according to science, is atom. If it is the smallest particle broken into the smallest particle, what is remaining? If so, there is also an atom. An atom means an atom. If we think about the body, the form, it is also an atom. What about the light? If we break the light rays, the smallest particles, element nature is element nature. That means everything is the smallest particle of each and everything is atom like the smallest particle. If so, an element clashes with another element. Those are causes and the effect. The outcome is also an element. When we do Dhatu Manasikara, mental engagement with the mental inside the mind, the seeker is feeling a world of elements. Yes, if a practitioner, a seeker used to do this element manasikar, that means mental engagement with the element inside the mind, the seeker is feeling a world of elements. At that time, what happens is kaye kayanupassi viharati, contemplating the body as the body, looking at the body as body, looking at the body as body and redeeming letting go of the body. Nothing is meeting, redeeming from the world. It is called Vinayaloke, Abhidya Domanassana in Dhamma. Vinayaloke means redeeming from the world. Abhidya Domanas. Abhidya means attachment and clashing. Attachment, ඇලීම සහ ගැටීම. Attachment and clashing. Patiga and dvesha. Attachment and clashing. These are very clear and very uh, clear and steady. You should have a good understanding. Redeeming from the world means nothing like going to study something, some book. Yes, redeeming from the world means nothing like going to study something or some book. This is, of course, feeling the life and understanding the life. This path is realizing the truth of life. If so, this illusion, what we see as the world. If so, this illusion, what we see as the world, yes, you know, according to the true Buddhist philosophy, the world we see, we feel, and we hear is a complete illusion, a shadow world, a vibrational world. So, what we see as the world we live, understanding the truth of it, we are talking about our life. This story is very important to us. We must realize this truth. We have to redeem from this world. Lord Buddha said, "බඹයක් පමණ වූ මේ ශරීරය තුලින්." That means out of this 6-foot body has won the sensual realm. Lord Buddha won the sensual realm out of this 6-foot body. For sensual realm, form realm, and non-form realm. Therefore, we call Lord Buddha as Loka Vidu. That means the warrior who redeemed from 3 worlds. What are the three worlds? Sensual world, form world, and non-form world. So the path you follow in path to the Nibbana is also having the same path. How is this world created? What is the truth of this world? We are going to realize the truth. For this, Lord Buddha has preached us an important sutra. That means to realize the truth, for this, Lord Buddha has preached us an important sutra, that is Satara Satipatthana Sutra, Sutra of 4 foundations of mindfulness. In that Satara Satipatthana Sutra of 4 foundations of mindfulness, 4 foundations of mindfulness. There are mindfulness of body, mindfulness of mind, mindfulness of feeling, and mindfulness of phenomena. We are matching these facts slowly. Our educated priests, bhikkhus, have matched these facts in a good way. You can also see them. What we do now is also give a helping hand to the same for the Buddha Sasana to invoke the Buddha Sasana because of our priests from the past, educated priests from the past. They have very, in a profound way, they have kept these all these Sutra, Deshana and the Pali Canon, and through that only we are also understanding this Dhamma. Once Lord Buddha said this Buddhist Buddha Sasana, uh, Buddhist culture, Buddhist dispensation will be there until the Arahants are there. Arahants, returners are there. You are also having this ability to reach these different higher levels of Buddhist. That means Buddhist philosophy. You are also can reach these highest levels of these philosophical achievements. If you are in wrong views, myths, those are your wrong views. The sinners, sinful friends in this society are making you to be with wrong views. You know, you may be aware in your working environment or in your living environment. You may also meet different types of people with different views. So with all these views, people are trying to give those wrong views to you. They are also trying to pull you into their wrong views. This world, this mundane world is full of wrong views. So you all must be very careful uh, if you want to go towards the path to Nibbana. You should always must have a straight mind to avoid these sinful wrong views, because sometimes so many friends they used to ask all the friends to uh, come and sit together and have drinks or have alcohols or have drugs even. So when your mind is going with those things, your mind is not a healthy mind with the alcohol or the drugs. You can't have a healthy mind to understand Dhamma or go through Dhamma. Therefore, to go out from this uh, sinful sansaric life, you all must be very much careful. Not only that, there are so many other things. Some people may have, some sinners may ask you to come to join them for robberies, join them for so many illegal ways of collecting money, earning money. So therefore, you must always understand this sensual world is full of sinners, and they are always trying to give you that kind of things. Not only that, some people are there, some sinful friends are there. They are showing you as friends from outside, but still they are having very much jealousy, very much jealousiness in their mind, hatred, jealousy, and they may have jealousy and hatred thoughts towards you. So they are always trying to put you into put you into put you into trouble, because that is a way of the jealousy people. That is the way of the jealousy people. Some people in this world, that means some sinful people are in this world. They are always trying to let down you in any one or the other way, because they are feeling very much jealousy upon you for nothing. That is the nature of this world, because they are they have they have they have cruel minds. They have very cruel minds. Therefore, 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 all the people around us, the people around us, and maybe the relatives, maybe the family, close family, friends, and relatives are also the same. They don't like you to redeem from this sansaric journey. They are always trying to grab you into the cyclic suffering of cycle. So you must be very much careful from these sinful people, sinful friends in this society. They are making you to be with wrong views. Some are having so many useless rituals they follow. They have so many rituals. They follow so many rituals, wrong views, and they are asking you to join them. So useless things. So you are also running behind them. But that is not what Lord Buddha said. Lord Buddha's true teachings are very clearly showing by Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. And Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is the most highest knowledgeable wisdom who is having in this era. And Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse is showing us while living in this sinful society, with living in between the sinful people, but without their knowledge, we can overcome this sansaric journey by straightening our mind with the true Dhamma, opening to the world by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse. Thousands of people with wrong views are surrounded you. This Buddhist community, we know that Arahant Mihindu planted that seed, the seed of Buddha Dharma, the vast tree which is helping us to realize the truth. Today we are trapped inside the wonderful place in the cultural Buddhism. You know, in this Buddhist country, we know that Arahant Mihindu planted that seed, the seed of Buddha Dharma, in this beautiful island of Sri Lanka. And Aryan Mahansa is explaining. And Aryan Mahansa is explaining the seed of true Buddha Dharma, the vast tree, which is helping us to realize the truth. Today, we are trapped inside the wonderful place in cultural Buddhism, because now the truth of reality, that means true Buddhist reality, and all other sermons Lord Buddha done, now covered with so many cultural ideas. So each and every Buddhist country, there are lot more than that. That means very much, very much they have this cultural side of it. They are doing rituals, mostly rituals only, according to their each and every Buddhist culture of their country. So, but we have to overcome. We have to overcome the surface of cultural Buddhism, and we have to find. We have to uh, reveal the true Buddhist philosophy and the true Dhamma of Buddothpado Aryan Vanse to this world, based on Lord Buddha's true Dhamma. But we always, Aryan Vanse is telling, we bow down to our Buddhist clergy because they have protected this Pali Canon. They have protected this Pali Canon and all the spiritual scriptures. Otherwise, we are also not able to find this truth. Those Pali Canon, Pali scriptures are sacred for even today. That is why we are able to see the truth, realize it, and be able to tell a word. Aryan Mahansa is explaining. Otherwise, we are like blind men. You know, Aryan Mahansa actually tried so many years, tried with the one-pointed meditation with so many years in the jungle monasteries, but finally came to know this one point that meditation is not giving any kind of help to overcome this sansaric journey and this self. Therefore, uh, Lord Aryan Mahanse tried his level best to understand the Lord Buddha's Pali scriptures, Pali canon, and found out the true Buddhist philosophy and revealed it into the world. But unfortunately, there are so many myths, religions with wrong views spreaded across this country. Yes, because of this true Dhamma was covered more than 1,000 years. So therefore so many myths and so many religions with wrong views spreaded across this country. It's a very pathetic situation. Therefore, Buddhist people are also very much helpful. Therefore, we will have to take a big effort to talk about pure Buddhism to realize that need a big effort also, because we should increase our wisdom. We should increase our wisdom by listening to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma. Actually speaking, there is no truth other than this Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma. Nothing in this world other than Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's explanations, because nobody knows how to explain this Lord Buddha's Pali scriptures, Pali canon. Nobody knows. Even the bhikkhus don't know, because only a realized master, realized spiritual master can understand the hidden meanings of the Lord Buddha's sutras. Sutra, Vinaya, Abhidharma. There are three types of uh, Pali scriptures. Each and everything is described to how to go out the sansaric journey. Nothing else. Lord Buddha, after realizing the Buddhahood, Lord Buddha was looking at the world with his wisdom and understood it is not very easy to true tell this Dhamma to the people in this world and societies, because they are living with so many wrong views, thinking the body is self and the body and the mind is self, but actually all those are wrong views. With a big effort, we are alone in faraway monasteries in jungle areas, meditating, developing the mind, understanding by reading Dhamma. That means Aryan Mahanse is explaining with a big effort how he tried with a big effort uh, alone in faraway monasteries in jungle areas, meditating, developing the mind, understanding by reading Dhamma, having Paratogosha, that means having the true uh, Buddhist Dhamma knowledge through only this Pali Sutras books, because there was no, when Aryan Mahanse was trying, there was no any spiritual master who with the realized Dhamma realized Nibbana. Therefore, Aryan Vahanse took all these Paratogosha, the Dhamma from these Pali scriptures, Sutra, Vinaya, and Abhidharma. Then building his own, developed his mind and become a Arya Shravaka. So, and Aryan Vahanse is telling, now Aryan Vahanse is in the Prativeda. Prativeda. That means after realization. By realizing true Buddhist philosophy and for Kutya Jnana, there is something to do. The seekers who knows true Buddhist philosophy have to do the practical side. With true Buddhist philosophy, without true Buddhist philosophy, you cannot do insight meditation. We can keep the awareness by pointing at the breath, but we can't understand in the insight of this without the true Buddhist philosophy. If the true Buddhist philosophy is not there, nobody is able to do the insight meditation because actually in the true Buddhist philosophy where there is describing the nature of this mind, how the mind created and how the world uh, created based on this mind, mind. So therefore everyone should, each and every human being actually wanting to uh, overcome this uh, circle of suffering must listen to this Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and YouTube channel where there are sermons from all over the world. The followers of uh, Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is uh, describing about this true Dhamma, and it is 24 hours. It's transmitting 24 hours in 365 days, which is a very clear and very clear and very simple way of describing the true Dhamma. So, and there is another website, www.wisdomofasia.com. Actually, the wisdom of Asia is Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse. Buddothpado Aryan Vahanse is the wisdom of Asia at this moment. Our spiritual master, the only spiritual master with the highest wisdom, in this world at this right moment. Therefore, each whatever religion you may believe, whatever country you belongs to, whatever the color of skin you have, whatever the level of education you have, and whatever the power you have in the society, whatever the level of society you are maintaining, whatever the job you are doing, but you should come and listen to this. No matter, those are not applicable. Still, after listening to this true Dhamma, true Buddhist philosophy, and this Buddothpado PeoTV Zoom and uh, YouTube channel, you are able to be in your religion, be in your faith. There's no matter, there are no problem, because this true Dhamma, that means true Buddhist philosophy and true teachings of Lord Buddha, coming through, explaining by Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, wisdom of Sri Lanka, to each and every human being, not only for the Buddhists, because Lord Buddha didn't preach Dhamma for Buddhists. He preached Dhamma for everybody. In many other religious people had different beliefs, came to Lord Buddha and finally understood what it is. Therefore, our main duty as Lord Buddha's, our great spiritual master Lord Buddha, and our spiritual master who's clearly showing us the Lord Buddha's path is Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, showing us the way out of this sansaric journey. So we are always bow down to him for the utmost valuable thing he's doing in this very moment. Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi is going village to village, town to town, place to place, meeting people, meeting the innocent Sri Lankans, not even very well educated, village mothers and fathers, meeting them and showing them what is this actual world is, how this is creating inside the human mind, and how the suffering is arising. Therefore, understanding the true reality of the mind. So from each and every corner of this human world, you can understand this religion, this truth of the human nature and the world how the world creating inside the human mind, and how the suffering is happening. Therefore, our duty as the followers of Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, as the followers of Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, our most important duty is to share this Dhamma, share our feelings, and how to overcome the suffering according to our vision. It is our main duty to give this truth of humanity to each and every human being living in this world. That is our main duty, because we know how the people are suffering. So how much people have, how many things, how many houses and properties, how many vehicles they own, how much money they have in the banks, whatever they have, whatever they have, they are whatever they have, they are always open this Dhamma, opening this Dhamma to the other human beings to overcome the wheel of suffering, because suffering is suffering is coming through our mind with the thoughts, because the mind has a unsatisfactory nature. This mind has a unsatisfactory nature. Unsatisfactory nature of this mind, because there's no such thing as mind. It is a vibration of power, and the thoughts creating in the mind also having this vibrational power. And the main thing is to understand, according to the true Buddhist philosophy, there's no self in this body. This is only a six sensor based system. It's a human machine. It is a human machine. Actually, this machine is, there's no owner for this machine. This is working according to the cause and effect law and the action mind. So the perceptions, the names and forms coming through these six senses are creating thoughts, and those thoughts have power. When the thoughts are appearing, consciousness is also appearing to understand the thought. At once, the consciousness is having more power, and it starts to uh, create so many thought patterns, and that is the sansaric journey, where there is created the sansaric journey. Also, in each and every thought, there are aggregates, 5 kinds of aggregates included in each and every thought. Rupa, Vedana, Sanya, Sankara, Vijnana. Form, feeling, perceptions, mental formations, and consciousness. These 5 things are connected to the each and every thought. That is why when there are so many thoughts, people get very heavy and very frustrated, because people in this world actually running around a rat race to live in the world, to make their living. They have to run very fast, but actually speaking, how much fast they run without this Dhamma, that means that is the beginning of this frustration, because how much uh, the suffering comes, the body and the mind is failing day by day. The mind and the body both can't bear it up, the heaviness of the thoughts, and therefore there are so many mental problems having, even for the small children and even for the young people in nowadays society, because they are running around the life life circle with so many wrong views. They are not opening their eyes to see what is the actual path to overcome the suffering. Therefore, the only thing uh, people must do is, who is listening to this message must share this message to each and every human being. The main duty of a human being is to uh, show the path to overcome the suffering to another human being, because uh, how much money we offer to another person will be of no much validity. This is the most important thing, because this dharma dana, that means the nature law. Actually speaking, Buddhist philosophy means the nature law. So Lord Buddha is showing the way out of this samsaric journey and to become the nature. So becoming the nature, to become the nature, we have to follow this path to Nibbana according to Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse's true Dhamma. That is, first listening to a true Buddhist philosophy and understanding it. Then again understanding other Dhamma sermons as well, and practicing the four contemplations to understand the body and the mind. The first contemplation is there is nothing outside. Everything we see, we hear, and we feel are created inside the mind as light waves, sound waves, and touch waves. So there is nothing outside means we are redeeming from the form. So then what is creating in the mind also not vanishing at the same moment. What is the thoughts uh, creating in the mind uh, are also arising and fading. That means there's nothing inside the mind also. That means from that point we are redeeming from the name. Then redeeming from the form and name means we are in a very high level of spiritual path. So the third one is this body. This body is only a six sensor system. The six sensor system is working according to the nature law, cause and effect law, and the six sensor system is working with action mind. That means when we are walking, we are not thinking and walking. We are just walking. That walking part is done by the action mind. Each and every bodily activities are controlling by the action mind. Then the final contemplation is this body is not belongs to anybody. There is no soul. There is no me. In the past, now or future. There's no soul attached to this body. We are just a human machine, like a robot. So, understanding that means we are overcoming the body and the mind and the outside world. First, overcoming the outside world, then overcoming the mind world, then we are overcoming the body. That means we are completely going beyond this sensual realm, form realm, and non-form realm. That means we are realizing nibbana in the in this at this present moment. So that is the highest spiritual level a human being can achieve. So we are always appreciating and saluting our Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse to show us the correct path to spiritual path to overcome the redeem from the samsaric journey, because so many years we were searching for, we were running here and there, reading books, going behind each and every priest to find out the true Buddhist philosophy. But finally, it we got it only from our Buddothpado Aryan Mahansi, the great wisdom of Sri Lanka, the great sage of Sri Lanka at this moment, trying to give this message to all over the country and all over the world to end the suffering of each and every human being. Therefore, we must listen to this Dhamma, and we must give this message to even one another human being, whatever their religion may be, whatever their color of skin may be, whatever country they live, means doesn't matter. Our duty is to give this message to another one human being to overcome the suffering. So it's not very easy for a person to suffer. Some people are, because of the suffering, thoughts are giving much pressure to the human beings. So when they are unable to uh, when they are unable to control, that means when they are unable to feel, when they are unable to feel, they are also trying to commit suicide also. Such a pathetic situation. So many electronic media, so many worldly pleasure giving things around, but there is no way to relax the mind other than this true Buddhist philosophy, which we are explaining through Buddothpado PeoTV, Zoom and YouTube channel, and through the www.wisdomofsrilanka, wisdomofasia.com. Therefore, we must always bow down to Buddothpado Aryan Vanse for revealing because of the great revelation. So I am going to end this session for today. Teruvan Saranai. I worship Triple Gem respectfully. Also, I pay homage at the feet of our Kalyana Mitra, Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, the great sage of our era, the most valuable spiritual master with the highest wisdom. May Aryan Mahanse live long to spread this Dhamma all over the world to end the suffering of all human beings. Teruvan Saranai, Dhamma friends.
You came like light to free the blind from realms of grace, from heavens above. You walked among us with boundless love. Buddothpado, Ariani, Buddothpado, Ariani. Seeing the sorrow of mankind, lost in darkness, confused and blind, you spread the truth so clear, so bright. The Dhamma's flame, the guiding light. You reawaken Buddha's way, the sasana shining day by day. Through your compassion, calm and deep, you soothe the wound that makes us weak. Buddothpado, Ariani, you show the path through gentle words and sermons vast. Step by step, you lead us on until the night the fear is gone. Buddothpado, Ariani, Buddothpado, Ariani. Nibbana now is not a dream. It flows within like a peaceful stream. Oh, Ariani, may you live long. Our hearts forever sing your song. May you live long, oh noble guide. In gratitude we stand with pride. Buddothpado, Ariani, bright as the sun. May your holy work never be done. May your holy work never be done. Buddothpado, Ariani, Buddothpado, Ariani, Buddothpado, Ariani, Buddothpado, Ariani.
May Triple Jim bless you all. Today, I think Rampa is also not joining. Suranka is also not joining. So I'm sure if no one else joins, whether this would not be a discussion. It's okay. I'll try to do it like a sermon until someone joins. Thank you, Aran Mahansa, for your noble guidance. Every day we see that you going from town to town, village to village, home to home, trying to spread this dharma that there is no one here. And this self-view is very strong one, very embedded, like embedded as a, or impregnated or imprinted, like something on rock. You say if something is written on a rock, it is really written, right? Like that, it's really hard, very strong view that we have. We have so many views, chair, table, moon, sun, trees, rivers, countries, continents, like humans, animals. It's a whole like kind of concepts that we know they are there. But most importantly, you should know that self is also something like that. There's no self. This is the most difficult thing because there are so many theories in this world. Time to time, these theories come up, like this that this film is illusion, but they never talk about self. I feel being an illusion. There's actually there is no self. Everything else is creation is there until the sensory organs are there. Creation is there until sensory organs are there. Creation will never go away. When you keep understanding Dhamma, what will happen is the power will go away, and even an arahant who feels free will know that it's a chair, but it won't be a thing. So this very genuinely intimate or gentle area where it is relevant to only someone. It's difficult to say that everyone feels same about this thing. There are so many theories in the world, the consciousness being one. There are theories, a lot of theories are there. But the problem is, even though there are multiple theories, this is also maybe taken as a theory, then it is a factor in the mind. That's the thing. But that shouldn't be like the chair. This Dhamma also shouldn't be just a factor in the mind. factor in the mind means it can be as like, the world is flat, like that. People had the idea that the world is flat. Some time ago, they thought that the world is flat. It was like a genuine idea they had. And they started saying, no, no, it's not it's a ball, kind of a oval shaped world, like the earth is. So whether the earth is flat or whether the earth is round, that's not the point. These are all assumptions in the human mind. Human mind is a very beautiful area, like beautiful organ. It acts as an organ as well, like, the eyes work, ears work. And the touch system, this cellular functions work. Any cellular function, even the balance. These are all kind of very interrelated cellular functions. Even that even if we are closed, if we have closed the eyes, you can still use your hand to if you want to put your hand into the mouth, still you don't have to see. This is called proprioception. This is also a function of the human body. So there are so many aspects in the human body. There are so many abilities, kind of thing. But the thing is, perception of these things, knowing this, is only happening through the mind. So whatever happens, idea is through the mind. Otherwise, there's no idea, just think something is happening. That's like in the child, the baby. No one, the baby may be just slowly walking with the help of the mother. But baby doesn't know what that is. Baby himself doesn't know what that is. So it is like hidden. The whole thing is hidden. So you should know that how a baby, even though actions were done slowly, when they are taught how to walk, they will walk. They don't necessarily need the word. They will see someone walking, they can actually follow. But they do the same thing to the talking also. So when the mother says mother, 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 or bayam, or any word, the baby will repeat that word, not necessarily knowing what the main reason is, what the meaning is. Not necessarily. There's no need of knowing that. But the thing is, main important thing is understanding that human mind, or any mind in that sense, human mind has only 5 sensory inputs. Actually, there can be more inputs than that, but what we mainly talk about is 5 sensory inputs, right? Yeah. And these inputs, when these vibrations come together, there's kind of a mind vibration. But mind vibration is actually the sound. Can you think without a language, without a sound? You can't. So what is thinking? You will think in English or you will think in Sinhala? Will you think in Chinese? Just imagine if you are Sinhalese, can you think in Chinese? And unless you have learned the whole thing. So understanding that how these 5 sensory organs or any number of sensory organs, if there are multiple numbers of sensory organs, they will come together and act as a single vibration. That's all what happens. But this single vibration, the chair, the word part is also there. The light part is also there. The touch part is also there. Smell, uh, taste part also may be there. But where is the heaviness coming from? Why chair is not felt as something and suddenly daughter is felt as something? How? How? If the just imagine the chair is broken, also a child's leg is broken. How would that happen? The reaction, why there's a difference? Even if you know the Amma now, still chair being broken and a child's leg being broken, there is a complete difference, right? Yes, yes. But the thing is, chair doesn't cry, the child is crying now, and mother is also crying. If mother is crying. So where is that coming from? that is coming from self-vibration. So that's the thing. The self-vibration is there from the zygote level. Lord Buddha explained how this last stimuli, power, how this get synchronized to the in place. So as a child, the self-vibration which started in the zygote level, slowly it is manifested through five sensory organs. As I told, the heaviness from the chair being broken and the your own child's leg being broken, these are kind of mind projections, right? But mother would cry not because the chair is broken, but because the leg is broken. Now, another way around, if you take about like a small child who loves his toy car, he would cry more than maybe more than anything else. He would cry when the toy car is broken. Or some cry when the phone is taken away. Because that is the most repeated stimuli in their life. So the most repeated stimuli in the world becomes more powerful. So if you take mother is the first thought, just imagination. Mother may not be the first thought, but just imagine this combination of the light wave to the sound wave. If it was first one was the mother, slowly everything else also get attached. But it does not necessarily your mother start with, because teachers shows a picture and says mother, and then the child is starting to understand mother. Mother means a female body, mother means that kind of, there's a mental picture. And that one, the shoes, if you take a shoe as example, the same thing with the ice cream or anything. The child may not cry for a shoe, actually speaking. Child may cry for ice cream. So it depends on what is the momentum. So the usually Aranwansi says this actually how a child would cry for a bag or a small pencil, beautiful pencil or pen. Pen, usually girls would like a pen with the beautiful, like a smell, like a like nice smell. There are smelled pens as well, scented pens. So children will like something like that. But with time, even this changes. Slowly it can change to the clothes. Interest would change. But the same self-view is the same. Nothing changes. So the self-view, it's very important how this, like something getting, when you apply some paint to if you have 1,000 bottles and all the 1,000 bottles are being applied paint by a machine, just imagine like that. Every thought, this self view is applied. Initially, even in the field level, the baby's level, baby doesn't have a mind. Baby just feels. But even at that level, that possibility was there. But when the mind is formed, only you have that outcome. So if you fully realize that every mind is originated at that moment, and it's not true, power will go down, and you might exit from the mind also. And there would be a fear, but that's all, without self-power. Every thought being true happens when you don't know Dhamma. Every thought is true. Every thought there is self. So like a coin, one side is the chair, the other side is the self. It's very obvious self-view. Car is there, I am here. That kind of thing is there. This duality is there. So duality is there, the power is there, definitely. If the power is not there, duality is also not there. It's a tricky area. You need to feel this as well. To exit from the mind, the power of the mind should come down. If there is some power, in the sense defilements are there, it's not going to come to zero. So if you take millions of perception or millions of thoughts or millions of stimuli has the mind and the field, outside mind and the field, everything. So even if you have millions of thoughts, it's all the same phenomena, then different. Same phenomena, and definitely self is arising in each and every thought stimuli. No one actually knew that it can go away. Self was there as a line, like I am here, thoughts are happening. That's how they thought. That's how they thought. I mean, that's how we feel also. I am here, world is active. That's in the sense everything is happening around you. That's how you feel, right? Yeah. I think this duality, the feel that we have, that world is ongoing and I'm here kind of thing, is from the view. You're actually thinking. If you think about it only, it matters. Otherwise, you don't know whether you are even living. Just imagine you are watching a beautiful musical or cricket or even rugby or basketball or some documentary. Who thinks about self? No. But as soon as that is highlighted, I'm here thing is there already. It's really underneath everything that I'm here. But if you're engrossed in the movie, just imagine there was a movie. If you're engrossed in the movie, you can't really say anything about other things, right? Yeah, because you are engrossed. For even if you're Just imagine the movie was so good, you were engrossed in about 10 minutes. Really, you can't actually blame anyone for this situation. This is what it is. This nature is to have the outcome is to actually produce, keep doing, keep going. That's how the vibration is. This glue feature of vibration means it will coalesce and form a mind at any time. All this alive here will be manifested if there is this vibration. This self vibration is a specific view we have, which Lord Buddha advised you to cut off or get rid of. Aranwansi has brought this Dhamma a lot and has advised you to actually fight with this with wisdom. Who am I? Am I here? Who am I? What is felt as me is the question. Because a lot of people know already that the film like this, there's no reality. Some people believe there is multiple reality. Some people believe there is no reality. But never actually correlates it with no self. People talk about a universal consciousness as well, but still they don't talk about there is no self. Whatever the universal consciousness or whatever the feeling is when you have a sensory organ. If you don't have that, you can't talk about any living thing. If there is a self vibration anywhere, the story is same kind of, even though the film looks different. One film may be like a calf's film, other one would be like a butterfly film, other one would be a human film, other one would be like a God or Brahma's film, right? Yeah, but it's the same thing though. The same thing or universal though. Everything is self-vibration is doing the damage. If the self view is not there, this would be very very how can I say, very important thing is to understand that self-view, how this self-view begins. So Lord Buddha actually found this. He found that it is actually the aramana or the skandha or the stimuli which is the problem. It's taken as self. So the any stimulus or any skandha or any stimulus, Lord Buddha said that Lord Buddha said actually that is the only thing that is there. There was never a self. But because that is felt as there, The stimuli is felt as there. The life field is there. Self is there. But once life field is not there, or the other way around, once the stimuli power is not there, life field is not there. That's the first step actually in this Dhamma, understanding what is actually bringing this problem. How on earth have we got this misunderstanding that there is a self? I mean, it should be some valid reason, right? Yeah, you can't just say anything else. Once you know that it's only the stimuli, then we have the issue. Then what happens to this power then of all the past stimuli? Because there won't be any addition of new stimuli. But all the past stimuli still have that power. The self power is there. The habit is there, self is still there. In the sense, this power is there. Power is manifested with each and every stimuli, yes. That's true. If you get the whole thing right, the power, you have to actually detect the power. If you don't detect it, it won't go away. You have to detect the power. How do you detect the power? Well, you have to have some awareness, right? Yeah. Yeah, you have to have some awareness. Some effort also should be there to find out what power is there. Which one is giving the problem? And if it is like, maybe just imagine mother, children would be having so much power, right? Or the husband or the wife or parents, brother, sister, family, what else? Money, I don't know. Status, I don't know. What is maintaining your ego? Even the ability to study, ability to abilities, your kind of, we call it your characteristics, abilities, traits. They are also maybe giving a me thing, like a egoistic thing. I'm good at this, or I'm bad at this. Either way, it doesn't matter. Whether it is good or bad, it doesn't matter. Anything becoming a thing, good or bad, there has to be something to say, no, that it's good or bad. So my good habit or my bad habit, whatever habit, my good trait, my bad trait, everything is just drop the my part. Even if it is dropped, still the trait has, if the trait has like a significance, It is a thing. So anything that is giving the power should be slowly realized. Lord Buddha told once, to Bahir, he came asking for advice. He said, seeing something as just it's only seeing. Seeing is only seeing. Hearing is hearing only. Sensations like other other sensory organs, sensations are sensations only. Consciousness is consciousness only. The consciousness is actually the speed of the sensory organ. If it's a mind sensor, it's a speed of mind. If it is a eye sensor, it is the speed of eye. If it is the ear sensor, it is speed of ear. Because it is happening so fast, it's felt as there. So the mind consciousness will be felt as thing. So if it is very fast, if your mind is very fast, it may be difficult for you to feel it as well. So if your mind is very, very, very fast, you can do a little bit of concentration meditation to slow it down, but that's not exactly necessary. It changes from everyone to everyone. It differs. If there is something that some understanding how this system works, so the eye function, it's like a camera, but we feel it as something, right? That's how it is. It's actually felt that even the shape of light is felt as something because of the speed. Every sensory organ has this thing. Mind sense is also very fast. And every time you can see how quickly thoughts come, how quickly thoughts intervene. If you're sleeping, you can't actually identify that. But if in a moment where you are not sleeping all the time, there is a thought. Sleeping it's as if it is silent. When you're waking up from sleep, you would know. Slowly you come to the senses, right? Yeah, senses Slowly you come to this is either touch sensation, either a sound, mostly a sound. Mostly a sound. How would you improve your awareness? Maranansi says most a lot of tips. You can if the mind is spreading everywhere, mind is very talkative, or mind is so restless. You can do a little bit of like tricks of maybe breathing, or maybe the action. If it happens, actually, you might be able to actually, if the mind is not powerful, if you come to the action like walking, just imagine you do the walking. So the walking is a actual stimuli. It has this ditta sutta mutta everything. So that is the sound wave, light wave, and the touch wave, right? And those waves together, there's a picture of walking. It's a mental picture. Walking is a mental picture. If you don't have that, you don't know how to walk. Just go to a patient with dementia and tell walk, they don't know what that walking is. It's like a baby again. They don't know what walking is. But if you get them to go to the toilet, they might even walk. They don't know as that they are walking. Not that they can't walk, that's not the point. They don't know what walking. So you just order them to walk, they don't. So this, the mind, the walking actually has this activity part. If the mind is not involved, actually, the activity part may be highlighted. And you can feel that has no self. So even walking is a mental image, right? That's what we are talking. So the walking mental image, the actual activity has no relationship with the actual mental image. Like the baby walking. In the sense, baby didn't know that. But here you know you're walking also, but that has no power. You have to just experience it. Action mind. Without the mind. And that action mind doesn't have self is the fourth step. It can be any action, sweeping, moving, cleaning, cooking. Mental image is different, the actual action is different. In the sense, actual action is combined to the mental image. If the mental image is not relevant, action will happen. And even that, there is no self. The baby didn't have that wisdom. Baby even can't have that wisdom because it's only through mind. When the stimulus is there, only you can actually fully understand that this action mind didn't have a self. So the power of the past, all the past stimuli should be actually fully understood as well, like felt. Aranwan says 4-step meditation is also like that. Outside is not true. The chair is not actually outside, or walking is actually not happening as outside thing. It's a mental image. The mental image is also not true. And then you will be walking the action mind will be there. That is walking without the actual thinking part. And even in that there is no self. That's very important. The seeing also the same thing. Just imagine a cup. Cup is a mental image. But if you actually, if there's no power in the mental image, you definitely know cup is not there outside. Cup is a word. No, how can it be there on the table? But then, if you fully realize that even in the mind, the cup can't be in the mind also. Seeing will happen without the mental image. Seeing will just happen. And there's no self in that. Hearing, it's an easy experience. You can experience this. If you are hearing something without the actual mental image, because mental image, you now imagine it's a bird sound. Bird sound doesn't have a bird in there. Sound is sound, but sound comes with the mental image, right? So this attached shape of light is also there. But if it's a car horn, you will have the mental image of a car when the horn is heard. That's how it works. But then when the mental image is not true, it's outside, not outside hearing, it is actually happening in the ear. And in that also, if the mental image part is not there, it is just a vibration only. And even that vibration is not true, in the sense that power is not there. The touch is all the same. If the mental image is not there, it is only a vibration of the skin on. And even in the mind, it is the same thing. Mind, it is a mind perception directly, right? Mind, it's thought, thinking. The inner radio which works. And that pops up. Difficult to catch it also. It's difficult when the mind is very fast. And if you catch that, that's the best part of it. Then it is not a thing. A thinking the actual perceptions can't have a power for that to happen. If there is a power, that won't happen. So that is the problem we all have. So think about these things when you walk, when you work, when you listen. See what listening means. Whether that sound is actually outside? No. It's happening in the ear. Is that real? No. But how do you feel it as a thing? Because there's speed of the sensory organ. If the self-view is there, actually you might get even scared of any of these experiences. To catch the thoughts, you have to have a very good, very powerful awareness. Which may be lacking in us because we are kind of more into. But if the mind power is very low, you might feel it, but exiting the mind is a different thing. Exiting the now understanding that the outside is not true involves is fully piercing a thought, because then you realize if the power that stimuli power is not there, life feel is not there. That's the insight that you get. You fully self view will be broken, because you know that the life feel is from the when the chair is a thing. So you know basically the life feel or this self view came because the chair became a thing. But then exiting the mind kind of thing, because that the previous one I said, actually the body is also a thought. None of the outside is not true. So you know, my body also falls into that. Me thought also falls into that. But this actual liberation from mind, the power of the mind should be actually zero in that form. Because liberation from mind is a different scenario. That's very important. So what about these things? Varanasi has so many Deshanas, so many sermons in the Buddothpado YouTube, the main YouTube. There's so many old sermons you can listen and try and understand in Sinhala media. There may be translations also. our try is actually to help Varanasi to spread this thumb, understanding this whole thing that seeing didn't have a self, hearing didn't have a self, touch, temperature, smell, taste, none of these sensory organs didn't have a self. And the thinking also doesn't have a self. And this consciousness doesn't have a self. So your defilements or the strength of all the past stimuli are very different from each person to each person. It depends on the repetition. Each one is repeated mostly. The most repeated perception is a self, actually speaking. With each and every stimuli, the self-perception is there, even though we don't talk about it or we think about it. Even if you don't think about a self, it is there. Dittamatam bhavisati, that seeing only happens only to an ara. Because seeing should not involve the mind actually if it is seeing only. Sound only, then mind should not get involved in that. So it's all become feels. So the touch temperature, they are also it's touch only. There's no self. I think we'll start. We will stop the sermon bit early because there's no discussion. But it is very important you to try and listen, Buddothpado, PeoTV or Buddothpado, YouTube, Buddothpado.com website, Wisdom of Asia website. Everything has Aaron Hansen's original sermons also, where he talks about the self-view, self-perception, and self-vibration. Self-vibration is there even in a baby, but it is not manifested at all. You can't impose self-view or self-perception into a little baby. But baby didn't know the truth. But once someone knows the truth and get this view like all the views as views, then you will understand that there's no way of power, no power to no craving. Because craving is the power. Craving if the craving is there, you have a birth. You like it or not. So there are 3 types of cravings. Sensual cravings, craving for existence. Craving for existence is there if you are in the mind. Or craving for non-existence can be also there. So in the mind, craving for existence is there. Craving for non-existence is vibha-tanha. Craving for existence is bhava-tanha. Craving for sensual world is sensual craving. So these cravings are there because there is a bhava, there is something. Sensual world, everything is outside. That's a different story. That's a very gross area. But if you have an idea of there is something to crave, then of course craving is there. If something is there, craving is there. You can't avoid that. If there's something you see, actually the craving is there. If you hear something, then craving is there. If you touch something, then its craving is there. Because something means bhava. But seeing is there, but there's nothing there in the sense there's no thing. Then there's no craving. Hearing is there, but it's not a thing. There's no craving. In an arahant, the mind is also working as normal. That is the beauty part. Beauty of it. So We'll, hopefully we will be Dharma friends tomorrow. I'll stop it early. Thank you so much, Aryan, also for your noble guidance, as well as thank you so much for trying hard to give this Dharma to every person in the world. And thank you, everyone. May Triple bless you all.
page number 88, paragraph 2. But if you live day to day with the realization that there is nothing outside, that they are only thoughts, without moving forward on your path to reach the top, then you will remain stuck only with this part of the realization, and you will never move forward to realize the next three stages of the spiritual path. The path from one stage to the next stage is different. In order to attain the stage of an anagami, you have to maintain your awareness and use your wisdom to analyze and see if thoughts are true or not. When you see that the thought is also a lie, that is when your path to attain the stage of anagami starts to clear up. Unfortunately, a person who is a sotapanna can also fall into the trap of living in the Lokottara Samadhi. If he gets attached to the Samadhi, then he would not be able to proceed on the path to Nirvana. You can be a Sotapanna and yet be trapped in a false view, Drushtiya, which can hinder your progress in moving forward to attain other stages. Therefore, you should either learn to apply an effort to see the truth in the thought and proceed on the path to attain the stage of anagami, or you should get advice from a kalyana mitra, someone who has already realized the pure truth, so that you can proceed on your path to nirvana. You have to find a practical way to be on the path. Even when you are on the path to attain the fourth and the final stage of becoming an arahant, you have to quietly keep seeing the thoughts that come and go. At this stage, when you are on the path to become an arahant, you have nothing to do except to watch the thoughts that come and go. This path is well explained by the Buddha in the Oga Dharana Sutra. While you are on the path to become Sotapanna, you need to put some effort to become a Sotapanna. When you are on the path to become an Anagami, there is a bit of an effort you need to apply here. You need to observe how you let go of your thoughts. Seeing that there is nothing in a thought is also known as the Animitta Samadhi. Everybody.
Shani. Thank you for reading the book for us. 2 pages from the True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, and starting the session. We all worship Aryan Mahansa at his feet. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan Mahansa and Thiruvan Saranai, all Dhamma friends. We warmly welcome you to this English Zoom discussion, 2:45 to 4 p.m. from Sri Lankan time. So we have been slowly, little by little, we have been trying to understand what is this path, what is meant by path, and what is the nature of the thought, what is meant by mind. Actually speaking, we had different understanding on these words, and the explanations we had were different previously from various sermons that we heard earlier. Little by little now, some form of light is shed to clear these matters. In these 2 pages, we heard about the 4 levels in the path of Arhant to reach the state of Arhant. If I clarify that in a different way, what Aryan Mahansa, our noble friend, says is that it's not something like passing an exam and moving from one grade to the other. It's actually a very gradual process where these things are happening automatically when the person or the system understands the basic truth of Dhamma, how the thoughts are made, how this feeling of self-perception comes up, and the fact that it is only a system. So when a person is on the path, it's described that the first level is what's called the Sotapanna, where in that level the system understands that outside world is not true. Not that there is nothing outside in the world. What we understand with the help of these sensor formations, with the sensor faculties, is not exactly what is there outside. There's no way of finding out what is exactly there, what is the true world, because the different animals or the different living beings have their own worlds created by the sensors. So Sotapanna, and then the other level described here is the Anagami. Anagami means you clearly understand, the system clearly understands that there's nothing solid called mind also. So it's a flow, continuous flow, and a very rapid flow. And the last state is the Arhat state, where there is some persisting tranquility, persisting lightness, and persisting, everything is persisting, and there are no defilements at that level. So as I said, even though the 4 different levels I explained, this is particularly in Theravada chapter, the 4 levels are described, and the last level is the Arhat state. But in Mahayana, there is a slightly different teaching, which our noble friend has explained in the Deshana, where the person, when the system understands that there is no truth in these thoughts, that means the thoughts are creations, so thoughts are just mental construct. When you when the system understands this as a very clear matter, the value which is automatically tagged to the stimuli or the thoughts disappear, or that gets dissolved. And as a result, every stimulus or every thought that occurs is taken and understood as something, an illusion or a creation. So the weight or the discomfort that occurs when the thoughts are true, when the thoughts are taken as true, is no more there. So maybe we can take the discussion forward. We can discuss something according to what we read, or something else if there are any questions from our Dhamma friends. Therwan Sarnai Kokila. Therwan Sarnai all Dhamma friends.
Therwan Sarnai. We worship Aranwanse for his guidance and welcome everyone. So I would add something to that. The book thing that we were reading up, the topic that we were reading about. The whole path starts actually with the feel. So the feel, what we feel first is how much defilements we have, how much power we have, and that power starts to dissipate or starts to gradually fade. And that would be the part from beginning to the end. There are certain kind of areas that are highlighted. That's all. The main thing to understand is you have to have a clear idea how much vibration is you, like how strong your self is, how strong or how much power you have in your tense. So after understanding that, it will be gradual reduction of that power, and it just those levels actually is explained in such a way that reducing of your power, the stages, and finally what happens is the life field is not there, but the every function will be there. So that power we are talking about, or the defilements, or the burning, or whatever the word we use, is not there, but the sensory functions would be there. So the mind will be working as normal, the eye will be working as normal, the ears will be working as normal, the sensory, the skin, the nose, the tongue will be working as normal. So this is the bit of a challenge to understand how much power you have in the tense, or what is the power behind this sensory organ. So that's the kind of challenge. So otherwise, this path, as some of the Lord Buddha's time also, most of them actually got that idea. This is just reduction of your mana, or reduction of your what is the English word for mana, by the way? Mana. What is the word used in our books?
That's Dr. Conceit.
Oh, is that conceit? Okay.
Yeah. But something I don't know. In English, of course, we use conceit for that extreme pride, or unnecessary pride. But here, it's something, I don't know, combination of egoism and pride. The meanings are little different of the
I
word
don't think
mano.
any of
Yeah,
those words are
yeah.
matching
We
because
want, yeah,
it's
we
a
are
kind of,
unable to capture the proper meaning with the English
yeah, but we can
words.
use both words, so ego or conceit kind of thing, because that gives some idea. So from the beginning, if we feel that that is what we are going to feel, and that is what is going to actually go to zero. So that's what the Mahayana was about. And Theravada kind of had this demarcations in this road. It's like there's one road. There's definitely only one road, and you have several kind of maybe huts. So why it is important to understand that there are several huts? I would say kind of several stoppages. Would say like these are the stagnating areas. I would say basically, because once a person feel much better in one stage, they can actually stagnate in one stage. This is very natural. Without the Nobel Friend's help, I think the usual way of mind is to stop wherever it is feeling comfortable. So once you actually feel that the outside world is not true and just a perception in the mind, it's so calm. So you might get addicted to that stage. But when pushed by the Nobel Friend, you might be, oh yeah, okay, none of these things are true. What am I getting so happy about? So then you understand that even this whole entire dream is not true, because you can't be just happy in the dream and nothing is affecting me, so I'm so happy. But the whole dream is not true means you have to wake up from that. So that path is different. So I think these stagnating paths are the points that we talk about, stream enterer, the once returner and non-returner and Arahant. The main road is actually from stream enterer to the Arahant. It's just stagnation happens everywhere because but this is all in feel. You have to be very careful because this understanding is in Satyajnana. So the truth is in well before that. Truth has to be there to even feel anything. So once you feel something, you feel your own vibration, you feel your defilements, you feel your power, you feel your pains or whatever, the burning. So then it starts to reduce. That's the path, and when it comes to zero. How? Because it has happened before. That's all. So anything to add? Anyone can ask a question. If someone wants to ask a question, anyone is. So you can always ask it, because we are just explaining few things before we enter the like a discussion. Surankai, do you want to add something until someone joins the discussion?
There was some Dr. Gopilan, our friends. Not on that particular angle, doctor, but this morning I happened to just by chance listen halfway, tune in halfway through into a question, and maybe Dr. Sakuntala or Sudama, if you were listening to that, you can correct me. I think it was the morning 5 o'clock Zoom where a mother was asking about, I think she wanted to buy some blouse or something. She got a feeling of desire to buy a blouse. And then I think she felt guilty or something and thinking that this was the I coming up, the self-perception. And I think she called the Zoom for some advice. And one of the replies, I don't think I heard everything, one of the replies was that what's wrong with hearing, what's wrong with going, if you want a blouse, what's wrong with that? Now, because I think ultimately what was trying to be said was that, whatever that is being done or said here, ultimately there is no self. So now that part of it, I think we now progress to a point where we realize that there's this different ways of tackling that question depending on what stage
Yeah, the different ways of tackling.
Yeah.
Different ways of tackling. Yeah, 100%.
So at that point, I wasn't entirely sure whether that mother was at that stage, and this is also the importance of the person explaining, also being in the field and being able to telepathize and feel to a certain extent where that mother is coming from in terms of not only the thought pattern, but the words and the feel and, the way she, what do you call the word, vitaka, the way she describes it as to whether that was actually getting generated from a...
Well, if I can add something to that, Surangika, just now, because you brought it up. A question comes to the mind saying, if I buy the blouse, is it myself? That itself, that question itself is half-hearted, unknowingly, or not directly, indirectly, actually showing that she has the idea of self. So that's the thing that's really tricky. So answering that question is really tricky. So the answer is really right when you say no, but at the same time you have to, I think, explain a bit more that whether that mother is fully aware about the satyajnana or the truth, because it's really difficult. I mean, unless we hear it here and now, it's very difficult to understand whether she actually has the truth in line, isn't it? It's very difficult. So the answer is no, because there's no self in whatever the way that is. Because whatever the way, there is no self. But the problem is,
you can't give that message too early, isn't it?
Defilements are there. I mean, the self-view can be broken. But when the question comes in that angle, then doubt comes whether the self angle is really understood. And this comes to the question I got in Australian Zoom, the sing-along. If the mother is not there, I mean, even Joel has not asked these questions. I mean, Joel is much more in the field side, I feel, because that there was a question, if the mother is a thought, someone can even harm the mother, and will there be a anantarika papa karma, or the really wrong sins? Or if there is no poison, what happens if someone drinks it? Kind of, this so shows that how tricky this application of this truth is going to be. How tricky of delivery, even delivery, delivery of this truth can be so tricky. That because we don't know what the others are getting. So when we say the first step is to understand the outside is a perception, immediately if someone stopped there, they are never going to even understand the full truth, because the full truth is feeling the no self. Full truth actually starts there, feeling no self. Just in one thought, that's the full truth. But then you start listening to one point and you're like, yes, I got it. And you're like, no mother, no son, no flower, no chair. It's going to end really bad, where you will be more powerful. Your this conceit or the ego will be so powerful, you will be there, but everyone else will be not there. So that's the argument they are trying to actually bring out and understand. It's for understanding they're asking. But even these angles, we have to be aware that these angles can come up. So when someone asks which frock to buy, that gives a angle that this path is mistaken, because this path is to go to the zero self vibration, not about the controlling the outside appearance or the ability or the function. Because we can maneuver, or we can really, change our applications. We can change the way we live. Easily, we can change the way we live. We might not go to the shops forever and have so much ego inside. Well, there are people who are living as clergy, or the monks, or the venerables. They never go and buy things. So they go for alms. They beg for alms. Still, how can you judge by that? You can't judge by that, can you? This is so intimate issue, like how much ego you have. So if we lose the plot, that's the thing that some people are, trying to talk about an incident. Why we try to bring it up? That's a part of the dream. Why are you even interested in that part of the dream? Because the whole dream is not true. So whether you buy the good frock or the bad frock, if you really understand the whole thing as a whole, if you miss it, yes, you miss it. But that's the problem of us actually. I think the delivery problem, where we have our inadequacies, where we are trying our best to give it, but then we might not. And when the delivery is going to be faulty, the understanding may be faulty. But it happens to everyone. I mean, we may try our best, because it's according to the field we go. Sometimes you might say it fast. Yeah, sometimes you might say it so softly. Sometimes you might say it with scientific stuff. Sometimes you might say it with some simple stuff. But whatever, the message is just one clear message. What? There's no self. So, but the problem is, when you try to say that, people take it different angles, and they will go home without any message at all.
Tedwan Sanai Dhamma, friends. So let's start the talk for today. You're listening to the Buddothpado 24-hour English Zoom channel, and these talks are also being telecast on YouTube, recorded on YouTube, so you might be listening to this on YouTube as well at some point in the future. This English PeoTV Dhamma channel, which is the YouTube channel, will have lots of talks, I think, for the last 6 months or so from the day this Zoom channel was started. So we encourage you to listen to snippets of it if you can. It's going on for 24 hours, so it's non-stop almost. In between, you might actually hear some songs. So we would encourage you to it's not just a song, it's to encourage you to listen to the lyrics, because it is some of those songs have been inspired by practitioners or new people who have come and stayed at the International Meditation Center in Domagoda, Sri Lanka, or even in other places, who have followed this pure Dhamma philosophy that is being imparted through this channel. They have been inspired, and they have put pen to paper and tried to communicate some of that into words, and somebody else, I think, has kind of taken it and made it into a song. So our noble teacher Buddothpado and Mahansa believes that the truth, the message, conveying the truth can be communicated to people in different ways. Some people like just listening to a talk. Some people like this explanation, the way it is going. Some people might still continue to have the chanting and the prayers. And some people who have a propensity for poems, for music, songs, and so on might appreciate it being communicated that way. But in whatever way that is being communicated in this Zoom channel, or if you listen to the YouTube channels, all this is trying to convey the truth in different forms. And in some way, the attempt is to get the message across. The message meaning the pure Dhamma philosophy as unveiled by Lord Buddha, nothing else. So sometimes people might get the impression, if they hear a song, they might think, what is this kind of thing? And that this is not aligned to Buddhism. No, what is this song? What is this? You might even think, what is this nonsense? Dhamma has to be taught in a particular way. Dhamma has to be taught by a person with a calm, collected voice. and you might, start getting agitated about it. These are also, you can put those kind of thoughts down to preconceived notions that we have had and that we have developed over the years. These are not things that we were born with. And the purpose of this Dhamma is to actually show you how many types of misconceptions that we have been having right through this life, the accumulation of this all through perceptions, nothing else. And these perceptions have become so strong, so embedded, so integrated to this kind of personality that we have built, the self, the ego, that we can't separate those misconceptions from the identification of this I, me, myself person. Again, a creation. So, just with that word, we wanted to say that in case you come across, when you go through all recordings and you come across this type of thing, that the intent and the lyrics, if you listen to the lyrics very carefully, you will see that it talks about a tale about how whoever that person was carried away with this humdrum of this existence, doing various things, running behind various activities, running behind the flashing lights, trying to satisfy and enjoy various material aspects. From the time that person knew it was like that, because they don't know it in any other way. So the senses create something, always shows that there is something to aspire to, something to get excited about, some new next nice shiny toy or book or film or music album or something is always shown as something, and then there is a desire for it, there is a wanting for it, and there is a stress if one can't get it, and so on. So this whole life has been like that. There have been very so-called successful people who think they have had everything, who have just been curious and have stepped into the International Buddhist Monastery in Sri Lanka. And what they encountered there was a totally different experience altogether. At the monastery, with the teachings that are being imparted there, there is a routine, there is a program, and in that routine, right from the point you enter that monastery, everything is conducive to bringing this self-vibration down. Because self-vibration is the thing that actually carries one through this samsaric cycle of birth and death. There is a notion that there is a self here that is going from birth to birth. But in whatever form, as long as there is misconception, the suffering continues, because through the misconception, with the misconception, the self-vibration never stops. The self-vibration will continue to telepathize. It's not as if a consciousness is going from birth to birth as such. There is no one individual or self going from birth to birth as such. But that self-vibration won't come down to zero or won't get eradicated or dissolved until the truth is seen. So until the truth is the Dhamma, there is no other way, there is no other key, no other panacea for the problem that is here. So that has to be really understood, and that itself is rare. Coming across the Dhamma is also very, very rare. So people who have come to this who have just come there out of curiosity just might have heard about it or might have just been to a monastery once or twice in their life. And then you know how you automatically get a perception, isn't it? Say you go to a monastery, say in Thailand or somewhere in California or somewhere, a Buddhist monastery, and you observe how the program goes, or you step into it for 2-3 hours, and then you kind of get a perception, isn't it? Thinking that this is how the monastery is, these are how the programs are running practically, you think like generally this is how a monastery life is. You get this perception. Now even that is wrong. So the thing is, wrong means it's not as if somebody is actually doing it, but that is the way the perceptions work. These experiences are defined by the perception, because all this whole system is running with perceptions and perceptions alone. So somebody having a monastery experience like that in California or Kentucky or somewhere might think that, okay, they're going to get the same experience when they step into this place. So this, in that Sri Lankan monastery of the Saran Mahansa, it's a whole different experience. There is no room or place for a self. Everything is about seeing the truth in this moment, and the program is built around it. Very simplistic, starting from an offer of flowers. You have a room that you can stay in. Everything is simple. The meal is simple. The listening, the showing by the Mehenin Mahansas or the Venerable Nuns and the monks of the truth is being gradually explained and taught. There is a discussion with that person about what that person thinks about life, what that person thinks about how they experience life, how these 6 senses work, what is the understanding of the 6 senses, what is their current state of life, are they married, do they have children, what are their problems, just trying to understand that the person, and then try to show through the Dhamma philosophy how this whole thing works and test their understanding of it. Then there'll be some practical aspects of asking them to actually see how this outside world gets formed and see that whether that outside world was always true from the beginning, because these are very common misconceptions that we have had, all these things that we have taken for granted, this world around us, these objects, people. We have forgotten that these are all things that have been learned at some point in our childhood. So yesterday also, in the same type of talk that you hear at this time, we talked about awakening to the moment, which is the key message that was given yesterday based on a talk of our noble teacher. But to awaken to the moment means awakening to the truth of the thought that is occurring in this moment. To do that, you have to know that first you have to understand the mind, the mechanics of the mind. Because the thought is this thought that is occurring in this moment is the only thing that can be experienced. Whether you think about the past, that is also being thought of at this moment. Whether you think about the future, that is also thought of at this moment. So how is this current thought, how is the current thought made up? And is that true? The thought here means perception. The perception gives rise to a feeling that something is there all the time. And then we have this feeling that we are alive. Something is there, the world is there, the world exists, and then we are there as very much part of this world. And the world is something we perceive. But we don't always think about it as something as we perceive, as a perception. The I and the self is true. Things we see here are also true. Everything is taken as a reality. But the Buddha's key message was that this is no self-dhamma. The truth is actually trying to show the world that this misconception that has been harbored for ever so long, which is the reason, due to ignorance, which is the reason that this cycle of birth and death has continued for ever so long, is because of this ignorance that there is a self here. So when the Dhamma is all about that. But sometimes you find that the teachings, the traditional teachings, are not focusing on that, on the real thing. There's a lot of tradition rituals that are given weight to. And that is not going to provide the salvation or realize nirvana. Those are good initially if you want to feel good and have that kind of general good feeling and that type of thing. It is good. Nobody's saying no, but that is not the crux of Buddhism. There is no ism. This is not the crux of the truth, the Buddhist philosophy. The Buddhist philosophy is about understanding the mechanics of the mind and transcending the mind, finding how this self-concept is actually a falsehood. And this wrong self-view has to be eradicated through the arising of wisdom, not through the mind. Initially, the mind is used to acquire the knowledge or the principles of Dhamma has to be first understood, first learned and then understood. And then when you put that into practice through vidarshana meditation, penetrative insight, how do these things happen? How did the self come about? How did the clinging and the defilements get created? All that has to be analyzed. And to do that, you have to understand how this external world got created in the first place. How come we got so stuck in this whole thing? How did this living being get so mesmerized by this entire world and this alive feel to come to the notion that there is a thing there? What is it? What is the thing that kind of propagates this sense of existence? Sense of being alive? And for that, the Buddha said that to look at this world as empty. Because he said that to somebody, Mogaraj, I think, a person who came and asked him about how to think about the world, how to consider the world, how to see the world, what is the purpose of the world and what is the world, and all these type of questions were raised with the Buddha. And finally the Buddha had said to see the world as complete emptiness, because it is emptiness. Now, why did he say emptiness? Because the world that is generally experienced is the world that gets manifested to the senses only. So as human beings, the eyes, the ears, the nose, tongue and body faculties these constitute the sensory organs, and then the sixth sensor is the mind. So together, these are the sensors from which a world gets discerned. Worldly objects, transactions are all experienced, discerned through these six sensors. But they emanate from the trigger is the sensory organs. So this human body, with this existence that has come about in this lifetime, the sensory organs are there. So the sensory organs, when the sensory organs are also subject to vibration, the vibration gives rise to manifestations of light, sound, touch, taste, and smell. We spoke about it yesterday, but for anybody listening to this talk for the very first time, I'll just go through it very briefly. So we talked about everything being that there is vibration, and we start off at that point. And the body faculties, this body is not no exception to it. So what that means is that the eye faculty, the vibration that is happening in the eye. So the entire body is also vibrating. The eye faculty is no exception. The ear is no exception. Everything is, there is a vibration. So the R.N. Mahansa, our noble teacher, through his own self-realization, realized that the light, sound, touch, taste, and smell was never coming from outside, contrary to our common belief. Everybody thought that the light is there outside, right? The sun is there, the moon is there, the stars are there. So the light was outside, and we took in the light through the eyes. That is the common misconception. But actually the light gets formed, gets manifested in the eye because of the vibration. The eye vibration telepathizes with millions and billions of other similar frequency vibrations to give a manifestation called light. A spark happens in the eye. That spark is we call it the prasada, we call it the dilation of the pupil. The vibration that occurs there gives rise to a spark, literally a spark, like, when the negative and positive wires in an electric wire are brought together, how you have seen a spark, right, happening. So the spark is a modern word that is being used to kind of explain and communicate this Dhamma to modern day society. In Pali, you call it the Ruppanaya. Ruppanaya means vibration. And then what gets manifested to the vibration is what is being associated. We have no other experience. So Ruppanaya Rupa in Pali means actually Ruppanaya, not just picture. Now, even with that misinterpretation, we think the picture is outside. Automatically, when somebody says picture, that's the impression you get, right? You think there's a picture outside. Now, the picture is taken as the sound picture, the image picture, the taste picture in that way. But still, even that the impression that one gets is that there is something there, and then we are here and we are experiencing it. But the amazing and the beauty of this Dhamma is through the self-realization, and that is why the Kalyana Mitra, or the noble spiritual teacher, is so important, is that through self-realization and self-realization only can one actually be able to see how this whole mechanism unfolds. It is not something that can be discerned to the naked eye, to the human eye, or to any animal or creature. It is only by arising wisdom from within can one actually see how this process works, and then that is communicated through this Dhamma philosophy to us, and then we go down that path. The practitioners are told to first learn it and then apply vidarshana practice, reflection, penetrative insight to see for oneself how this works. That initial knowledge, the learning of the philosophy, that this is the way this thing happens, has to be turned into, I don't know how to say it in English, understanding. Understanding means not just an acquisition of knowledge. Understanding is through being practical, putting it into one's day-to-day life, and then from that comes a wisdom, which is not knowledge. Wisdom is not something that you can acquire. It has to arise from within. So until that happens, one has to go with that understanding, put it into practice, and keep on experimenting with it. We call it the Arya experimentation. That Arya experimentation absolutely has to be done. If you sit for hours and hours in Dhamma talks, and if you don't do anything, if the contemplation is not there, nothing is going to happen. The transformation won't occur. So for the inner transformation to occur, the practitioners all over the world, but practitioners in this particular aspect of this Vidarshana teachings has to put it into practice, has to keep on seeing, how did the world become true to me? How did the image that I saw turn out to be a crow or a bird or a leaf or a tree, and so on? So to do that, one has to actually get the wisdom arising from within to actually understand the truth behind what is perceived. So if we come back to the eye, the vibration is what manifests into light, and then that sensation is light. The sensation is given a name, and that is the perception called light perception. And then because this vibration, if we say everything is subject to vibration, vibration is happening at infinite speed. So the speed of the vibration gives rise to the feeling that light actually exists. Now when we go out in the sun, we assume that there is daylight. When we get up in the morning, there is daylight. Now we assume it is there, isn't it? We have assumed forever and a day that it is there. That is why we say, now today is an overcast day, today is a sunny day. All these are taken for granted, and we attribute it to the sun. So the sun is there also. But how these actually get manifested is we said the thought that is occurring in this moment is the only thing that can be experienced, that can be discerned to the senses, that can be discerned. And the discerning, the experience is only whatever that is getting manifested to the senses. If it doesn't get manifested to the senses in the form of light, for the ears in the form of sound, touch, taste and smell, all these are the same. So the eardrum also, there's vibration in the eardrum, and that telepathizes with similar frequency vibrations. What is the result? Sound. There is a sensation arises when that vibration telepathizes, and that sensation is given a name, and that is the perception of sound. So perception is sound. And then when it happens at speed, one actually feels the sound is there. So that feeling that sound exists is the ear consciousness. The feeling that light exists is the eye consciousness. And so the 5 basic perceptions happen. But what happens then later on? In childhood, at some point, these basic perceptions are bound together. When teaching occurs, and when the child is shown a tree, and says, so an image is shown and the sound is given, and so color and sound, or image and sound, get bound together. 2 different perceptions, sensory perceptions, are now binding together to form something else altogether, a new vibration. The 2 different vibratory patterns, light and sound, have now come together to form, and a name is given, tree. And another thing is shown and it's called an apple. Another thing is shown and it's called a book. So it doesn't have to be just 2 sensory perceptions. So those 2 are the most prominent, color or image and sound. But then the other perceptions, the other types of feels, the feel of smell, the taste, and the bodily sensations of heat or cold, and the feeling of solidity to the touch, those are also basic perceptions. You won't feel any of those sensations unless this vibration is there. If you have been subjected to general anesthesia during a surgery, now if you have gone through surgery, you will know you haven't felt anything at all at that point. So this feeling that you didn't feel anything all at that point is because the mind has not got triggered at that point. It has been temporarily, through some medication, been halted. The neurosignals have been halted. So do you have an experience of anything at that point of the world? Did you know for that 2 hours or whatever the surgery lasted, did you have a single experience of the world, as you call it? No, right? And then when you get up, when you come out of the surgery, the doctors will tell you, this is what happened during the surgery. The surgery went well, but what we anticipated to do in 2 hours, it took 5 hours. You needed a blood transfusion, so we had to scramble to find blood for you. Then you had a heart attack in the process, and then we had to resuscitate you. All these things are given, are said. Now even those are then, so what happens? That blank 2 hours or 5 hours, now with this additional data being heard, you are filling the blanks. You have no experience of the world, but now you are filling the blanks of what happened by the things that the doctor is saying. So to a certain extent, you have some data for that 5 hours. But did you personally have an experience about the world? No. Because the sensors were not working. The mind had been temporarily shut down. So can you see that if the mind is actually not binding form and color and sound, taste and sound, touch and sound together, the 5 basic perceptions have to be bound together. It has to be combined by the mind consciousness, and then that is the thing that is actually associated. So now, starting from our childhood, from those Montessori days, can you see how these objects have got created? We are not associating light and sound. We learn light and sound and taste also as a concept, isn't it? We say lime has a sour taste. We say chocolate has a sweet taste. Even the word sweet, the word chocolate, the word taste, all these things have been learnt at some point. Again, taste is what? You have learned the alphabet by that time, so T-A-S-T-E, taste. And then you have heard the teacher saying taste, taste, this is how you pronounce it, this is what it means. And then taste can come in different forms. There can be sweet taste, sour taste, bitter taste, and so on. So then those are also learned. What that means is also learned. Like bitter, you'll actually have something and then be told that that sensation that you get now by eating into something, that is what you call bitter. If you bite into a lime and that real taste, the sourness that you get, that is what we call sour, and so on. So that is how the perceptions come together. Now the perceptions coming together, a name being given to it, the binding, always the binding of these basic perceptions now gives rise to a new vibration which is called the thought. So now the perception is the lime, the thought is the lime. So when we actually say lime now, a lime will come into your mind. You will actually see a picture of a lime. But there is no lime, say anywhere around you, there is no lime. But you have thought about a picture of a lime. You can virtually see the color of the lime, whether it is a ripe lime or not ripe lime, green or half yellow. You are even picturing it. You can even feel the touch of the lime. You can feel the sourness of the lime. All these things can be felt, or meaning the perception is there. Can you actually feel it? No. But it's kind of there, isn't it? So how did it become like that? And actually, what the Buddha says is you can't actually, there is no experience of any of these things. The experience has always been the perception. Perception of sourness, perception of the texture of the lime, perception of when you cut it open, the image of the lime inside, image of the lime outside. If you look at a lime, all you see is an image. All you might see is the color green. Green is also taught. Green is taught to be differentiated as green, separate from blue or yellow or red. But does everybody see yellow as yellow, blue as blue, the same color of blue, the shade of blue? No. Every individual, 8 billion people would see the colors in different ways, would see the same mango tree in different ways. Because the way it gets manifested through the sensory perceptions to that individual is different. There are a lot of similarities, and generally with the sense faculties being more or less the same, but there are variations, ever so slight variations between what one sees and the other one sees. The perception is differing. So 8 billion people would see a single leaf in 8 billion different ways, would see an apple in 8 billion different ways. So finally the perception that they get from it, starting from the initial teaching, and then every aspect that has been learned and taught and accumulated over the years, are also perceptions only, because as we said, I think yesterday also we said it, the Buddha said, and our noble teacher says, that there is no way anything in this outside world can be experienced other than through these senses. So if the light and the sound are actually not outside, they are actually getting manifested here, then can you see that everything is just an internal mechanism only? Basic sensory perceptions of light, sound are also manifested within. And then the combining of those, when somebody teaches us that that's a bird, this is an apple, there is a coming together of those same sensory perceptions occurring within, and they are now binding together, and then they bind together and form a different object, a construct. The crow, the bird, the apple, the tree, the mango, the piano. And then other bodily, other sensations are tagged on. If it's the piano, and you get to see a piano, touch a piano, play the piano, now all those sensations are also getting tagged on, getting bound into that same object. So you know the image of a piano, the touch of the piano, the white keys that will be touched when you touch it, the sound that emanates from it when you touch a piano and you play the keys, the sound. So you might be able to distinguish later the sound of a piano as opposed to a violin, as opposed to a trumpet. Now, how did that happen? All those different sounds, the texture, the image, everything has been associated, and now another perception has got formed, another thought has got formed altogether, called the piano. So now what are we associating? Not the light, not the sound, not the texture, not the solidity. Now the piano has become real. So where did the piano get constructed? In the mind. So the creation is here in the mind. And so in this way, all these objects have become real. All these objects have been taught gradually over the years, and now these have become real. For us, all this exists very much. And if they exist, and then the world exists consisting of all these objects, persons, and things, then automatically we also get formed. There is an illusion, there is an impression that gets formed that the self is here, experiencing it, observing it. So a duality gets formed, moment and object is considered to be there outside in the world. And then there is this person experiencing it. So when you are taught right from the beginning, that is the experience that through ignorance that one gets. One is that this thing is outside, something is shown, and they say that's a book, and they say you are looking at the book, you are reading the book. So this you concept has come in automatically through that. So the I, me, my, it's my book, I am reading it. Somebody is teaching me about a book. All that automatically comes through that whole process. But if you consider for a moment, the infant in the cot had no concept of I, had no concept of anything outside, any object, person, people, no names, no impressions. There is a kind of sensation, a feel about light and sound generally, but they don't really recognize light as light, sound as sound, meaning the word sound has not been associated with that sensation. The sensation would still occur because the baby has ears, the baby has eyes, so the vibration and the telepathizing with similar frequency vibrations, the spark will happen. To that extent, that process happens, but it is there only at that basic perception level. Nothing has got bound together. No two perceptions have got bound together, and as long as they don't get bound together, the mind has not got created. The mind consciousness comes into being only when the teaching happens. Somebody somewhere has to bring these two together. There has to be a binding of two or more sensory perceptions for the mind to kick in. And it is this mind consciousness that then creates this whole different world. of all kinds of images, people, sounds, tastes, smells, various kind of bodily sensations, things that are solid to the touch, things that are soft to the touch, liquid, gel, sponge, the hardness of the bark of a tree, the softness of the flower petal, the softness of cotton, the hardness of a rock or a stone or a pebble, the texture of a cloth or a curtain or fabric. And you see how many perceptions we have got from different type of bodily sensations, but now we don't associate that basic perception, sensation. Everything has been combined together to form these new constructs. But what are they all ultimately made up of? Those basic sensory perceptions. And those basic sensory perceptions are also all manifestations. Manifestation only due to the speed of vibration. Did they actually exist? No. Do they actually exist? No. The illusion is different. The construct is, that's why we call it a construct. The mind makes up something basically out of nothing. So what is being associated is all these objects that have got created. The mother is also a perception. Father is also a perception. Somebody has shown an image and given it a name, and now we call it father. And that perception has come over and over and over again right through the life, million and billion times. And then the touch perception has got tagged to it because you have held your father's hand, he has carried you, and so on. And now this is my father, this image is father. Moment the father is said, all those images are coming to the mind. The touch of the father, the voice of the father, how he walks, how he eats, how he acts, how he laughs, how he cracks jokes. All that has become very real to you, no? There can be positive experiences, negative experiences. So whatever it is, when something is taken to be real. Now, when the infant was born, there was no father, no concept of father, mother, or even the baby had no concept of self. The baby didn't know about an I or a me or something, anything like that. Otherwise it can demand, no, I want milk, I want a clean diaper. Nothing like that actually happens. So why is that? We have not thought about these things. We have not contemplated on these things. And to understand how this wrong self-view got formed, we have to see, did we always think that there was an I here? No. So you keep going back. When did this thing actually form? So the I formed when these basic sensations came together and an object and a mind got created where different perceptions have now become real. So it's not perceptions. We have learned the crow, the mango tree, the mother, the father, the ball, the bat, the school. And along with all of that, I am here. I also exist. That is also learnt. So that perception then becomes stronger and stronger and stronger with the feel of existence that all these things are there. Because that is what the ultimate belief is. The mind consciousness is not understood as a mechanism. No, this is Dhamma philosophy. what is taught in the conventional world in kindergartens, the Montessori's, the schoolrooms, is that pictures and images and sound and taste and everything is there. It's there. Always it's there. It's outside, it's there. And that their feeling gets reinforced and reinforced through repeated learning. And then the child believes that this is actually there. But what the Dhamma does is it goes behind the scenes and shows how the mind and the mechanics work, how the senses work. So what was always falsely conceived and believed as being outside, the Buddha said was all a creation of the mind and the senses. So the Buddha said the senses make up the world that you live in, that you experience. Because the I, the self-concept, also comes about by the final construct of that mind. And Chittena Niyati Loko, what he said was the world is what is getting created from the mind. So this is all because of ignorance, not knowing the truth. This is what ignorance is. Not knowing the truth is not knowing how this whole self-view, how the self-perception happens, and how this self-vibration is here. So the self-vibration is something that even the baby from the fetus level had. That vibration was there, but the vibration was there almost in a dormant way, and has not manifested itself as yet, but it had the potential to manifest itself, which is why that self-vibration is there. The mind is not formed at that in days of infancy, which is why we say that the baby mind is a radiant mind, because the defilements have not got crowded into that mind. So it is to a great extent pure. The defilements happen when when the mind starts, and these perceptions are put together, are getting bound together, and then things are being taught and formed, and then those are considered to be real. So the self-view is actually a non-entity, which is the Buddha's word. And through the understanding of this Dhamma, the practical application of it, the realization is actually that there is no such thing as self. Because when there is a self only, this world, we want to keep things in the world because we believe they are there, they exist, and now they are mine. Right? Just like the mother said, this school bag is yours, this water bottle is yours. Be careful with it, don't lose it. Now, so from that tender age itself, the child has now learned, this is my school bag, my water bottle, my pencil, my eraser. So now everything is attributed to a self here, to me. And then somebody will describe this me person also to the child. Oh, you are Jack, you are Jane, you are pretty, you are beautiful, you are handsome, you are a cheeky child, or you are a very kind child, or you love to play, you like, I don't know, something, you like dolls. So these various things are said to and attributed to this child called Jane or child called Jack. So even those are then taken as perceptions by that child. And the perception that something is liked, a ball is better than a bat, or the dolls are better than trains, are also taken in as perceptions. Then these also become stronger and stronger, and then it almost kind of culminates as personality traits even sometimes. certain characteristics, one would say that, somebody can be, some person is generally pretty upfront and direct and honest. Somebody else is softer in communication, doesn't want to hurt people's feelings. Or some people are kind and generous, some people are hard-hearted. Some people don't care about anything in the world as long as they can do what is good for them. These are also various things that people say. So these various types of traits of people that you find are also all stemming from that self-view, that self-perception, that through initial learning and then through the community, the environment in which they live in, the background, the education, all these are giving multiple perceptions. And these perceptions, reinforcing over and over again, become so hardened, embedded, that then there is an association that those perceptions are now me. I am those perceptions. Because if an object or person or any characteristic concept is there, then that is moment that is believed to be there, to be true. The I gets born then and there. That is where the duality occurs. The duality gets broken only through this vidarshana, penetrative insight, and the Dhamma philosophy, because one goes behind and sees the truth. That stimuli itself is not real. It is just a perception arising. And the way the thoughts work is the thoughts arise and die. Every fraction of a moment they are arising at infinite speed and dying. Now immediately now we say beach. Immediately the perception of a beach will come to mind. The roaring of the waves, the type of beaches you have visited, the sand between your feet, the toes, the sand castles you may have made, the other trips that you have made with friends to the beach, any pleasant experiences, unpleasant experiences, all that will immediately come crowding to the mind. But if I tell you, okay, now keep on thinking about the beach for the next 5 minutes, can you actually do that? Not even 5 minutes, say 2 minutes, say 1 minute, no. In between there will be millions of other thoughts that have come and gone. Even the beach, you'll think about all kinds of things. The beach, it won't stop at the beach. Say your last experience was you went with a couple of friends to the beach. Now then the thought shifts to a friend who went along with you. And then you might go along with the friend. The thought now turns to the friend. Now it's the friend and how she behaved, maybe. Or how you behaved at that point. Or how some incident happened, some child or somebody had to be rescued. And so now the thought process is going down the rescue thing, and you are trying to relive that. So now is it the beach or the friend or the ambulance or the rescue, or what has happened now? Nothing can be held on to. The thoughts arise and die in this moment. That is the truth. The experience that you have, whatever that you are thinking, you might think that it was the past that you are thinking, but whatever it is, the thought is arising only in this moment, isn't it? And if you have pleasant experiences of the beach and the sea, and now that we brought it up, if another thought comes to you saying that actually, I haven't gone to the beach for a while, maybe I need to do something this weekend. find a friend or two and then go to the beach. So now a picture of a beach close to you also comes to mind. Picture of who you're going to call to go with you also comes to mind. Their faces, their names, and then how you will go, which car you will use, what part of the beach you will go to. All that also comes to mind. Now can you see, even there, the perception is that there is such a beach, isn't it? That beach exists in such and such a place. It's 10 minutes drive from where you live. Your friends live in such and such a place, and you can actually go and collect them and then go. So these are also perceptions. The fact that there is such a thing called a beach, and the beach exists in such and such a place. So the location has become real, the beach has become real. You believe that there is such a thing called a beach, a sea, and that it is there somewhere, and you are here, and you want to go to the beach. Can you see how this whole sense of existence, the world existing, and the things that we have constructed through the mind, all we have taken as existing, as very much part of this world. And then I am also very much part of this world, but I am experiencing these things. The mother in relation to me, the father in relation to me, the beach in relation to me. I am experiencing it. I want to go to the beach. It's my mother and father. Right? It's my job, my house, my siblings, my spouse, my children, my mortgage. Everything is attributed to a self or a me, and that itself is the ignorance. So the Buddha said that all this is not anybody's doing. This is all happening as a natural phenomena. As long as this human body has the senses will keep on bringing together these perceptions. It gets created, manifested. It is only in the point where one is in a coma or one is in deep sleep that the mind is not active. But until at any point in time, the sensor perceptions are working and the mind is automatically always creating perceptions. The perceptions are automatically forming, and then these are getting bound together. Depending on how these have been learned, they are always getting bound together, and its past perceptions are telepathizing in this very moment. Moment you see some flower in the garden, you will know, say it's an anthurium or a bougainvillea or something. Now how did it come? You saw something pink. Immediately you will know it's pink. That is also a perception. That it is anthurium, that's also a perception. That it is a flower, that's also a perception. That it's a plant, that's also a perception. That it is in the garden, that's also a perception. And then you are here seeing it. You know it's a bougainvillea. Now you know it's an anthurium. So that I concept has automatically got formed. So by actually putting this into your day-to-day life, you will find that if you see an object, it's the mind that tells you that that's a curtain. You see another object, the mind tells you that's the TV. So the recognition, the binding together happens in the mind sensor. And then the mind sensor also has its own innate characteristics. The emotions, happiness, the feeling of being slightly deflated, depression, sorrow. All these things are also characteristics of the emotion, the characteristics of the final perception that is built. And then the amount that if one believes it is there, and then the defilements occur, the attachment, the clinging, wanting it, wanting to keep it, the desire for having your children around you, maintaining a good home, a house, warm, comfortable life. These have become very real, isn't it? Because they exist. You can't think of a world where these things don't exist. And they are all, and you are there, very much there in all this. So that self-perception is very much there. And the sense of being alive comes about because of that self-vibration. So to dissolve the self-vibration, one has to first eradicate the self-view. Understand how the self gets formed. And when one knows it's an illusion, it is arising out of ignorance by not understanding this cause and effect Dhamma. At one moment, this self-view, the truth is seen for a moment. That's what we call awakening to the moment. In a fraction, that happens. And when that happens, that whole self-view gets broken, and one enters the stream enterer position of Sotapanna. But from that point onwards, the self-perception and the self-vibration will need to gradually dissolve. And that happens when the defilements of clinging, aversion, and delusion start fading gradually. The attachment that you have to various objects, things that you have wanted and hankered after, you find that they start to lose significance, they start to lose value. You don't take the outside world to be true anymore. You understand these are actually perceptions, that these are just thoughts. We are always acting out on thoughts. This is a mechanism. The process is happening here. For this human body, unfortunately, because of misconception, because forever and a day the perceptions have become real, we think we are driving everything. We are sitting in the driver's seat and we are controlling everything. But the Dhamma philosophy puts the truth, or makes you stare at the truth. Now, when we say you here all the time, we are trying to just convey it to you. But ultimately, as we said right from the beginning, understanding the mechanics of the mind shows that there was no self here. This is a process, a system, just like the tree, just like nature, just like plants are coming to life, getting sustained by the nutrients of the earth, growing into big trees, bearing fruit. In the same way, this human body nurtures itself through various types of food, nutrients, and then grows. And just like a tree grows old, this body also has the wasting and the aging, and then coming to an end. But do we consider it like that? No, we think this whole thing we can control. We were born from a mother and a father. We were born from a mother's womb. We grew up, we had control over everything. That is how we have this impression. But this Dhamma seeks to shine a light on this and say that there is nobody else is doing here. Nobody is doing anything. So I think we have run out of time. But if you can continue to listen to these talks, different practitioners will expand on most of these aspects further. And this will hopefully bring you to seeing the light of truth and understand how this mind works, and find a way to reach that final non-self vibration which we call nirvana. So yeah, thank you Dhamma friends, and Therwan Sarnai.
Good afternoon, everybody. Therwan Sarnai Mahamsa. Therwan Sarnai, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 86. Even though you do a lot of meritorious deeds by giving food to temple, do a lot of good deeds to gain a lot of merits, still it does not stop you falling into bad worlds after your death. The point is, if you have not entered the supramundane plane, which is the Lokottara Bhumiya, the chances are that you will fall into bad worlds or hells. If you believe that things outside truly exist, that will lead you to bhava, and you will go on in samsara, following the cycle of rebirth and death. Unless you have realized the philosophy of the Buddha, you cannot be called a Buddhist. Anybody who has already realized that this world is an illusion, a lie, he or she can be called a Buddhist, Bauddha, or Baba Buddha. You need to practice going on the path every day. At the beginning, try to bring your mindfulness to any of the four postures you would be at that moment. At the beginning, you need to apply effort to go on the path. The journey on the path to Nirvana begins with the effort you put into it. Once you realize the pure truth, you will remember that at the beginning you had to apply a lot of effort to start the journey on the path. But later, as you go on the path, you realize that once you reach a point in your mindfulness and in your spiritual development, the rest of the spiritual development takes place automatically. You would automatically see the thoughts effortlessly. You would not get distracted by the thoughts. You would let them go. Before your spiritual development, you had applied a lot of effort to practice how to let go of the thoughts that you receive at that moment. It only shows that it is very important that you practice letting go of the thoughts in order to proceed on the path to nirvana. You should also know that the path to become a Sotapanna or stream enterer is different to the path one has to follow to become an Anagami or a non-returner. There are 4 stages of attainment in the supramundane plane. They are Sotapanna, Sakurdagami, Anagami, and Arahant. To attain each stage, you have to follow a different path. Sotapanna Margya is like a path going up a mountain in search of nirvana. And on your way to the top, you arrive at a plateau. This plateau is similar to attaining the first stage of Sotapanna. This means that have realized the truth. Theron Sun, everybody.
We worship Aranamse for his noble guidance and welcome you to the English Zoom discussion. Welcome everyone who has joined already. I think Dr. Sakuntala is busy today with the programs, live programs, which is happening in Metmal monasteries. So we'll continue the discussion. It's I think Ranmanse also mentioned in the morning Zoom morning Zoom as well that we should talk about the Satyajnana as well, which we do. Actually, we do that. We can talk about it as it comes. Anyone is free to ask a question as well. So I'll just give some facts here while someone asks a question. So when someone asks questions in the Zoom discussion, we realize that the angle we see here is can be very, it's different from each other. Like the way they look at Dhamma can be different. It's okay, but it's very important to understand the no-self Dhamma is actually, we are not going to understand just that the outside is not existent and the thoughts are not true. Actually, that's not the only part. It's mainly understanding that the self is not existent. The thought of self actually happened because we got a perception of self. We feel that we are here. So there's a feel, there's a perception, and there's a big view that I'm here. We are actually trying to find out how this happened. That's the whole idea of Dhamma, nothing about other things. So we have to keep this in the background, otherwise we might lose the idea that why we are discussing these things. So mainly we discuss these Dhamma points mainly to understand that the self-view, self-perception, the self-vibration, or the burning is actually it's there because of a reason. We are trying to understand why it has happened. If there's no self, what are we feeling? Then we understand through Dhamma that Aranwatsi has explained that it is mainly the stimulus which we feel as existent. That's how that we have this feel of existence or alive feel in here. So this is very important. If we lose that basics, the base, it's if you keep understanding without that base, there can be actually problem, because you will get more powerful, and someone who doesn't really care about others, or someone who doesn't feel the others or the world or the nature will may happen. So the main thing is here, the why we discuss this Dhamma is we are trying to find me. Who am I? So when we try to understand that, we understand there is a thought that I'm here. Yes, that's true. Definitely. We have a thought that I'm here. Then how did that thought happen? Is because there's a self-perception that we have like an idea or a perception or we can't say anything similar words for that. We have a perception that we are here. There's always that duality. So there's a feel too, like you feel something here, like a vibration. So how this happened is our investigation. How did this happen? So when the vibration is there, when the self-perception is there, when the self-view is there, definitely this gets more and more reinforced every day, and then very easily you get carried away. So if something happens, it comes as they did this to me, or that person did this to me, or that company did this to me, or that bank did this to me, whatever, or this nature did this to me, or the other way around, I did this to them. This is my fault, or I shouldn't have done this way, or I should have done this in a different way. So there are so many thoughts around I because of the the view. So it get magnified every day, and this ongoing thing happens till your respiration stops. So in your 20s you might be thinking about some stuff, and in 30s you might be thinking about another stuff, whatever the stuff that you feel important, and 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s, if someone is alive at 90s, yes. So there are so many things that revolve around myself. So if it's very old age, you think about what will happen to me after the death, or how they will do my last moments. What will they do to my body after my death? How will I be healthy? How will I be healthy? How can I maintain this health? So many things. Or you might feel envy of others. I can't even walk, but others are walking. I can't even talk. Others are non-stop talking. I can't hear the music. I can't see properly. Even the taste is bad. My skin is so wrinkly. But the world is ongoing. The world hasn't stopped, even though I feel like I'm stopping. So the story goes on. Story goes on and on. Is there anyone to ask a question?
Doctor, I'm Joel here.
Oh yeah, okay.
Hi. I wanted to ask how to practice this letting go things. How to practice it, doctor?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll talk about that. So letting go, there are two ways that people do that. Letting go in right, so the wrong vision is that the belief that we are here, I'm here, others are there, the chair is there, I'm here, my friends, they are there, I'm here. You know, that complete wrong vision is, with the wrong vision also we can let go. So how can we do that? We just let go, like I wanted to buy a car, but I let go of that. I just bought a bike. It's cheaper, it's very easy to ride. Yeah, you just let go of that car idea. You can do some other stuff too, like I got an idea about a girl. I felt the girl is not the right, and I let it go because I didn't feel it's right. So you got a plate of like some food, and you felt it is going to make you sick, or make you actually fall sick in future. You just let go of that. Or there is a recurrent idea that is coming. You know that gambling is not good. But it keeps coming, and then you rationalize it in your brain. Gambling is not good. Okay, I'm not going to do that.
Right?
There was an answer.
Kokila, my brother's daughters here, my sister's daughters, Australia.
Okay, Aranasa.
Yeah, here. Is my yeah. So what's Hiroshi is the name. Is the three sisters here. My sisters' daughters. Yeah, I like that that subject. Can you talk that? Yeah, so we are talking about meditation, inside meditation. Now discussion is going with my daughters with inside meditation. She's I know this girls like this inside meditation and the inside silence. They don't like the rush. It's nice. There's the Dhamma otherwise. Kokila,
Yes, sir.
you're the doctor also. What's your subject?
Physiotherapy.
Physiotherapy. It's okay. You talk. It's your ideas.
Hello, I'm Hiroshi, physiotherapist.
Hi.
So in Australia.
Also, we're from Australia. My sister's here too. She's a speech pathologist. Hello.
Hi.
We were talking
What
about
did you say? What did you say? The sister is
a speech pathologist. A speech
speech
pathologist. Yes.
speech pathologist.
Oh,
Yeah.
we were talking about inside calm and tranquility and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
What did you understand?
What did you understand?
Did you actually understand something, or you're just in the process of trying to understand?
I think it's a mix of both. I think we understood that life is so busy that you don't realize that meditation can happen all the time. I think that's what Sugamama explained, our uncle.
Kokila is every moment inside meditation is there, no Kokila?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, it's okay. That's how our discussion is going. What we are doing is no matter our day-to-day activities is normally happening, but inside meditation is there. No Kokila?
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. No, inside meditation is not the concentration meditation.
Yeah.
Not the subject, not the syllabus. It's our life.
Every day,
Yeah.
Oh, mundane meditation. Right?
Yeah. Inside we are in awareness.
Yeah.
Inside.
Spiritual awareness.
Yeah, spiritual awareness.
With everyday activity.
Yeah. It's normally our life is going.
Yeah.
Inside meditation also there. That's why Buddha's, especially Buddha, never heard before Dhamma.
Yeah.
They explain the five teachers after became a Buddha. Siddhartha Tathasa became a Buddha. It's okay. she can hear. But what Buddha explain? Normally our life is going, but not sadness or suffering. Why? We know nobody is here. System is working. Our senses, eye, ear, nose, and mouth, and the body, feel is the five senses, and the mind also other senses. Mind sense also we are not doing. Automatically is the working.
Right.
But we are thinking we are doing everything. But nobody is here. No one is here. No doer is here. System is here.
Yeah. Like the
That
subconscious.
system, systematically is happening.
Subconscious.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's all happening.
Yeah.
Yes.
That's the inside meditation.
Mm.
That's the inside meditation.
So your sense. Yeah. Makes sense.
Yeah, that's Kokila are very interesting. These girls also know this, but they are not talking about the Buddhism only. But they are talking normally. They style. Our that's very important, Kokila.
Yeah.
That's very important. No religion. We are not talking about the religion. The Dhamma is the nature like that. Yeah.
Younger generation, they don't talk about the religion anyway.
Yeah.
How old are they?
Yeah, it's okay. You can see how old are they. It's okay, Kokila. You can now see. You can
Oh,
see.
really?
It's okay. It's okay, Kokila?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
Yeah. 3 sisters and she. She's the younger, and she's the second, and she's the third.
Ah, okay.
Yeah. You see that?
Yes, yes, yes.
Yeah, Kokila. It's okay.
Yeah.
Now age, you can tell the age. Yeah. Yeah. Now you can tell the age. Yeah, yeah.
I'm 24, 26.
26.
I'm 70.
70. It's okay, Kokila.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Their
Nice, no?
generation, yes,
Nice.
100%.
Yeah, younger generation. Yeah. It's nice.
So, yeah, so it's very interesting, this Dhamma in a, like, if anyone,
Where are you, Australia? Where are you? Go? What? Gold Coast.
oh, really? Okay.
Where are you, Kokila?
I am towards Wollongong, down south from Wollongong also, like,
Wollongong. South.
yeah, down south.
Down south.
From Sydney.
Sydney.
It's South Shoalhaven, that area is called.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm a general practitioner.
Brisbane. Yeah, my sister, they are in the Brisbane. These daughters, they are working, no? Yeah. The subject, what is that subject is talking? I very interested in that.
Speech pathology.
Is speech therapy. Speech therapy and the physiotherapy. Do you know?
Yeah,
Do you know?
I know.
Yeah, it's okay. Yeah.
I know, I refer to them.
Ah, it's okay.
I refer patients to them.
Doctors refer to
It's okay. Nice. Nice to meet, no? Suranka, where are you there? Suranka?
Surangika
Yes,
maybe
I
in
am.
Brisbane.
Teresa Suranka, where are you in Australia?
I'm in Brisbane, Aryan sir.
Brisbane. Suranka, are you Brisbane?
Yes, Aryan sir.
My sister also Brisbane, no? They are in Brisbane. Which part? Yeah. Yeah, my brother is here. It's okay. Yeah, please ask him. Which part of Brisbane?
Just slightly north in the northern suburbs of Brisbane, just half an hour's drive from the city.
Okay, what's suburb? Chermside?
Boonda. It's called Boonda.
Boonda. Yeah, I know. Shopping center near the airport.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Okay. How long you live there?
I've been here for 3 years now.
Okay. All right. You come to temple or Gunda temple?
No, I go to Forest Lake, Ajancha Monastery in not Forest Lake, sorry, Kolo, Dambagiri Forest Monastery.
Okay. We are close to the Gudna temple.
The Gudna one, yeah. I've heard of Gudna, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, very nice temple.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes, Lanka, it's okay. Where's this, our Sumit, where's Kokila, the Australia?
Sunit is in Sydney, Aryan.
Sydney.
Yes. Sunit is Sydney.
Yes.
Yeah, it's okay. What do you think about Melbourne the day before yesterday, no? Or yesterday, no?
Yeah, I listened to that the whole day.
Discussion, yeah.
I was
nice,
involved
no?
in that. Yeah,
nice,
it
no?
was nice. It was
nice. It's okay. Okay, Kogila, keep going. It's okay. I'm now stopping my side. It's okay.
Okay, Arana.
Because we are going the discussion. It's okay, Kokila. Terosara, everybody. Terosara.
So going back to our question of letting go, so we'll go back to that. So the letting go, as I was starting to tell, letting go can happen in normal way, the way that we knew, I have let go so many things because maybe I wanted another thing, or because I thought it may be harmful. So that's common sense, by the way. That's common sense. So we have some common sense. We let go of things. Someone is worried about the lung cancer, they might let go of smoking, like something like that. But this letting go that we are talking about is actually nothing related to that kind of common sense. This is actually more deeper than that. This letting go happens automatically by just knowing that these the truth, basically the truth that actually Joel is very into. Because the truth is, this dream is not true, even though we are in a dream. Really beautiful dream, it can be ugly dream, it can be tired dream, it can be a terrible dream sometimes, or whatever it is a dream. So who would like to actually be in a dream and get deceived by a dream? No one, no human being. If they are really aware that it's a dream and you are really getting carried away by in a dream, you wouldn't like that. You would like to wake up, isn't it? So we are talking about waking up. We are not actually talking about letting go in other ways. So again, how can you let go? So the letting go, imagine that understanding them, how you feel lighter, how you feel that eternal tranquility, how you feel that super awareness, how you feel that super happiness, or the unbelievable loving and kindness that we were talking about that day. How come that happened? So the usually we are not aware about anything like that, but after hearing this Dhamma, you understand this dream. You understand that the outside is actually a perception in our mind. And when we try to understand the mind, we understand it's just like a spark. It's a vibration. It's a vibration. So you keep understanding how these things work. And are you trying to let go now? Not really. Are you trying? If you really understand that this dream is a dream, are you going to really hold on to things in the dream? You might use them. I mean, you are eating because you have a body, so you keep eating. You have you have to keep it clean. You have to be in the society as a having like a good appearance, and you have a pattern that you had before, so you might be doing something that you used to be doing. You get up in the morning and you have a routine, so you might be doing the same. But are you actually deceived in that dream? Not really. So if you actually awake, you feel now we are trapped in the dream. You feel that, but if you feel awakened, you're not actually in the dream, but you kind of become the master of the dream. Before we were in the dream, we were acting in the dream with so much agony, so much sometimes happiness, so much anger, so much sometimes empathy, but sometimes hatred, sometimes jealousy, sometimes you are happy for the other person. Yeah, it's a roller coaster. But the problem was you were acting in that roller coaster. You were inside that dream. You were inside the film. But once you awaken from the dream, are you actually trying to let go? No, this happened because of truth. You're not actually trying to let go, because if you try to let go, this becomes a problem, because you try to let go, the person who is trying to let go becomes very prominent. That's like the before. because you wanted to let go, so you want to stop smoking, you try to stop smoking, you are trying to do something, of course, because it's beneficial for you. You feel sad and you're trying to make things correct again because you want to feel happy. That's because you want to feel happy. But the eternal happiness or the tranquility doesn't come like that. It's actually coming in, even if you are sad, you will have that happiness. You will have that tranquility. Even if your body is damaged due to some accident, you will be still happy. You will still be having that tranquility. How come is that? That's because you're actually not in the dream. So the letting go happens automatically. How? Because you have realized that these perceptions are not true. Perceptions are perceptions. Perceptions are like vibrations. The dream, I told you, the dream can be 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, 100 years. Whatever the dream, it's just another dream. But if you think like this, it is not going to help that much, because just thinking like that will not help. But if you really think about how these perceptions are made, how this alive feel has come, because you feel the light, you feel the touch, you feel the sound, you feel the taste, you feel the smell. But you understand that's only feelings of the sensory organs. That's all that happened. Yes, of course, there was a vibration to initiate this system, 100%. But now, because you're understanding Dhamma, the vibration goes down. There's no power, but the system is going. Tranquility is there. The happiness is there. You can do whatever the things that you are doing, and you will definitely start to help other people who will need this Dhamma, who will seek this Dhamma. So, did you really feel it, Joel? I don't know. What do you think?
Yes, doctor. Thank you. Thank you. I felt it.
Yeah, okay. So, Suranka, do you want to add something to that? Or Joel, do you have any other way? Yeah, Suranka, yeah, you can talk.
Yeah, Dr. Hukla, nothing really to add. I think the point I want to make, but then you also mentioned it, that when one says letting go, it can actually, you can mistakenly think that there is an active letting go that needs to be done. But that is not the case, isn't it? In this true Dhamma and the understanding and the practical aspect of it, we keep saying letting go, and to a certain extent, I think Dr. Kokila explained about the wrong way of letting go, and in the mundane world also we let go of various things. Even when we understand the Dhamma also, people mistakenly try to do that same type of letting go. For example, now when we have heard our advanced explaining for so many years, this is an experience in other Zoom meetings as well, Joel. Lots of our mothers who are listening to the talks, now they know the truth. They know the philosophy that has been explained. So what they try to do is, sometimes we know when some thought has become very heavy for them, say, for example, their son is not calling or something often, and now the mother is getting agitated. Then she comes onto the Zoom and says, no, Advancer, although my son didn't call, I don't know this. There is no. This is just a thought. My son is just a thought. There is no sun outside, so I'm fine, Advancer. Like that, she says. So, and no, as if she's overtly trying to let go. So now, does that actually work? It doesn't. I mean, to a certain extent, she might have a temporary bit of relief, but it's almost as if she's trying to tell herself without actually innately understanding the reality of that process. So what the true Dhamma philosophy is trying to get across to the followers is the fundamental tenets of this pure truth, which is about how this whole mind and mechanism works, how the self-perceptions arise, what is self-view, was there such a thing, wasn't that only a misconception, so on and so forth. But if you say that, I know it's bad, I know it's a thought, then it's almost only applying it like a knowledge. So because initially you have to take it in as knowledge, because we have already discussed that we use the mind as a tool first, because we have to first acquire the knowledge, almost like theory. We have to know what this philosophy is, what was it that the Buddha taught. And then once you do that, there is that practical aspect. Every posture, everywhere you go, in your daily routine, the thing that is never absent is what? The thoughts, isn't it? And through the truth philosophy, we understand this. It is the thoughts that bring about the stimuli. The thought itself is the stimuli, and it is the stimuli, understanding that to be real, is the thing that actually causes the suffering. The moment the stimuli becomes real, there is a duality. The experience, the person experiencing the stimuli also manifests at the same time in that thought itself. So when one understands that, the practical aspect of it brings about that inner transformation, the jnana or the wisdom that Aryan Manse has also explained in this Zoom. So that is what he's trying to encourage people following to do. Because ultimately, as Dr. Kokila says, ultimately the truth is that there is no self here. There has always been a harboring of a wrong self-view, which is why the suffering has arisen. The suffering of depression, the suffering when we lose a loved one, the suffering when we lose a job, the suffering when a relative comes and becomes a pain in the neck and doesn't go away. All those things are suffering. Why is it a suffering? The stimuli has become real. For you, it can be different stimuli. For another person, it can be another stimuli, relative, mother, father, whoever it is. But ultimately, they all have one common thread. It is all perceptions, stimuli. And if that stimuli or the perception is considered to be real, that you think there is a person outside, you think there is an object that has been lost to the fire, you think there is a dog who has died, whatever it is, as long as one considers that these things, that there is such an external world, then this whole world and the reality and the self and everything becomes true. Because that's the way this whole ignorance, this mechanism works. But if we understand that this whole thing is the natural phenomena of the mind, just like the trees, just like nature, that there is just a process and a mechanism that is being activated here. As long as there is breath coming in and out of the body, the whole thing is understood objectively, clinically. And that clinical thing is what the theory and the practical aspect of it helps us to realize. So the knowledge then gets transformed. The knowledge of the truth and the philosophy and the mechanics gets transformed to an innate understanding. And that understanding cannot be forced. It is not an active letting go. What has to be done is see the truth in the thought. When one sees the truth in the thought, the power, the underlying current, the power behind the thought, the weight, the value that is attached to the thought, whether it's the mother, whether it is the job, whether it is the trade union striking and the patient suffering, all that one then sees behind the scene. We see the magic happening. We see how did this stimuli become real. Was there a patient? Was there a trade union? Did the baby have all these problems? No, they didn't. When did these object stimuli become real? So that is the part that is understood by applying the truth and seeing the thought. So all that is done is understanding the thought, and then the letting go comes naturally. The letting go is an auto happening, and slowly what happens is the thought ceases to be of value. The thought ceases to have the suffering, the burning, the heaviness that is attached to it. That is the ultimate letting go in this Buddhist philosophy. Dr. Kokila, if I said something wrong, please correct any aspect.
No, I think
Thank you.
really it's really good that you added that. Actually, I can feel that some others would actually artificially think that okay, sun is not there, so sun is a thought, so that's it. But this Dhamma is completely actually different, because if you actually feel this Dhamma, what you finally get is there's no self. That's the main thing I was actually trying to say, that was that because at the end, what we understand here is how we felt alive and how we don't feel alive, that burning, even we can't say burning, that self-perception is not there when the actual stimuli is not felt as a thing, or it doesn't become a thing. This breaks the whole cycle of feeling alive for the whole samsara. So the actual break here is that this self-view, which is there even in the God, the Brahma, the human, even though the self-view is not really prominent in animals, they have the self-perception, very strong self-perception. Even the small rat is scared to die. If you have seen, podcast and stuff, or whatever the documentaries, you can see even the smallest animal in the world, they don't like dying. So that is because there's self-perception. So that's the final outcome. And if you actually felt that at least once, the important aspect that we get here is, well, the self-perception is not true. But to come to that understanding, we have to understand all the other things too, like all the other perceptions are not true as well. So when we realize that, our burning is going to go down drastically. Why? If there is no self, how come there are others? Because we are like a center. Like we are the center of the attraction, or the center of the field. Everyone is around you, like my father, my mother, my siblings, my kids, my husband, my wife, my friends, my school, my job place, what else? My worship place. So it's all revolving around here. If you really understand this, you can feel this center is getting weaker and weaker. And when center becomes weaker, you actually become the son. You actually become the mother. You actually become the person who is in front of you. So you feel so much, you feel that vibration. If the vibration that side is high, you feel that too. If the vibration is low, you feel that too. If the vibration is low and you feel that the vibe, you might be able to help that person to go to non-vibration, you might help it. So vibration is so high, you might even not try. So that's the difference. I mean, more we talk about this, more we can actually understand this. I'm really thankful for Joel keep asking these questions, because we even don't talk about these things because our talks are usually very monotonous and boring, because we kind of get diverted to one angle of the story. But if someone actually asks a question like this, the true Dhamma comes automatically. No one is bringing it, it comes automatically. So so letting go basically is something which happens with the truth. What is the truth? There is no thing, there is no self. So yes, Joel, do you have anything to add or ask?
Yeah, it was nice to hear, like, you become the mother, you become the father. I felt it a lot, what you said. And we read about detachment. How do you detach from yourself? I mean, detachment and let go, is it same? Or
Okay,
is it different?
now you are really good in asking questions, Joel. I have to appreciate that. Okay, now detachment. You asked from how to detach yourself from your how can you detach yourself? No, the question is how can you detach from yourself? Yes. So yes, now here there's a bit of a trick here. What? There's a part of ignorance what happened here. Actually, what ignorance here is, we have a misunderstanding, complete misunderstanding, misconception that there is a self. Okay, there was never a self. There was a system which manifested nicely, went into a story. Yes, it went on and on. Yes, but there's a misunderstanding from the beginning, from the very beginning, that there is a self. As soon as first stimuli happens, first thought happens, you get this self perception. You can't avoid that. You just get it, because that's how it is. Until someone tells you, that's how it is, because you have to hear this. So actually, Joel, here what happens is you're not detaching from yourself. What happens is you keep realizing that there wasn't a self. That's so beautiful to understand. That's the most beautiful thing I would say in the world that if people can understand, because that brings the suffering to zero, suffering to 100% zero. Because here, as we talked about before, the letting go concept also same. We try to let go things. We change it around. The same thing. We are not trying to detach from, I am not trying to detach from myself. I'm actually, first I'm understanding that there is no self. From the noble friend we understand it. And then you actually feel it. You just feel that there is no self. You started walking and you feel that it's not you who is walking, it's just a system. It just works. You start driving and you know it's not you driving, it's a system. If the driving is like a mind picture which is there, if someone is taught how to drive, they will keep driving. What's the big deal? No, it's not a big deal. But what the problem was, the misunderstanding was there. I am driving. So that when the misunderstanding is going to the understanding, or if the ignorance is getting, the ignorance is disappearing, or science is actually coming up. So what we actually feel here is, if the stimuli is not felt as a thing, the feeling of self is not there. So we understand completely without any doubt, if this happens, this is like just a moment, like a fraction of a second moment. Do you understand in that moment, this self-feeling we had, it's a feel, we feel alive. That self-feeling we have is actually not there when the stimuli is not taken for granted. So at that particular moment, you are not there. That particular moment though. But that confirms what this Dhamma says. It becomes ages for you to actually become that, because it takes time for you, all the defilements to go away. But this fraction of second, when you feel that the self is not there, this confirms your truth. So the misunderstanding that we had forever, that there is self, everything is happening to me, everything is, I am feeling these things, I am touching, I am seeing, I am eating, I am sensing the smell, I am hearing these things, I am thinking, and these things are happening to me. This whole thing collapses, and you're not going to entertain that anymore. That's the beauty of Dhamma, Joel. That's the beauty of Dhamma. So in that fraction of second, you don't feel you, then you will actually start to become Dhamma from there onwards, because there's no doubts about Dhamma. Because now you're listening, you're actually trying to understand, but you felt so many things, I know, because you felt lighter, but then it keeps changing. But these things, it will never change, because these are like very demarcations that Shani was talking about. Shani's topic was how to become a stream mentor. How do you become into this stream? That is how you enter the stream. A moment without you. It's not you trying to get rid of you. It's a moment without you, just by understanding them. Did you get it, Joel?
Yes, doctor. I got it. Can you tell me, have you ever felt that moment where you were not there
Kind of.
in life? An example that you can tell about your life, in your life, that you have felt that you were not there, and that was a good moment. Can you tell me that moment? An
It's kind
experience,
of
kind of thing.
it's one example would be, I was in the garden. I was just there, sitting there in the morning, and there were a lot of sounds of birds, and just a fraction of a second I felt that, and I felt the strong vibration as well as the non-vibration. I can't say more than that because it's just a feeling. And just the example. Yes, Surangika, can you add anything more to that?
I think what you said was adequate, Dr. Kokila. It's difficult to, I suppose, it's a moment that has to be realized, isn't it?
Yeah. But Joy's questions are really valuable because, but the problem is you can't really simulate or get anything from anyone else's. That's why we don't talk much about these experiences, personal experiences, because if you get a chittarupa about that or the mental picture about that, someone can get misled because it becomes like a mental picture. So we try not to talk about these specific moments, but we try to. But all, if you felt it once, you might feel it again. So all the Dhamma we talk about is actually based on these experiences. But it's really beautiful for you to feel it. But your way is completely different. It is completely different. So all the experiences are different, but the non-vibration is same. Vibration power could be different from person to person. You feel that vibration power that is tense. You feel that power, and then if it really comes to you that it is a function of the sensory organ, definitely it will that ear function. It would be the ear function, and if you really feel it, then you will feel the non-vibration too. It is very subtle, though, very very minute, because it's very transient like kind of thing. But and definitely this path keep changing. Shani told about that. Shani was talking about that where the path keep changing. So the path where you become stream enterer is different from stream enterer becoming a non-returner. Non-returner to an arahant, it is different. So there's a long way to go from that beginning. So it's just the beginning. That part is just the beginning. So you are just still floating around. But it's very important to understand that this self-view is the main problem here. When that is understood that it is just a view only, And what is here is only the chair or the mother or anything, any stimulus in that case. You keep understanding that was the only thing that was there. And then, is it that true? No, that's not true either. It's a perception. It's like a current. How can you otherwise see the chair in the dreams? So this Dhamma is very beautiful if you can understand and then feel it. And you keep understanding more and more that actually when you understand that there is no self, your burning goes down a lot, because there's no way that anyone can make you to boil. After you understanding that or feeling that, can someone come and talk to you and say, here Joel, you have this thing, why don't you try to achieve this, or something. I mean, people are very inquisitive and very keen to help as well at the same time. So, if you can do them, you can do. But what I'm trying to say is, you will not be burning. Your burning is going to go down, never going to multiply. So, from a stream enterer, the main good thing being, the Lord Buddha says is, after becoming a stream enterer, your vibration is never going to get worse than what your vibration is now. So the human vibration, the kind of human level, you're not going to go down in the sense to the animal level. So it happens here and now. So your vibration is never going to get so bad that you can kill someone, you can steal things, you can lie, you can harm someone, you can't really, there are so many things that automatically happens because you understand that if you are actually killing someone, it's just a perception. You have a perception that you are killing someone. It's just a perception. Who would like to be in a dream and act really seriously in the dream? Because you have to be so serious to kill someone, isn't it? Be so serious. To lie, you have to be so serious. To steal, you have to be so serious about this life. To steal. Think about these things. So your vibration is never going to go down, but it is going to get better and better. So towards zero. But it is zero in every stimuli, only in an arahant. Until such time, there is a long time. It can be, the timing can't be judged. It's according to every person's vibration. How low the vibration is, they might feel it a bit more quickly. And but that's the beginning of the path. That's not the end of the path. That's the beginning of the path. Anything else? Yes, Suranika, can you add something?
Yeah, Dr. Kokila, I think that even as that vibration gradually lowers, even I think at the point or before the stream enterer stage, the value attached to those mental formations, what we call sankhara, or perceptions itself, dissipates. And now, how does those perceptions manifest? It manifests in three ways. One is mental formations in the form of thought that we have spoken of. But the overt aspect of it is what is vitakka in English? When the mental formations are magnified, they turn to verbal stuff like words, verbose. And then the more one agitates about the thoughts, it turns into action. So those are the three ways that these mental formations manifest themselves: through action, overt action, through words, and through thoughts. So initially the thought has to arise, and then that gives rise to the impulse to speak and explain and talk. And then that also gives rise to action. So what Dr. Kopla was trying to say is, the more one realizes that there's no truth in this thought, and this whole thing is a mental construct and fallacy based out of ignorance alone, the gradual wanting to act on various things, wanting to steal, wanting to kill, even those, the temptation or the tendency, shall we say, to act on the thoughts dissipates over time. And then whilst at a certain point the action really dwindles down, then even the words. Now, when you think about a conversation earlier, if you think, we are always wanting to talk, isn't it? We are always wanting to engage in a conversation. Before the other person finishes talking, we are not even listening to that person. We are building up the thing that we want to say to that person, isn't it? Even in discussions, if you just think about how this behavior happens, and then even in those conversations, whether it is with a colleague or whether it is even with friends around a table at a pub or a bar or something, even we are trying to show that, we are great. We are trying to praise ourselves, maybe indirectly, or say that, this thing happened and this is the way I worked it out. And, you won't say directly, I am great and I am brave, but in indirect ways, in covert ways, there is a way that the self is being kind of praised in a indirect roundabout way. So all these things are giving rise from that mental formation. The thought then gives the urge to say things, gives the urge to fatten the ego, gives the urge to put things in words. So hold attention in a crowd, say things that will bring praise to oneself, so on and so forth. Now, all that gradually, as the stimuli becomes less and less real, the need for action, the need to put oneself on a stage or to do things like that, the overt action gradually goes away. Then the need for putting words, the need for talking endlessly nonsense, putting oneself in the limelight, all that also goes. Why does it happen? It doesn't happen deliberately. Each time a thought comes, the lack of significance of the thought is the thing that comes up. What is the point? Because it just says every stimuli is, we know the truth behind the stimuli. So each stimuli, it becomes useless. Each stimuli, the power of the stimuli to keep on going from one thought to the other to the thought, because the conversation makes the thought stronger, right? The conversation, in order to fuel the conversation, the thoughts fuel themselves and get more and more powerful. That is the thing that will give the momentum, give the motivation to keep on speaking, to keep on fattening the ego, to keep on, bringing attention to oneself in a crowd, so on and so forth. So all that falls down, as Dr. Kopila says, even with the action. So which is why at the point of stream enterer, there is no way that that stimuli is going to be any, like worse or bad to the point of falling down into any one of those lower realms. It is only going to become refined and more refined. The behavior becomes more tranquil, more calm, the posture, the thinking, all that becomes calm and subdued. Now, that doesn't mean that that personality stops talking and stops smiling and that kind of thing. That person will still behave in the normal trait of that person. But inside, as Aryan Mahatsa has told us many a time, the calmness is inside. The inner transformation has happened. On the outside, the person will be cheerful, will be talking to the parents, taking the children to school, and behaving as usual. So it is difficult in this dream enterer and beyond, even for a person in the mundane world to actually recognize such a person, isn't it, Dr. Kokila? It's
Yeah, it's very beautiful. The more we get into this understanding of right vision, everything follows. Kind of everything follows. So you start working with right vision. You start talking with right vision. So everything follows in that kind of order, because when there's no self, imagine when someone enters and there's no self, like really low ego, don't you feel it? You feel it. And if someone enters with very high ego, you feel that too. And when someone is with low ego, not like an Arahant has no ego at all. Someone with low ego even, we feel so comfortable because there's no kind of pressure. But anyone with high ego, you feel such a pressure. That if you are a feeler, you will feel it, because someone in the mind will not catch it. Because when the mind is racing, it will concentrate on a lot of other stuff. But if you are a feeler, you'll definitely feel the vibration. When we are in a room, don't we say that we can feel the vibe? We feel the vibe. We sometimes leave because you can't really take it. That's okay. That's okay. It's just mainly understanding how this dream is ongoing, but still it's a dream. So if we are awakened from the dream, the dream will still go, but that power which you had as the burning or the suffering is not going to be there. So you'll be smiling with them, you might be talking with them. If you really don't want to talk with them, you might go. It doesn't matter. You're not bothered about that action though. If you're not going, if you are invited to go to a party and you say no, you're not bothered about that either. And also, if you decide to go and you are there, but you're not there. If you're not there, if you actually don't go, you come home, you are not there either. But you keep doing everything that you should do. You act normal with everyone. No one can say anything. No one can even detect anything. It's just acting normal. They can feel they might feel comfortable with you because you have very low ego, but then that's it. Yes, anything, Joel? Did you actually get the points that we are trying to say? We are coming closer to the end of the Zoom discussion today. Yeah.
Yes, Doctor. I was like jotting down certain important points that we are discussing, so that after the session that I could reflect on that and understand it more and feel it. So yeah, I was jotting down the points. Thank you, Doc. Thank you, Madam Surangika.
All good. And yeah, we worship Say we are really, we have a great gratitude for the noble friendship that he has offered. We just listen to them through YouTube. We just started randomly. It's just a random thing for me. And I think Surangika got a tip from a friend, I think. But whatever the way that you entered listening to Dhamma, just understanding that there is no self, actually it's only a self-view. There is a vibration which is actually there because the stimuli is taken as a thing. So when the stimuli is fully understood and you don't feel it as a thing, you don't feel you become the stimuli. That's how it actually can be taken. Even these words, don't take it too seriously because this is just a feel. So to give the idea of the feel, we keep saying these things. Otherwise, it's something you feel. Your power, your chains are actually, that's the vibration of your system. That vibration, you have to actually feel it to understand that that is what is going to get slowly dissipate, slowly dwindle, slowly go to zero. So we'll start the discussion tomorrow. Thank you all Dhamma friends for coming for the discussion. We worship Paranwanse. May Triple Gem bless you all.
Thank you, Dr. Kokila. Thank you, Joel and other Dhamma friends. We worship our and Mahamsa Tilman.
Good afternoon, everybody. Terun Sana Sir. Terun Sana, everybody. Let's continue with the book reading. The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2, page number 84, second paragraph. As you continue to practice seeing the truth in each thought, the Pancha Indriya Dharma becomes Bala Dharma. This means that all these qualities of Sattva, Virya, Sati, Samadhi, Prajna begin to develop automatically without any effort. Now you don't think. As soon as you receive a thought, you automatically see the truth in it. This means that a spiritual development has started taking place within you. This spiritual development is known as the 7 factors of awakening, Sattabojjhanga. The 7 factors of awakening are: first, mindfulness, sati; second, investigation, Dhammavichaya; third, effort, virya; fourth, joy, priti; fifth, tranquility, passaddhi; sixth, concentration, samadhi; seventh, equanimity, without craving or aversion, upekkha. This spiritual development of the Sattabojjhanga cannot be stopped by anyone. Just like how a chili plant would grow, the awakening process automatically works within you, and you will realize the pure truth. The realization of the pure truth is called Sambodhiparayana. This means that you will never be born in bad worlds or hells. Once you realize the pure truth, you would attain the first stage of awakening on the supramundane plane known as Sotapanna, and thereafter nothing can stop your spiritual advancement. You will always move forward within the supramundane plane of the Patisotaya. You will automatically begin to move forward on the path to Nirvana. Once you realize the pure truth, you will never be born in unfortunate worlds as hells or animal worlds. Theron San, everybody.
Therwan Sarna Shani, thank you for reading the 2 pages for us and starting the session. Therwan Sarnai Aryan Mahansa, we worship at your feet. Therwan Sarnai, all Dhamma friends who have joined the Zoom discussion. This is the English Zoom discussion, 2:45 p.m. to 4 p.m. from Sri Lankan time, to describe Dhamma pathway by Buddothpado Aryan Mahanse, our noble friend, our guide, and our teacher. So we have been discussing about the nature of the thought, how the thoughts are formed. If I just summarize what is mentioned, excluding the Pali terms which were mentioned in the 2 pages that Shani read, actually you should have the willingness to find out this pathway or understand. So your willingness is very important. And also you have to make an effort to understand this and concentrate on the facts that is described in these discussions and the sermons. So concentrate, and then little by little with the concentration, there will be some tranquil feeling in the mind. And also when you understand the nature of the mind and how the thoughts are formed, the mechanism, eventually every thought which comes up is automatically analyzed in that way. Right at the beginning, you have to use your own thoughts to understand the mind. So thoughts are used as a tool to understand the mind. That is how it is when you start. But gradually, the system will feel that the detailed thinking is not necessary. With a little bit of concentration and little bit of thinking, can realize what is happening. And furthermore, when you improve further, or when the system gets used to this mechanism, automatically it will come as a feel. Actually, you don't need to think, but as a feel, when the thoughts are coming, it is realized that there is no value, or this is something, some construct of the mind, and that also is not something lasting. It's something that occurs then and there, now and here. So this is the rough sort of sketch of the things that Shani read for us. What we are trying to do with these discussions are to identify and understand the nature of the mind and the thoughts, and how this feeling of self occurs. And when you have an outline of these things, little by little, with these discussions, the gaps can be filled, and finally, you get freedom from this burning sensation which is there underneath every thought. And when you come to a certain level with this understanding, there is no way of just going down the stream, because when you start swimming upstream, it's hard, it's not easy. But after a particular milestone, there is no way of turning back and getting dragged along with the stream. And then there is some assurance that because we describe and we believe about the birth cycles, the samsara journey. So there is no risk of falling into one of the bad levels, bad realms. So this is just a summary of what we read. If we have any questions, we can start with a question, or we can start discussing on some topic. Dr. Kokila also has joined, and all our Dhamma friends are there. Therva Saranai, we can start the discussion. I think
Thervan
Aryan Vansi
Saranai.
also has joined. Therva Saranai, Aryan Vansi.
Thervan Saranai. We'll start some discussion, and yeah, if as Johnny said, the implicitly the interest in finding truth is needed. It's actually it can come from various aspects. It can come from someone feeling the sadness, or it can come from when someone has attained everything, and as life-wise and try to think what's happening now. If someone means anything, it can happen in any way. But then if you incline towards the finding truth or finding, is there a liberation, or is there me, is where my kind of question. So the main thing is the interest, then, as Dr. Sakutala said, the keenness to follow and understand truth, and the effort and the investigation. Investigation here is actually trying to find who you are and trying to find who you are faces challenges. So challenges are like, because the mind plays a lot of tricks. Mind, it's not that mind is willfully doing that. It's just mind is like that because it's like a mirage anyway, and it gives a dream, and you tend to think in a way that we are existing, I'm existing, kind of outside is existing, I'm also existing, kind of attitude. So we never knew anything else. The whole world is actually investigating on this, like true investigators. There are people who are really interested in science as well as the spiritual side of it. Whether there's a spirit, there are so many aspects of it they investigate. Even though they take Lord Buddha's view sideways, they don't really talk about it because it's not how they look at it, but they don't declare it basically that it is actually Lord Buddha saying that there's no self, but the vibratory nature of the sensory organs bringing about a feel of life, and that is all what it is, and how this circle of birth is ongoing. And even if we say circle of birth is ongoing, people tend to think it in a way that, okay, I am born somewhere, something like that. But actually it is not in that way. It is a kind of a way that can't be explained in that way. Because if you feel, I'm going to die and I'm going to go somewhere, it is not what happens. It's the vibratory nature of this. If there is an additional vibration, which is the power of thinking, or additional power of that existing thinking, which synchronized to any vibration elsewhere. It doesn't work like according to your wishes or anything. So it's very interesting to find out who you are, to try and locate who you are, and at the end, what we really understand is what Lord Buddha told us. Well, there is a stimulus, or there is a thought, there is a feel, but all this is just a function of the sensory organ and the speed. So anyone can, and the they are the kind of in simple words for the effort and the investigation, all these aspects of your finding or become the truth, in the sense feeling the non-existence, or feeling the non-self perception. So you can ask a question at any time, and Aradhansya is also here. I'm not sure whether he's free to join, but he may. Is there any question today? Yeah, and Saramika is also here. Yes.
I will add few things as I felt. When we are talking about this, who am I, the topic, who am I, it's an important thing to discuss, because that is the main root of this tree of defilements, feeling the self or the self-existence or self-perception. We use it to describe it at different levels. Initially, it's felt that self is there, self-vibration is there, and then it becomes stronger, and it's reinforced by thoughts. I am there and my things, I like to do it this way, and like that. With the different age stages, various other colors or seasoning is added to this self-feeling. And finally, as an adult or maybe a grown-up child, there are many perceptions around this self-perception, many other additional things, and it becomes a strong world, thick world around the self, me, my, and myself. So when we are trying to chip off this thick shell around the self-perception, the thoughts, it's very important to know how these thoughts are formed, what is this mechanism. As we have discussed earlier also, the little baby didn't have the thoughts, only the feels were there, in the form of seeing, hearing, and feeling of the skin, tongue, and the nose. But gradually, with the growth of the physical body, some form of mechanism takes place, and there is some combination of these sensor functions to form thoughts. So this is where the problem starts, actually, in a major way. Not that it is not problematic before that, because even the sensor functions is a problem. But when the thoughts are formed, it becomes tougher. So when the thoughts are formed in the manner that a self is identified in a more stronger way, we need a detailed and a deep research on how these thoughts are formed. So in Buddothpado discussions, we have listened to these basic disclosures and the sermons done by our noble friend Aren Mahanse. Right at the beginning, in the main website, that is www.buddothpadodhamma.com. That is the main website. This has many discussions on how these thoughts are formed. So when you understand this mechanism, you need to listen to these and then discuss and research and experiment yourself, going to the bottom of it to understand that the thoughts, formation of the thoughts is a process. And when we understand this, then the question, who am I, comes up. Is this body myself? Again, it's a thought. We can realize now we have tied up the image, this physical body, to myself. So when you take different parts of the body, even in Lord Buddha's time, there has been some descriptions in certain sutras that different parts, the body is separated into 32 parts, yes. And then in each part, Lord Buddha was asking, is there myself? Can you name it as myself? So this is just an explanation that you can't say that this body is me. And also the concept that the body is myself has been given to the small baby by showing this is you, and that is where the combination of the sound and the picture occurs, and this image that this physical body is myself comes up. So if this body is not myself, then is the thought or the is the mind myself? Again, you have to research in detail how is a thought and how is the mind formed. So when you realize that it is something that occurs at each point, then and there, then it's clear that this mind is also not me. So like this, now these are two of the things that our Aryan Mahase also has explained several times in the sermons, how to research who is this me. And finally, if the body is also not me, and if the mind is also not me, then what is it? Where is this myself? And simply it is a form of power or a current that is generated by these sensors. So this is basically something that is explained several times in the discussions. Maybe one of our friends can take
Actually,
it
we will add something to there, Dr. Sakuntala,
Yeah.
that it's finally when we understand that it's only the spark which was there, in the sense the stimuli. That
Yeah.
was the only thing that was there. So the understanding that the chair itself is the thing that we brought up is the main issue. So like understanding this spark, the stimuli, the chair, if it is chair, or if it is flower, if it is rose sound, it doesn't matter. If it is taste, whatever the pineapple taste, whatever that spark or the stimuli is, the actual the feel of that spark existence, or feel that is existing, is the thing that you felt as you are existing. This is the most important aspect of truth. If you don't get it properly, and if you don't feel it, that is all what we had. And if you really understand that it's the vibration of the sensory organ only, you won't be able to feel the non-vibration, or in the sense you will feel the function of the sensory organ, but not the live field. So it's very important to understand this. We hear it every day. We talk about it every day. We discuss about it every day. But it's really important thing is you have to feel it. Otherwise, the doubts will be there forever. Because you can tell that something is inside a box. It is fully covered. It's a present that has arrived in the post, and until you open it, you don't know. So you can't really say this must be inside. This may be the thing. This may be the thing. Maybe this is a bomb. Maybe this is a good thing. Maybe it's a beautiful ornament or whatever. But actually seeing it is the challenge. That challenge is taken by every one of us. And even that, the humans take challenge usually in a thinking pattern. So we take challenges like, okay, so someone tells you, you have to have money, you have to have money. So store as much as money you can. Just imagine this as a scenario. So we find ways and means to store money or store something that you like. So in that context, we try to do things in that context, but here is trying and understanding that the stimuli is actually is a mirage. That itself is a challenge, because we don't like that. The mind doesn't like it. Mind is there for kind of existence. It's made up in that way. But the more important aspects of understanding the truth itself is understanding that there was no self at all, even before, at any time, but there was a pattern. There was a spark, like stimuli. But this happens so fast. The thoughts happen so fast that we feel like in the mind, we feel the time, we feel the past, we feel the future, we project, we can do anything. And the human mind is a fabulous function. It's a fabulous way of, it's all good. But understanding this is quite different thing, because we know how to handle that. If we are kept in an area where the survival is the mode, then we think about the survival. If we are thinking about that there's no survival issues, then we are thinking about maybe finding light or finding the computer, finding things to improve the world. So our mind can be projected everywhere. Mind can be directed towards something. But when mind is directed towards finding the truth of the mind, it does a lot of tricks. So we just can get caught up with that, but doesn't matter really. Doesn't really matter. So when someone feels sad, it's a function of the mind, like mind sensor, because sadness, the baby, when it is exposed to severe cold weather, as soon as the babies are born, they are used to the temperature inside the uterus. So when they're exposed to the normal cold air, they cry. They don't cry because there is a cell, because they have a plan. Oh my God, I can't exist in this cold. Can you call me up? They are not like angry. They are just crying because they feel the feel of uncomfortable feel is there. When we become, the mind becomes powerful, we have like a thing, we become sad because, well, I'm not rich enough to buy a coat. I should be able to find something to call myself. Why did this happen to me? Why the winter came? Why can't I be living in a country without a winter or something like that? You can keep thinking and thinking and thinking, and then you can end up thinking like, why the things are not good for me, So there are so many ways you can get sad just by thinking. That's different. So we just have to understand the way you look at life. There can be anything. Someone tells you to think positively, even that is just another way of thinking. So the way of thinking is what we are trying to understand here is not to change the way of thinking. We're actually trying to understand the thinking, or understand beyond thinking, I could say. Yeah, trying and understand beyond thinking, because the field didn't have any of these things, the problems, the everything. Yes, it feels the coldness. It might feel the hotness, the uncomfortable. If the skin is cut, you can feel the pain. If the tooth is broken, you might feel the pain. Yeah, bodily functions are there. You might get a headache. But the most importantly, the suffering aspect from the mind is not there. For that to happen, you have to actually basically understand the mind. Here's the mind through your wisdom, and liberate from mind. Yes, anyone can add on?
තෙරුවන් සරණයි ආර්යයන් වහන්සේ. තෙරුවන් සරණයි Dr. Kokila and Malbama friends. Dr. Kokila, it's a very beautiful explanation of the newborn, how the newborn feels uncomfortable with the coldness and all other external entities due to external factors. And there, Dr. Kokila, the newborn even feels uncomfortable, but the child doesn't know that it is heat or coldness or whatever. But isn't it the life field that makes the baby uncomfortable? The need to survive? Is
Yeah,
it
but then he can't, or he or she can't do anything about that.
yeah.
The mind has to
So
form to understand the mind.
yeah. And Dr. Kokila, even though this self-perception gradually augments due to the factors, I mean, due to the sensory inputs and making the world real gradually, this life field itself is a certain barrier that anybody has when getting rid of this self-perception. Isn't it so?
Well, you put it in a, you don't put it in that way, because that's kind of makes everyone like make it like appear hard, because whatever we say can affect others negatively. So how I would put that is, if you try to understand one stimulus, how this happens, you can pierce it. It doesn't matter what it is, but you can pierce it. The piercing part is done through the wisdom, yes. So if it's a cross sound is how that sound doesn't have the cross sound. So one day, if you really understand that, one day it will just come like that without that direct. There would be the sound, but the thickness of the cross sound line will not be there. You may have pierced it, and then there's the vibratory effect that you feel. And if you already have practiced enough that it is only the vibration of the ear, then of course you can feel the non-vibration. There's nothing to say that you can't. It's just that the piercing part of the mind is the difficult part, because it's thick. It's so strong. The stimuli is always which comes to us. It doesn't come as the vision or the function of the eye. The sound, it always is a horn of a car or mother calling you. You don't have to think about it. It's just mother calling you, or dog barking in your house. So directly, it's that which comes. But one particular stimuli, if you feel the vibration of mind has happened there anyway, and the feel itself is just the function of the sensory organ speed. That's what we need to understand. And so it's all in the Satyanama, the truth part. But the experience in this, to experience this, the thickness of the mind should go down. Actually, I have read there, the understanding of the perceptions are really important here, because you know that the perceptions are not true. Basically, we all kind of have grabbed that thing, because you don't really get shaken like before. All of us, probably all of us, we don't get shaken as before. But as Joel said that day, Joel really beautifully said that there comes a thought. There comes a thought, and you don't know what to do with that thought. thought arises, I'm fed up. I'm fed up with this, with life. So that's a thought. So we actually spoke about everything, but the perception, this mind sensor works different aspects. So the mind sensor works as a sensory organ itself. There comes, suddenly, the thought comes, a person gets an idea, suddenly a scientist gets an idea, this whole world is in darkness. Can't remember whether it's John Logie Baird or who it is, but suddenly it comes to his mind, the world is in darkness. I should find a way of a light without making fire, like without making a person gets an idea, suddenly a scientist gets an idea, this whole world is in darkness. Can't remember whether it's John Logie Baird or who it is, but it's in darkness. I should find a way of a light without making fire, like without making a fire lamp, without making a light. That's how the bulb was formed. The mind, when fixated, it can do anything. So how does that thought process work? So when a thought arises, thought become it comes again. So just imagine you get an idea that you feel something different, and you feel, oh, this person is weird. Sometimes you might feel that this person is weird, and then this might come again, and in a few days it might come again, and then suddenly you will find that completely you have come to the conclusion that this person is weird. You can't even remember that it was a thought which happened before. Likewise, I'm fed up with this life.
Dr. Kokila?
The thought, yeah, Jay.
That's what I'm going through. Like a thought comes, like this person is weird daily or at times, and there's a confirmation saying it's weird. The mind itself says it's weird. And I make judgments. So how do a person come out of that kind of thoughts, weird or fed up? It comes again and again. How do I replace it with something good?
So I have nailed it, isn't it, Joe? So the thing is, there's no tricks here, no shortcuts here, no even long cuts, I would say. But to understand how mind sensor works. That's how mind works. So how else someone would actually, how many times that person tried to make the bulb? I don't know, I can't remember now. But he tried a lot. Every time he tried, it failed. And he tried again and again and again. Just one thought, how he tried multiple times. People actually admire that. It's okay. That's just great, because we actually use that now. But what I'm trying to say is, this is called Abhisankarana. What is the word, Surangika, we call in English in that? Abhisankarana word is really not understood in like normal English word, but it's kind of
Yeah, I don't think we landed on a particular word, isn't it, Sudharma? We used volitional formation.
yeah, but that is even very complicated.
For,
Who
that is
understands
too
volitional?
complicated.
yeah,
It's like
yeah,
magnified.
doctor, for that actually volitional formations we use it
even
for
my
Sankara also, no? Sankara. So this
no,
for this
even
one
English word
also
is
English
too
word is
complicated.
volitional formation for Abhisankarana, but still repeated occurrence of the same thought simply. We can't find a
Simply, yeah.
single word. Yeah, repeatedly it's the same thought occurs, and as Dr. Kokila said, when the same thought occurs repeatedly, the power gets augmented. Power goes up each time. And that
Yeah.
is that's the situation.
So
Joel
simple
is
repetition.
Maybe
Simple.
maybe we can say
reinforce.
magnified.
Can and Miss Surangika, can we use something related to reinforcement of?
Yeah. So the
And
repetition causes reinforcement.
yeah.
Repetition causes the problem to get magnified, but there's a problem. I would like to actually divert this discussion to the baby again. Just imagine your teacher says apple. Who would remember it the first day? Will you even pay attention to the teacher? You will be looking at her. Maybe teacher's hair is so good today. This red color is so good. If you have learned red color before, but the teacher would say apple, apple. Then you would say apple, and it's not a big deal to you. You just. But if this is coming up in every lesson, because usually remember how the lessons are done. I mean, so I might tell that better. But what I'm trying to say is, go back to your childhood and see how we learn things. The apple, we get confirmation that it's apple. Like we get really fixated that it is apple. We can't even remember now. It's not pears. Like it's not apple.
Dr. Kokila Teruan Saranai, I have a beautiful explanation for that, which I have mentioned before also. When you said, when we teach, I mean, especially in the beginner's class, when we introduce a certain vocabulary item, first we go with the picture, the flash card, and then the word card. Then we show it several times and get the kids to repeat in chorus, individually, so on and so forth. Then next time, the teacher gives the jumbled letters of the word and get them to mash them to form the word and then the picture. And the next level, doctor, we get the child to, even the teacher brings the real apple to the class, get them to touch it, feel it, even cut it and taste it also. So in the lesson where they teach the names of fruits, there is a certain activity where they bring the real fruit to the class and make fruit salad and taste it. With the beautiful rhyme. So, see, it is definitely this reinforcement of this same stimulus that it is, actually the teaching methodology is totally based on this Abhisankaranaya in all subjects, I think, Doctor.
Yeah, thank you. And the main thing is, finally, the child is convinced that it is the apple, and the child is convinced it's apple. And if actually, just imagine a child who can't understand anything might take like 6 years to understand that it's apple. There are children like that. So, and even after 6 years, a child might stumble on the apple thing. can't tell it properly. He might point forward to that, telling that he needs it, but not say the apple word. There's so many variations in humans, but even with that, even if you don't talk about it, the perception is there. The apple perception is there. As soon as the eye works and in a sense, the vision works and the sound get together, we already have a perception. Whether you talk about it or not, we have a perception. Now think about this, that we get feelings. So the feelings is a bit difficult to understand. So, at one time, you feel sad. So that's the function of the this system. This system feels a bit low, a bit sad. And as soon as it happens, we tend to think. So what's the thinking? Oh, I'm fed up of this life. Why am I living even? There's nothing good about this life, There's so many things that come up. The problem here is the reinforcement, the repetition of these thoughts and the reinforcement. You finally, like that apple, the child is convinced that it's apple, this becomes really convincing to now. You think, oh yeah, I'm depressed. That's what has happened to me. And to get rid, yeah.
Something to add to that once, I think, as I remember, Madam Sudharma once brought up a question saying that she repetitively says something to a person because she thinks that person doesn't understand what she says.
Yeah.
So,
their like habits.
Like we also feel certain things that this person doesn't. I mean, life is, when we feel bad and depressed, the thought comes, it's depressed, and it confirms it's depressed. So,
yes.
like how to
come
out
also,
of that feeling?
Well, you just have to understand that you can actually divert yourself. As I say, you can go for a walk, you can, listen to music, you can, if you get angry, you can count from 10 to 1 to 10. Yeah, you can do a lot of things. You can listen to the birds singing. You can feel the nature. You can see someone and talk about that. You can really try to think positively. But I would say, as a Dhamma friend, I can say, most importantly, understanding this physiology or the truth is the most beautiful thing I can say, because all the patchwork, all the things that I told were patchwork. So you go for a walk and you feel better, and you come home, you're like, oh wow, that's good. That walk made me better. And that thought itself is reinforcing now the better side. So you go for a walk and you are convinced that you will feel better after the walk, and you feel better. That's how it works. You kind of get absorbed into a music that you like, and that other thought can't arise. But as soon as there is another vibration which matches, or you see a person that you don't like, or that there are several aspects in our life that we have labeled stuff like that. As soon as that vibration synchronize in any way, it doesn't matter. Even seeing a movie, it can happen to you. Seeing someone else talking like that can trigger you. Triggers are all the synchronizations which happen. So the synchronicity makes you to go back to that place again. So we can't do patchwork. We can, for the time being. I actually told yesterday, it's a patchwork. What? Maybe go to some like a place where tranquility is, or place where your thoughts are so calmer. But that helps. That helps because the repetition of those thoughts are not there. That makes the path so easier because your heavy thoughts are not there. You feel lighter, and you might actually feel the truth. How much it is going to definitely it is going to help. You know, all these things, feeling the nature and all this is definitely going to help. But that is how you're going to feel it anyway. If your mind is very heavy from unnecessary stuff, like I'm fed up, or I don't like these people, I want to live in a different country, or I want to go back to somewhere, or I might, whatever. It doesn't matter, whatever. So it's kind of a anticipation or procrastination. So it's either way. So whatever you feel is always guided by the thoughts. It's always reinforced by thoughts. So the way you think will be your culture, your attitudes, whatever you had all this time. Because the thinking patterns are different. The way I think is different to the way you think. The way you think is different to the way Sudharma thinks. I was anyone like that. So the vibrations are different anyway. But the thinking patterns are also different. Vibrations are different, but also the thinking. Thinking can be affected by environment, the everything. So you can't really forcefully stop a thought. If you really plan, okay, if this thought come again, I'm going to punish that thought. Or don't come thought. You can't really do that because that is going to come again and again. And it is going to actually get powerful. So if you want to not think about politics, you try to do that. I'm not going to think about politics. I'm not going to think about politics. And the politics come automatically to you because you are trying to suppress something. It is getting more important, more and more important. It's unavoidable, actually. So the best thing is to understand the mind, how this works, how this power comes. Sadness is okay. We are not happy with the sadness. What's the problem with the sadness? Sadness is okay. Happiness is also okay. It's just the function of this system. What's the big deal? But we fight with the sadness and we look forward for happiness. That's our agenda. The whole life we have been doing that.
Just another question, Doc.
Yeah.
Hello. We talk about feeling, right? We feel sad. We feel happy. So feeling
No,
is
actually,
also
happiness
sensory.
and
It's
no,
a sensory
happiness.
department? Or what is it? Feel is different from senses, or is it connected to feeling?
No. Actually, that word can be complicated. The happiness and the there is happiness and sadness. They're all kind of mind related because I told you before, the child doesn't cry because he's sad. Well, we have to understand this. It's a bit difficult to understand. Child is not crying because he is sad. Do you get the point? So
Yes, Doc.
basically,
Yes.
basically, it's something associated with the mind sensor. if you think I'm sad, it's a mind sensor. But the child in the sense, not the small child, I'm talking about the baby. Baby felt something and the vibration can't be handled and the cry comes out. We think, oh, baby is hungry. But we don't really think baby's sad or baby's depressed. We never even look at that way, do we? We never tell a baby is depressed. We never tell that. We know if the baby is crying, definitely it may be tummy, it may be that he has passed urine and is wet, or passed feces and is wet in that side, or he feels something uncomfortable, or he's hungry, or he's needing something, some comfortable feel. So that's different. So we need to get this correct. Am I clear? Is that clear?
Yes, doctor.
Yeah, it's
Everyone
because,
saranai.
yeah. Yes, Sudhama. Your line is not clear. I couldn't hear. Did others hear? Sudhama, I can't hear you, but can others hear? Surangi, can you hear Sudhama?
No, we
I
can't
can't.
hear.
Yeah.
It's very interesting the way you explained it, and Kokila is telling is that really I doctor no, then maybe
Sorry.
Miss Surangika can talk. Yeah, I have a problem with the connection.
No, finally I heard you, but
you can't hear me.
Now I can hear.
There is some problem today.
I can hear you now.
Joel, what Dr. Kokila says is thoughts are thoughts. Thoughts, in other words, all these stimulus, sensory experiences are more or less the same. Their composition is same in the sense there is no substance in these thoughts. So when the thought occurs, I am fed up, I am sick and tired of this life, it's also a natural phenomenon. You are not doing it. It naturally occurs. That is the nature of the mind sensor. But now after listening to these sermons and through your own research, through your own research with regard to your own mind sensor, you know that it is a thought. So when you realize that it is a thought, it itself reduces its power. So you referred to my experience that day. I realized that I have the problem of talking the same thing over and over again, or repeating to the level that listeners feel uncomfortable. That itself reduces that weakness. It is again nature, that awareness itself reduces the power of that particular thought, Joel. And as Dr. Kokila explained, the thought of I am fed up, or I am happy, I am excited, I am delighted, all are thoughts. There is no big difference in them as thought per se. So when you only remedy that we have to get rid of this suffering is to see it through ourselves, and the more we realize that it is a natural system, it's a natural phenomenon. Now you say I have no control over thoughts. No, Joel, not only you, no one has control over thoughts. If so, there are a lot of things that we want not to happen, as Dr. Kokila says. So it's very beautiful. I mean, the way that the discussion goes on here. So, and when you realize that they are mere thoughts, and when you listen to more sermons on the thought formation, how this radiant mind, now you can realize we have actually, personally, I have listened to sermons more than 3 years, but still uh, I ask some stupid questions, even you have heard them. Still, there are things to be clarified. So, only thing now we know that they are mere thoughts that bother us. It's the nature. It's a natural phenomenon. So, only thing we can do is the solution. We have to uh, listen to more sermons, discuss these problems openly, and as you do, you are so fortunate in that way, and you are so brave also to come to this forum and talk like this. So gradually the thought power will diminish and you will be relieved. I mean, not as a person, then the system will continue to be there. You will not be bothered by anything that happens to your system, Joel. Yes, Dr. Kokila can explain. Don't know whether it was clear what I was trying to say, Dr. Kokila. Peruvan Saranai.
Ansana. Yes, Surangika, you wanted to add something?
Yeah, Thiruvan Sarnai, what I was also trying to kind of say and was trying to ask you to elaborate a bit more was, so I think the fundamental thing to understand is each sensor and its function, Joel. So, like we have for the eye consciousness, the eye has that sense of what is the thing that gets manifested? Light. So the eye consciousness and the way it occurs and its function doesn't manifest sound, right? The eye conscious manifests only light. Similarly, the ear consciousness doesn't manifest smell. The ear consciousness manifests only sound. Now, all this is occurring from one vibration. But then what happens with all this? So similarly, the tongue will only generate taste. But it is only generating. It is only manifesting. The creation is here. The creation is within the senses. So like we said, the eye consciousness creates light, the ear the sound, tongue the taste, skin the sensations of solidity, liquidity, temperature, and so on. So the body won't feel the smell. It's the features peculiar or particular to the body sensor is what arises from the body sense faculty. And then the nose, it's the smell. So then but how does the mind consciousness or the thought occur? A combination of those earlier vibrations, the touch, the taste, the smell, the light, all of those vibrations combine to form another vibration. And it is that other vibration, the second cycle, which is the thought. Now, even that thought is a vibration. And what happens in that thought? It is a combination of all those things put together, like that example of the apple that we've talked about today and then earlier also in these discussions. When somebody says apple to you in a flash, the entire of all the sensations occurring from all those different sense faculties arise in the mind. How do they all arise in the mind? In that one thought. So this thought is different stimuli that has been learned during childhood, during Montessori, whether it is an apple, whether it is a mother. So they'll show picture, and then they'll say the sound, and then they'll say that's mother, this is apple, and so on. And then this is the way these stimuli, by it occurring in various places. You might learn it in the Montessori class. Say, for example, you might learn about the lion in your classroom. They'll show a picture and then they say, this is animal is called a lion. And then they'll say lion, lion, lion. And then they'll tell you to draw the lion. And then say, for example, in your childhood days, your parents might take you to the zoo. And then they'll say, here, Joel, that's what you call a lion. That's the lion. He's called the king of the jungle, the strongest or the bravest animal in the animal kingdom. So then suddenly, so then what happens? The stimuli and the vibration, the perception that occurred in the classroom by the reinforcement by the teacher of the picture and the sound of lion continues to get reinforced when that arises with the sight of the lion. Again, the same perception through the synchronicity or the telepathization occurs in that moment when the lion is seen, or you think you see the lion again. Then, for example, if you see the movie Lion King, again, due to ignorance, if one still considers the world to be true, which we then did in our childhood days, you see, here in this stage drama or in this film, that's the lion. It's that lion that I learned in the classroom. It's that lion that I saw in the zoo. So this is the way the stimuli get reinforced and magnified.
Madam Surangika or Dr. Kokila, anyone can answer this. When you say about thoughts, be aware, is it kind of you recognize the thought?
Yeah, do you want me to tell Suranga?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Yeah, so yeah, it is kind of something like that, you can say, because if you try to do it forcefully, you can't do it. That's the thing, that's the trick here. Because in concentration meditation, it's done with so much force, we are not telling that. It's just kind of a background thing which happens where that thought has come. But to tell you, Joel, is very, very interesting to understand. I mean, needed to understand is if someone actually feel the truth about this thought, that thought can be, there is a liberation from thought, then we don't have to keep repeating or even keep looking at the thoughts. That's where the actual freedom is. When we talk about freedom, we are not actually keeping track about the thoughts. Then the freedom is gone because you are keeping track about the thoughts. The freedom is you're not tracking the thoughts. You're not even doing that. But that's
and also like I just felt
like the later period. Yeah.
I just felt like we are just formed with vibrations and stimulus, and we are just made out of it, and it doesn't stop. The day it stops is when we stop breathing, and
actually,
it's
even if it's an arahant, it stops from there. Otherwise, this vibration, self-vibration, where we took it everything as real, that because this thought, the I thought, about me, mine, I, that one, the self-perception is actually a formulated one. Can't you see? We only had chair. No one said about I. Did anyone teach you about I there? It's only chair that arise. But how did this duality come? The chair is there, I am here. That's the additional perception. It's additional perception. That's additional vibration, that additional perception, that additional thought is there for 1002. even no one has taught Tarzan. Tarzan is going around the trees, with the monkeys. Monkey mother didn't teach anything to the Tarzan boy, but the Tarzan also knows if the monkey mom is there or whatever he feels about the monkey mom. I'm here. That duality is always there. When the duality is there, the story is there, and it will go on and on, because this is something additional. So that vibration is the power that we have. That power, the burning, that additional power is the force that is going to synchronize to another zygote or any vibration out there. It doesn't matter whether it's a zygote or not, but any vibration out there. So that's the thing. This additional self-vibration or additional self-perception has nothing to do with this system. If the system only had chair, bed, the windows, the walls, the light, the fan, it's okay. Because as soon as the respiration stops, everything, these things stop, the suffering stops. But it didn't happen like that. It didn't happen like that. That's why there is a vibration that is manifested as Joel now here, manifested as Sudharma now here, manifested as Kokila now here. The name is just a name, but there is a manifestation, isn't it? There's 5 sensory organs, and then there's a mind sensor, which tells so many things. Yeah, definitely there is a manifestation. We are not denying that. We are in that. Yes, that's fine. But what we are trying to understand is what's the power behind this? What is the driving force behind this? What is the suffering here? How are we going to stop the suffering? As soon as you understand this system, this power is going to go low. If it was 35,000 watts before, it is going to go to 0. That's how it works, Joel. I don't know whether it was good enough. Surangika, do you think?
What I was going to say was that, the explanation about the lion was to say exactly what you pointed out a little while later, Joel. This is a constant stream of stimuli, whether it is animate or inanimate. We take examples by giving objects, right? Like tree, mother, father, temple, and so on. But think about it like this. So whilst the light and the smell and all these things come together and form thoughts, even the mind sense or the mind consciousness itself accesses a separate sense faculty, which is what Dr. Kokila was trying to say earlier. So, just like we have objects like lion, dog, and so on, think about concepts. Now, see how many concepts we have learned over the years, like freedom, patriotism, compassion, loyalty. Now, when a baby was told these words, does any of this make sense to the baby? Baby doesn't know loyalty from freedom or any nonsense, right? The baby doesn't know a thing. Even those concepts have become of value because of the way we have perceived them. We have given freedom a particular connotation. We have given depression a particular connotation. How come there's so much stigma around depression? How, in different countries, people are cornered in society because of that. Why? Because people have given in different societies different perceptions, different ways of attitudes, and so on. So similarly, Joel, for you, when you say, I am depressed, I am sad, I am fed up, the word fed up is also, there is a particular meaning or a tone and that you have given to it, which is why now even the mind consciousness keeps bringing that up, as if, depending on the meaning that has been given to it. But what needs to be fundamentally understood is these are also just like objects and everything. All these, even those concepts, are mere perceptions. In the English language, we use those words. In another culture, they would know what on earth that means. but they would probably have their own thing. Can it change like that from one to the other? No, the truth doesn't change. Whether it is from a culture to a language to any nationality, the truth does not change. Why? Because the truth is the field. So the field is what Dr. Kokula was saying, that ultimately this self-vibration, the field that we have, that we are existing, that we are alive, all coming out of this false sense of perceptions arising from the mind, is all due to ignorance, because we have made up a thing called the mind by all these absolute nonsensical data that has been programmed into this system. What has been programmed into the system called Joel is not the same data that has been programmed into the system called Dr. Sakuntala, Dr. Kokila. But they are, can you see, they are all different systems, which is like being, strung by like a puppet on a string. Each time the vibrations occur and the perceptions occur, as long as one considers the perception to be real, the strings are plucked and the puppet is dancing. Now, the understanding through the truth is that the strings that are being pulled, otherwise known as these perceptions, the random thoughts occurring in the mind consciousness, I am fed up, today I'm depressed, tomorrow I'm happy, the following day I don't know what to do. All these are just thoughts. If one understands that they are mere thoughts and all that the mind conscious does is repeat certain thoughts, it randomly occurs. If you keep on giving food to it, if you keep on nurturing it, if you keep on thinking about it, why am I getting this thought, why am I getting this thought, that thought is going to come over and over again. But if one understands that that is merely the mechanism of the mind and give rise to it, just like Sudharma said, seeing the fact that that repetitiveness of the way she described something itself was enough to stop that arising as another perception telepathizing in the future. So just try to kind of reflect on that a little bit more, and I'm sure you'll understand how these thought patterns work, Joel.
Yeah, I think we are running into the 4 o'clock Zoom, so maybe we might have to hand over the Zoom discussion to them. So we'll discuss from tomorrow, Joel, and it's really interesting to understand the mind, understand this vibration, how did that arise? Due to very ignorance that we have, everyone actually, any being has, and even it's a unicellular creature, unicellular organism, even that organism has this, because when there is vibration, there's definitely, there is it is not manifested as in humans, like in a way that we do, but it's always there. So understanding this system is imperative. It's really needed to actually get this power reduced to a level so that you can actually pierce the thought. So we'll continue discussion tomorrow. We worship Aranwanse for his noble friendship, the guidance, has no words for the gratitude we have for him. And thank you all, Dhamma friends, for coming to discussion, and thank you, Shani, for reading the book, and also thank you all the people who help us to have the Zoom discussions. May Triple Gem bless you all. May you understand this Dhamma. Thank you.
Therwan Saranai, all Dhamma friends.
Therwan Saranai.
number 82, second paragraph. When you apply some effort to go on the path, you might feel that unlike other days, you don't get much attached to anything, neither do you reject anything. Whether you get what you like or not, it would not matter much to you. You would not feel like running after things that you like. You begin to feel a difference in you as your mental fetters such as lobe, attachment, dvesha, ill will, moha, delusion begin to dissolve little by little. You begin to feel the wisdom of feeling the dissolving of your mental fetters is called asavakya jnana. Asavakya jnana is a feeling that you feel within you. It is not a thought where you think about. It is only a feeling, not a thought. One day you would be able to feel the wisdom of the Asavakya Jnana. That would be a huge achievement. You will realize that you would not get disturbed, flinch, or waver when you are confronted by the Atalodhana. The Buddha taught us about the Atalodhana, also known as the 8 worldly conditions that influences and agitates the human mind. The 8 worldly conditions are profit, labha, loss, alabha, insult, ninda, appreciation, prasansa, fame, kirti, disrepute, apakirti, sadness, dukkha, and happiness, sapa. 8 worldly conditions are profit, loss, insult, appreciation, fame, disrepute, sadness, and happiness. You will realize that you will accept all these conditions without creating any reaction towards them. You will remain calm and not be shaken by them. You will begin to develop a calm nature towards everything that you would have to face. Finally, you will also realize that you will find yourself just watching everything come and go. At the beginning, you had to put some effort to practice the Pancha Indriya Dharma, 5 spiritual faculties, which are seeing the truth in a thought, saddha. Second, applying effort to see the thought, virya. Third, seeing the truth in each thought and letting it go. Satya. Fourth one, seeing the truth in each thought and letting it go becomes an automatic process or becomes a normal, continuous thing. Samadhi. Fifth one, wisdom that develops and you continue to see the truth in each thought. Prajna. Terasana, everybody.
Sarna Shani, thank you for reading the pages for us and starting the session. The book is The True Dhamma Has Awakened, Volume 2. Thiruvan Saranai Aryan, we worship at your feet. And Thiruvan Saranai, all our Dhamma friends who have joined the program. This is the English Zoom discussion starting at 2:45 p.m. Sri Lankan time. If I sort of summarize what was read by Shani, it shows the advantages or the benefits a person can achieve by understanding this Dhamma, true Dhamma. Actually, what is experienced by a person who is on the path. Also, it was mentioned that about the 8 worldly conditions which are described as profit, and the opposite is a loss. Insult, opposite is appreciation. Fame, opposite is a disrepute. Sadness, and opposite is happiness. These are the things that we experience in our day-to-day life. And at least every time there is one of them being experienced. So depending on the ability to tolerate them, there will be ups and downs in the life. So when we understand this mechanism, what is this mechanism and how it happens, how you feel, it's always orientated around the mind, around the self-feeling or the self-existence. So actually, when these facts are clarified, how the thoughts are formed, how this self-existent feeling occurs, then automatically the system or the person will realize that the ability to face these situations become much more easier. Kind of tolerating, the ability to tolerate everything, with a neutral feeling will be achieved, which is something great, I would say. And also the Panchendriya Dharma also was described, I think, for a person who is interested can read from the book because there are 5 steps which are described there. Seeing the truth and then applying some effort, and seeing the truth and letting it go, and then it becomes an automatic process subsequently, which is samadhi, and then the wisdom that develops. So those are the 5 spiritual faculties which are described. And also it was mentioned about the ability to understand that the defilements are dissolving. It's called asavakya jnana. It's a kind of wisdom which is realized by the system. The self or the system is capable of identifying their own defilements and the fact that they are getting less and less. In other words, the attachments or clinging, aversions or rejections or dislikes, and also the delusion of feeling of existence. So these are the three main defilements, and it will be felt, actually it's a feel, it will be felt gradually that these defilements become less and less significant in the day-to-day life. So briefly, those are the advantages or the benefits that a person will feel, will experience uh, with the understanding of these Dhamma facts. So either we can discuss along those facts, or maybe if there are any questions, we can start from there. And we welcome all of you. Therwan Saranai, Dr. Kokila, we can start the discussion.
Therwan Saranai, worship Aran Wahanse. I am not sure whether it's Aran Wahanse who has joined. When we say when we were talking about the advantages, actually we can't really say like, I don't know whether we can really say like that, but the path itself is something that you can feel when the burning goes down. So it's something you feel. But when we explain, we use so many words to give different ideas. Yes, but it's the same burning or same vibration which goes to kind of which not goes to, but which is not going to have the vibration as before. So this is something you can feel, and with you know that there were some words used, I can't remember now. When we understand that none of these thoughts are true, actually they are constructs. They are mental constructs. So mental constructs are not true at all. So to understand we have to understand how the mental constructs are originated. If you understand the way that they are originated, only that it won't be a magic. So that if someone is knowing how the magic is performed, it doesn't become a magic anymore. And you are not going to allow magic output, like if it is a mirage. Basically, if it's a mirage, you never would like it or dislike it, because you know it's not actually there. So likewise, this feeling of self, or the I feel, is that actually it is something which is there because of the misunderstanding that the vibration is actually the sensory organ vibration only. So if we keep understanding that this unusual power we have, power which synchronized to the Sai God, that power is already here. And if you feel the non-vibration at least once, you will understand the difference between the sensory function with the power and without the power. So that gives you so much wisdom, because the power is actually synchronized in the one particular spark, or one particular thought, or one particular stimulus. We can say any word. If that spark is originating from the eye, it can start from the eye, it can start from the ear, it can start from the touch, smell, taste, as well as it can start from thoughts too. So Joel can, or anyone can ask a question as well. Even we can have a discussion about anything. So or anyone can bring up a point which you would like to add to the forum as well. But it's important to know that it's something you feel, and the non-vibration is also something you feel. That's the beginning of the no self